The headlines here this morning, 777X, I was just reading, delayed once again, not really causing much of a move for the overall stock, but we'll keep an eye on Boeing as the morning progresses here. Tesla, big day yesterday with the deliveries coming out. I mean, just about this time yesterday morning, it was a sell the news kind of event the entire day. We are trying to bounce a little bit here, back to 440, 445. A lot to discuss. The overall market in focus, I think, a little bit here this morning as well as we continue to drift back to the upside. Michael Moss coming up. He's going to talk about what happens when the market's up so many months in a row, what we can expect maybe going forward after that. Adara's in the seat beside me this morning. Good morning. Sharif with the day off today. Good to see you.
Yeah, great to be here. And I think such an interesting day, lots to discuss, even though there weren't a ton of big news stories this morning, guys. We do have a lot of continuation plays. As Brendan was talking about there, the fact that we don't have this NFP, that's a little bit significant. We know Feds Goolsbee and Feds Collins both said on Tuesday ahead of the shutdown, if we don't get this data, this can impact how we're making these decisions with regards to rates, because we know they do have that meeting and that decision on October 29th. So this could have some implications going forward. Now, Tesla, of course, on watch as well, selling off potentially because these numbers were excellent yesterday, but also some people were speculating maybe they were only so strong because of the winding down and conclusion of the tax credit. So how is it going to fare for Q4? I think that'll be the real question.
Yeah, the Cybertruck landing in Qatar as well for the first time. So, I mean, expanding, which is great. They're everywhere, it seems like, downtown in this city at this point. So definitely moving into new markets, a good thing. Here's Oracle, a little bit of a sell-off in the last 15 minutes here or so, not much. Big day yesterday for Oracle. There was a breach, a data breach they reported late in the day yesterday. Didn't cause any movement on the stock, but one of many that could be strong going into the weekend here. Neil's back with us this morning in the chair. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and I guess we got to face the Yankees. Boo.
Yeah,
but
that's okay.
That's fine. You talk about continuation plays. The continuation of the U.S. government looking to get stakes or make deals, that continues. So while you're on government shutdown, day 3, I guess, USAR gets the bump today. So rare earth metals are in the mind. They're up 13%, no questions asked, looking pretty strong. The quantum names are going to be in play as well. And maybe we got a little bit of a bounce back day potential for Tesla. We'll see. Because sometimes it's buy the rumor, sell the news. It rallied into the number, and then it just found the high. So we'll have that one on the radar as well. But look, a lot to look at. When it comes to the Fed data, I kind of feel like, you know, they weren't sure what to do anyway, so maybe this gives them an excuse to continue to say, yeah, we have to wait for the data. When you were already getting decreased chances of maybe getting more cuts, this might give them the cover to continue down that line. But it is what it is. Like, as the shutdown goes, for the overall market, it's been a little bit of a nothing burger, but it would be nice to get some of that economic data, sort of see where things are flowing. But it's fine. The last couple of times we've had shutdowns, it hasn't been all that bad.
We got the Yankees.
Yeah, we got the Yankees.
Yeah.
I didn't want to face Judge.
Is what it is.
What are you going to do?
Saturday at 4 o'clock.
I think Vladdy plays better against the Yankees, is what they were saying.
Does he?
Anyways. I think that's
I'll
what they were
take
saying. I don't know if that's true or
that.
not, but hopefully. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, both games are 4 o'clock.
Okay. That actually works out pretty good for me. So, okay, good. Happy with that one. I guess you'll be going to both of the games, I guess?
Well, that's the plan.
Yeah, good.
That is the plan.
Yeah, well, the plan will happen. NVIDIA 0.4. Apple got, what was it, downgraded or something? Their price target cut a little bit there for Apple. So they're the one that's down right here today. Could battle back the rest of the day. Yeah, I was wondering if yesterday's Tesla move, obviously way too much. And today bouncing back. Whoa, what was that? I guess, yeah, I might have to wait to see if this 436 winds up holding. I mean, yesterday was like a disaster du jour to start, just woo, and then it never caught a bid. We tried to go long at that 200 period. That did not work out on that break. But yeah, 440 right now for Tesla, looking pretty good. Trying to find some ideas again here today, guys. I mean, IBIT could be something as we're pulling back a little bit. Right there on IBIT, so getting close to all-time highs again on this name. Of course, as crypto over the weekend, you want to hold short? I don't think so. Up to 120 right now, so that could be a decent look long here as well. But yeah, it should be another fun day. It's a Friday. volume should still be there. It sucks that there's no jobs market data out, of course, because that would have given us some sort of juice to do something here. But though we'll keep our ear to the ground. We got Michael. He'll talk about, like what Brendan said, so maybe some ideas moving forward and what to do after this major run. I mean, the market is absolutely. Quantum names, it can't be stopped. Yeah, nothing can be stopped right now. Actually, it seems like Reddit was back.
I'm just joking.
Well, DraftKings,
I don't know how
it might have found a bottom.
DK.
So I don't. We can. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's $35 for DKNG. I don't know. Yeah, last night we had that upset. Oh, Obi, I didn't even give him the spread or anything last night.
He called the game?
Yeah, well, he didn't know how many points were for a touchdown or anything like that, so I was like, there's no point in giving him the spread. And then I told you he didn't know any Jays names, and I gave him Vladimir Guerrero, and he still didn't.
No. Well, no, that's not what's tripping me up. What's tripping me up, he didn't know how many points were for
He said maybe about 5.
He's trolling.
No, he's not trolling. He's not. He's
That's a troll. I mean,
no. He really did not know. But he picked San Francisco, so he picked the upset, and he didn't know anything about the spread or anything.
But even better that, thankfully, 19% of our Survivor League picked the Rams as well. I'm really surprised. So we do really well because we didn't pick them, so we still are laughing. But 20% of our Survivor pool.
Yeah, we got to figure out who we're picking.
2, 3, and 1 teams. I don't even understand that bet. But I don't know. To me, it felt like a trap game, like an obvious sort of trap game. Like San Francisco.
Yeah, I would never be. I mean, it's an interdivision game. Yeah. I don't know. I think that was a shout out to the 49er.
Well, DraftKings wasn't bad.
No, it's not the greatest.
You held 35
the bottom yet or not.
Yeah,
Big Bear AI is 4 or 5 straight up days right now. So that's Big Bear AI, another 2% here today. We had a negative note there about Palantir. I don't think they're going to shrug this off, but maybe that's something about one of their programs not working the greatest there. We have it in our notes. But anyways, Palantir downside. That might be what is creating a little bit of Big Bear AI love. Is Microsoft breaking 520 yet? Yeah, that's going to be a wait on that one too. Yeah, Mac Jones. Yeah, NFL in London on Sunday. I know. It's Minnesota stayed there. So I don't know what's up with that, Minnesota. My AirPods keep disconnecting. I wonder if they're charged enough. They should be. I'll get it figured out.
Ooh.
Anyways, yeah, Reddit was bumping a little bit today.
Yeah, Reddit's bumping up. Reddit has held that 200 level. So a couple of stocks. We were just talking about DraftKings a second ago, and DraftKings trying to hold on to 35 in there after a couple of rough days. But Reddit, that's a double bottom off $200 on Reddit. So obviously it hasn't been that great for them. It's good. Yeah, I can see this rebounding nicely. Not enough volume. Well, it's decent. I guess it's a good volume pre-market, relatively speaking. Not a ton. Not a crazy amount of volume. There's no particular catalyst that I'm aware of here. Oh, no, they just said in my ear that it's making highs.
Yeah.
But this might be worth putting on the back burner of symbols for maybe some continuation plays, if that can go. Because there's plenty of room for it to get to 218 here. So yeah, maybe add this one to the list of things that we need to watch. And let's go back to the desk. I know we have the NOS boss info.
This ongoing rally for the overall market here. We're in month number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right now to the upside for the S&P 500. So what happens after that? We'll take a little look here. Bring him in whenever you can, Andre, and we'll touch base with Mr. Noss. There he is. Happy Friday, Michael Noss. Good to see you.
Happy Friday.
Happy no jobs data, non-farm, nothing today. So anyway, positive to end the week here to start anyways. But let's zoom out. Let's zoom way out. Talk a little bit about this monthly time frame rally for us. What should we expect here coming up?
Yeah, it's one of those times where I'm like, I don't know if I've seen 6 months straight up in a row, so I should go back on a chart and look and see what normally happens. And it's one of the beauty of technical analysis is you could look at this chart and say, wow, this is really overextended right away. But instead of just looking at that and kind of guessing, you can go back pretty easily and try to find out what happens when that normally happens. So with the help of ChatGPT, I actually just built a little indicator, and you can see that on the next chart on the lower bit, and it's a shark chart. I don't think there's that many shark charts out there, and I think we should see more. And just drew a line and said, okay, what happens when we're up 6 months in a row, 6 green candles. So that chart, the more up in a row, you get more and more and higher bars. And then when we have one down bar, it just resets. So I just drew that purple line to say that represents 6. So anytime we are up 6 months or more in a row, I just wanted to see and highlight. I just drew an orange circle around that candle so we can just all look together and see what normally happens in that case. And, the first one we see is from 2021. We're up 6 months in a row. I think we all remember 2021, people selling pictures of rocks for millions of dollars and, all the craziness, crypto punks and NFTs and all of that. And although there was a down month and a pretty sizable down month after that, it didn't mark the top. That wasn't the thing that topped us out in the overall market. We still had another 2-3 months higher. And then we had obviously the Russia, Ukraine and inflation and all that stuff coming through. And that caused that particular down market there. Next one here, and we'll go quicker through these because there's more than you think. 2018. So this was, funny enough, after the last Trump administration, and I think 2017, 2018 was the least volatile year in history. And you can see after 6 months in a row, we move up a little bit more, and then we start some consolidation and bear markets and things that happen after that. Next one here was 2013. So this is after the great financial collapse. So you can see, generally speaking, when all of these generally occur, it seems like after some sort of bear run, you have this kind of 6 month push up as a way for people, getting out of shorts or getting into names. And just like the other ones, this didn't cause a top. In fact, 2014, 2015, 2016, we continued to scream higher here. Now, the next one here is 2011. So this would be a little bit before. Again, we're talking right after the 2009 was the lows of the great financial collapse. So this is kind of on our way out of that lost decade. And this was the same thing. It wasn't the top, but you can see, and this is the kind of scary part, I guess, is a lot of these seem to get close to the top, except that 2013 one, but not necessarily marking that particular top. So a sign of potential, I guess, exhaustion is coming, but according to these charts, might not be here yet. Now, the next one here is 2007. So this is before the great financial collapse, and we had a little bit of steam left in us before everything started to kind of fall apart there. And then last but not least, we have to go all the way back to like 1995. There was a big gap there. And then we had another one in 1995, but this was kind of the dot-com bubble. So if people, and I hear there's a lot of comparisons out there to the AI, what's going on in AI and what's going on in the dot-com, well, 6-7 months up in a row in the dot-com bubble led to another doubling before we actually had that kind of bubble pop and that implosion. So the main takeaway I want to give is that there was not one instance that we went and that was like the very top. You're up 6 months in a row. And I think 6 months is significant. I'm not going to do this for every period, but I think 6 months is significant because it's half a year. It's 2 quarters worth of data. And we just ended a quarter in September. So there's 2 full reporting quarters in this bull market. And it sometimes got near a top, and maybe there was a top in another couple months from there, but it was never the top. It was never like we were up 6 months and then we just kind of collapsed after that. So really, I look at it, and sometimes you look at something like this that occurs in the market, and there's a really interesting, like glaring sign, like this is very bullish or this is very bearish. But just like when I brought the data of the government shutdown, it's kind of just a mixed bag. So we just need to pay attention to what's happening on the shorter term time frame and go from there. I don't think there's much data to be gained from the fact that we're up 6 months in a row.
Yeah, it's hard to, or it's easy, I guess I should say, to put too much weight almost into some of these factual numbers that are being thrown around when you get into certain market conditions that haven't happened maybe for a long, long time, or happened a lot, but haven't happened for a long time. So something like this, is there a takeaway, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to here. Is there a takeaway that we can say, okay, if I was thinking about maybe taking a little bit off of my Apple, or if I was thinking about maybe taking a little bit off of my Tesla or something like along those lines, I'm not saying do it today, but we could be getting into that period.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we noticed from most of the charts, right? 2013 and 1995 being the exceptions. In most cases, you're getting close to a top. And when I define a top, I don't mean that it just all implodes and we give it all back, but we get to a kind of congestion period, maybe a couple months of just digestion, rotation, moving on. So that's kind of my biggest takeaway from this, is that any investment that I was looking to potentially take some profits off of over the next few months, I think I'm going to do that. And it might just be something like I'm going to tighten up some stops, or I'm going to, move a trailing stop on a name that's moving higher or something like that. Just knowing that, again, 6 months up, 2 reporting periods, that's a lot, again, according to the data based off what we're looking at here.
Yeah, another concept that I've read a couple of times and heard a few other people talking is this, essentially the simple fact that if you were considering maybe adding to an AI play or adding another company as an AI play at this point in this rally, maybe you don't do that now without taking some off of NVIDIA or Microsoft or something else in that same category. So yeah, go ahead if you want to add a smaller AI play just as a flyer, but at this point maybe don't do that with extra capital and just take some off from something that's in the money.
Well, and that's the rotation we talk about all the time in institutions. And I think it makes perfect sense to do it yourself. Like maybe, I brought biotechs to you guys, I think like 2 weeks ago, and those have been doing well. I've been doing a lot of, pairing off positions that are working and spreading that out into different industries just in case. And I think that makes perfect sense, is maybe it's not the time to add risk to the table, but maybe it's time to spread risk around by taking some chips from some names that you made some good money on, and then kind of spreading that out to things that may be more defensive if there's some sort of pullback or something like that. So you're not really getting out of the market, you're just kind of spreading your bets around.
We deal with the market we're handed on a daily basis and ongoing basis as well. Michael Noss, great stuff. Have a great weekend. We will touch base on Monday.
Have a good weekend, all.
Thank you there, Michael. And I saw a few people in the chat. As you guys were literally mentioning randomly Apple, maybe trim a little bit of Apple. Jefferies has downgraded Apple, and Apple actually made a bit of it's already down 1%, but there was a bit of a dollar candle to the downside. But Jefferies sees 20% downside in Apple and has downgraded them. That would be the story there, and also keeping an eye on Plug Power as they got an upgrade. And speaking of said upgrades and downgrades, let's see if either one of those made the list with Joe.
That it did, Neil, that it did. All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on. Happy Friday, first and foremost, all right? So Levi's, guys, getting the upgrade by Telsey Advisory Group. That target has been raised to $27. Now, Monolithic Power also getting it by Citigroup as well, too, guys. Getting that price target raised to $1,100, and it's positive on the morning. Now, Goldman giving the upgrade to Amazon, price target raised to $275. Coinbase also getting the nod as well, too, guys, by Rothschild & Company. That's going to be a price target raise to $417. Now, on the downgrade side, we have TD Securities downgrading BlackBerry, lowering that price target to $5, and then BMO by Royal Bank of Canada, no specific target there, but going from an outperform to market perform there, and then Jefferies, yes, downgrading Apple there, guys, lowering that price target to $205. Now, Bumble also getting the downgrade as well by Goldman, lowering that target to $7. Now let's take a look at some of the options activity on yesterday. Yes, we know that Tesla reported its deliveries and the volume was coming in a little bit higher than what we're trading at right now. That's going to be that $170 strike price, putting in 144,000 contracts. Now, sorry, that's the 470, guys, not 170. And let's take a look at the options chain here, and you can see that's your delta all the way up there. It isn't displaying itself right now, but it's relatively lower, so we'll put it in between there, whether it be 0.5 or a little bit lower than that. So not too bad of a look. That's extremely out of the money currently. And then UNH also lots of volume yesterday, 4,500 contracts, and the open interest still lays at that $355 strike price. Let's take a look at the options chain and just correlate our deltas with that 355 strike. and that's going to be in the money. So it's going to be a little bit higher, still sitting around that 0.42 delta. Now, as for Oracle, volume relatively light, 20,000 contracts at that $300 strike price. Again, these are all expiring this week, with the open interest still sitting around 10,700 contracts, guys.
As always, thank you there, Joe. Coinbase had a pretty good couple days, but it's actually UNH. You mentioned that 355 strike. Well, hopefully you don't see that price today, but it being a Friday could keep it maybe contained to the 360. Look, healthcare has been strong, whether it's the pharma names or just healthcare in general. UNH, it's really poised to break out this, maybe next week, we'll see, this 360 area, because it's been straight shot to the upside. The second time that it held 300. The first time it held 300, no good. The second time it's held 300 is looking very good. I think we get a shot next week or in the next couple of weeks at that $400 level, that 200 period moving average. So I don't know if we break it out today, but if it doesn't break today, certainly you're looking for it on Monday, Tuesday, somewhere early, as this one's been on a quiet tear. I want to say there is no like 5-10% days in a while on this stock. Maybe we get one of those when this finally breaks out away from this 360. 363, the local high here on UNH. As I said, not really sure we get that today on a Friday to try to blast through 360. The market literally just went to zero, the NASDAQ, so it's now flat. It just gave up everything that we had overnight. So I'm not sure this breakout happens this week, but I'd want it next week for sure.
All right, so for me, it's funny because you just talked about that Apple, and then Neil's like, Apple started to move. But yeah, this is the one today, if you're looking short, in my opinion, that does get the downgrade there from Piper. And I wouldn't be trimming any of this, but if you guys are interested in doing that, it makes sense. You're just up to these levels again. So you're looking, excuse me, you're looking for a breakdown, but below this 250, I guess 253 area right in there. I'd rather actually short this if it breaks 250. So that might be like a Monday or Tuesday thing. Like, it's just too key of a level to go short, because if it pops back up, fine, but I don't think you're going to get that kind of a move today in the market. So for me, for Apple, it's just one of those looks. We did get a question as well. I think Lululemon, I've talked about this a little bit there. Nike starting to head back up to the upside a little bit off their report as well. And to me, it's like Lululemon could be setting up to go. We talked about that 180 break the other day. It happened, but then came right, actually it must have been this day here, happened right off the jump, and then, excuse me again, there's just a frog in my throat, I feel completely fine. 181 down to 176. All right, let me pass it back to Brennan, because I gotta.
We'll get you some tea.
No, I feel fine. It's like there's just like a frog. Okay. Take a drink over here.
That happens.
All right.
Before we go back to Brennan, David's got a super chat already here. So thank you very much. Also, I was highlighting this. I want to send that to Joe Pelican. Joe can hear me right now, so I'm saying it loud enough to make sure you hear. More open interest duration of the session, please. So maybe we can have some of that and go to Joe maybe in the middle of the day to get some open interest on the options, which we can always do that. That's what we're all about here. Morning, y'all. USAR. He's quiet. He says cough because you were coughing, I guess.
I don't know. USAR has been a hot stock for a while.
Cough, Quantum all day. Sean's TQ, Palantir to use as barometer. Yeah, I think those. I couldn't decide between those two, USAR and the Quantum. So I kind of had both Rigetti and USAR. They're so very similar setups. And what looks like a bullish continuation play in USAR, it broke out the high. I guess we'll talk about this, but broke out the high, and now you're looking for a continuation day. And then Rigetti literally has the same thing. Broke out the high yesterday, and you're looking for a continuation long. They'll pull back into prior high. So I feel like both of these, whichever one you like, and I'm saying Rigetti because, I don't know, I just like trading Rigetti, QUBT, QBTS, whatever, IonQ, whichever one's your cup of tea. They're more or less very similar. But yeah, both those names look very similar. So I'm with you there, David. It's just a matter of picking one off the open. I'm kind of leaning toward Rigetti because I've actually ever traded that one before. But yeah, both those look really good. Let's head on back to the desk because, a lot to cover.
All right, a couple other things to keep an eye on here this morning. This one had a huge day yesterday, AMAT. Not really doing much here in the pre-market this morning. Applied Materials, though, coming out warning of a $600 million hit from expanded U.S. export curbs, specifically for China. if you zoom out far enough, go to a daily chart, go to a weekly chart, still a little bit of weakness left in this. We did have, with the overall market, some strength coming back into AMAG yesterday. I mean, crypto kind of moving around a little bit here so far this morning, back to the upside, multiple day run for Bitcoin. So we're right here at 68.50, which is essentially where we went out at the end of the day yesterday. But I mean, anything related to crypto, kind of looking the same so far here this morning.
Circle was really strong yesterday. Coinbase, too, I think, of those crypto-related stocks, but Circle up more than 10% yesterday and actually holding up relatively well this morning. We know there's been a lot of talk about potential stablecoin use and expanding side use of stablecoin, so that's been a really good look. There was that Token 2049 conference this week, so CRCL is definitely going to be on watch, I would say, today as well, with that in mind. Now, with regards to Applied Materials, kind of go off of what you said, the stock's not really reacting too much to those guidance concerns. And Cantor Fitzgerald basically shrugged it off. They reiterated overweight rating, saying that, you know, obviously the company's messaging right now surrounding the situation is not great, but they really only expected to impact the revenue by 2%.
Yeah.
So they're saying this is probably nothing burger.
And I think that's the key. It's a decent number, but it's not massive. Thank you for the reminder on Circle. I was reading this morning on Circle as well. Rothschild initiating coverage on Circle. With a neutral rating, announcing a price target of 136. That did kick off a little bit of selling here for CRCL, guys. Monster yesterday, but back downside here so far.
Yeah, absolute monster. Jay Tom just said in the chat, I wish I had seen Circle yesterday. We just said Coinbase had a really good day, but Circle even better. And what's pretty good about this is this has made a temporary bottom. You can't really argue with this. Like, it was trending down for so long, and I get it hasn't been around that long, but it was trending down for like 3 months in a row, and now you put in a higher low. You literally broke out that recent resistance yesterday. This actually looks pretty strong. The only thing that doesn't look good, yeah, you see what I see. Like, if you lose here, like 146.5, good luck finding a level for a dip buy. But that also means that you could maybe liquidity grab underneath afternoon support. Like, the first place that it sold on a 15-minute chart was buying into 146.5. So, if it holds that at the open, maybe you get a nice little continuation play. But that's a little bit tricky. I feel like it's going to try to rinse that level right away at the open if we're still here in about 30 minutes or so. And then, then you start backfilling that gap, which doesn't look as good. But this should be on watch, everybody. I'd rather look at crypto through the lens of ETH and Bitcoin, either or. I just feel like this is an easier continuation play. Like, I know the levels I want it to hold. You get into that 33.5, maintain the upward trend. You're back above 120 on Bitcoin. You're well above, you're back up, you're almost at 4,500 on ETH, 44.84. So you pull back into 4,400 at a test of $33.50 is where I'm looking in the crypto space today. But Circle looks fantastic on the daily chart. Just don't like the level it's sitting at right now in Circle.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Not worried, but this is just another one of those things where you get up to the highs again. This is Bitcoin, IBIT. Where you get up to the highs again, and then looking for reasons to sell it. I don't think you're going to get a reason this time. It's too bad it's Friday, whereby you're not going to be able to trade IBIT over the weekend. I don't think anybody's going to want to be short. I mean, if there is more negative talk. So the only thing is the government, I mean, can they even talk over the weekend? Like, I mean, if it winds up reopening, then I think Bitcoin does retrace quite decently. And I don't mean huge. I just think it comes back into like this 50 period or something. So I just think it's risky to think about this over the weekend, unless you are really positive that we do get a continuation on the shutdown. And we checked the call sheet market was up to 14 days there yesterday, and now it looks like it's still, so now it's 15 days. So the thing is, we're now in day 3, right? So still got at least another 10 days according to the predicting markets, right? So there it is right now. See, now it's weighing the other way. So the no is now getting closer to the 15 days. That was 10 days before. But I think Bitcoin continues to work if there is a shutdown. We saw gold also. I think gold pulled back a little bit yesterday, if I'm maybe not correct. So 2 days of a little bit of a pullback, but still sticking up there pretty high. There's gold yesterday, so so we were right about that one. This is what I could see happening, kind of like with Bitcoin, and then just almost coming right back. So I'm a little nervous about these two ideas, but I do think that IBIT today is a long if we can get any dip buys. And I'm not sure I want to buy it right here. The market's heading to the south side a bit, so I don't want to be all in on crypto, especially if it starts that way. Like we saw some dramatic moves yesterday. What about, this is a 200 period moving average on a 5-minute chart. We really haven't, like we saw it here on a move down, bounced off of it. Right, it was the short when it was there. I don't know, we're still above it, so I'd like to see us come back in and at least look at some sort of support. So that would be 68 probably by the time we open up. This line will correct back up to 68, 67, 80, something like that. So I think IBIT's going to be a long down there, especially with it being down already 0.5%. If the momentum continues, I just don't think it goes down for very long. As long as this shutdown is there, that people are looking to put their money somewhere, crypto's been the space over the last couple of days. I mean, we were just at 108 last weekend, so now you're at 120. So the welcome to 10% in a week on Bitcoin. And I think it still goes stronger, right? So it's a big move for Bitcoin, really 10% in a week, but you're seeing stocks like that USAR is already up 11%. Yeah. And I feel really bad about this USAR because it's a name that I should already be in. It's stupid. Like we talked about this. I talked to Brian Shannon, Steve Tileman 2 weeks ago or last Friday when we were still down here. And I remember I was like, wow, this stock is, and I don't know if you guys were watching or listening to what I was saying. I was like, it's too much of a, I was literally calling this thing like a roller coaster. I was like, okay, the next move, we're right here. The next move is down there. And then we can buy it. And then that. Then all of a sudden, now you're getting all these stories, potentially U.S. looking to take a stake and blah, blah, blah. And we know all the story today, and then there it goes. The USAR, like, just follow the yellow brick road. Like, MP gave it to us, LAC gave it to us, and now USAR is giving it to us. So it's just like, it's like the quantum space is kind of the same thing. All three of those names kind of move together. So now it looks like we get it in the rare earth metal spot as well. So, yeah, it's been quite a run in those names, and I'm not long, and I should be. So we knew about that name for a while.
Not stopping. Nothing can stop them, but never stop. Be free in the chat here, celebrating 5 years with the show. So I love it. The 555 super chat. We appreciate you. AKA half man, half spirit. Show has come so far and still growing. Absolutely, still doing some work. You might have heard some saws going or something was going in front of us, but yeah, we're just trying to get bigger and better. Thanks for the knowledge. Thank you for participating. And then we got another one. Pavel, thank you for the super chat. Good morning. Thank you for all you do. Have been watching for over 3 years now and find the insights you all provide invaluable. Sean's honesty, Neil's steadfast discipline. I got to breathe better. Are both qualities I strive towards. Let's hit the like for that one. Ooh, champagne.
What Pavel said.
I like that.
Oh, Pavel.
Pavel, thank you so much. Appreciate the super chats, and we appreciate all of you. I was just typing in the chat actually, because there's another. I mean, you're just talking about quantum running, and then you have the rare earth metals running. Well, Unusual Machines is going as well. RCAT ordered had an $800,000 order. This is the reason UMAC is up 10%. $800,000 order from Red Cat. Is causing this to go up 10%. So momentum is momentum. But sometimes when you hear an order for like $800,000, like that's like the major league minimum for a player. Yeah. Obviously not that big of an order, but at the end of the day, for some of these small cappers, that's all it takes for this stock to be up 10%. It always boggles the mind. Like I had a double take to see. I'm like 800,000.
Hey, like what the?
I'm like $800,000. That's nothing. Anyway, so UMAC up on that RCAT order.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. If you're just joining, a quick recap, I guess, of absolutely nothing that we've talked about so far this morning. If you missed it, no data at 8:30 because of the government shutdown. We will not get data specifically from any government agency until this is resolved, including, remember, CPI is coming up next week, so we could skip an inflation reading as well. That being said, 9:45 and 10 o'clock, ISM data coming from both S&P and ISM. So there are going to be a couple of key prints this morning that could be market moving. All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video below. Top link there will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Absolutely free every day, comes right to your inbox, has everything on it that you need to know in the pre-market. A few people asking about the members side of things as well. Sharif off today. We'll resume that on Monday, guys, so heads up on that. Apple top of the list here. If you missed it, we just went over it. We'll dive in a little bit again here this morning. Move down in the pre-market here on a Jefferies downgrade. A few people talking about this story as well. They did remove some of these ICE tracking apps that were allowing users to essentially broadcast or pinpoint where ICE enforcement officers were throughout the country. So they have been taken off the App Store.
Yeah, that's not a super surprising move at all. I'll talk a little bit here about the downgrade, though, guys, because it is a pretty interesting note. So Jefferies cutting its rating for Apple from hold to underperform. So actually a rare underperform rating for this Mag 7 name. Basically, they said that they're a little bit concerned here about these high expectations for the iPhone 18. They believe they're solely based on how strong the demand was for the 17, and they're not sure that this expectation for the 18 is actually going to be something that's holding up. They said that initially, too, the iPhone 17 demand started out pretty tepid or lukewarm, so that could also be a bit of an issue here for the 18. They said the price or I guess the excitement here, too, might have more to do with this price cut and the lack of the price hike for the Pro and the Pro Max than anything else. So not super enthused here about the iPhone 18 and their price target cutting from $205.82 to $205.16. So they only marginally cut the target. This seems to be more about the iPhone demand here, Brendan.
Or more about them wanting to just buy more lower.
Or that, too.
Continue to all-time highs. 251, maybe, guys. We're back into essentially the middle of the range here if you zoom out a little bit on Apple.
The old hit the highs and pull back story, right? Like,
Yep.
I mean, the downgrade, the timing of the downgrade always seems like it happens when you're at a resistance level, but it is what it is. So maybe you see that 251 today, and if it was trading in the high 250s, like this would actually be one that I would put on the, hey, sell it off the top. But because you're a little bit closer to that support, anywhere between 53 and 51, because there was more buy support at 53 than there was at, like 51 is a low, right? Like that's a low, but there was more buy support at 53 than anything else. Like you had 3 or 4 days in a row of buyers in that range. So I think you got to test that first. If you lose that, I feel like it has to be a red day in the market. If we end up with we end up holding green today, which it looks like we have a decent chance, the market's starting to bounce, then maybe you're looking for this one to give you an entry. It didn't make my list because it's kind of a bearish stock in terms of a setup, and it wasn't near the resistance levels, but you can do worse than looking for buy-off support here in Apple. Again, the downgrade timing, it always seems to be right when it's at the top. And I think a pullback off the highs would be healthy. And if anything, it still hasn't even really pulled back off the highs. Like to me, it's consolidating at the highs, unless it loses 251. And a consolidation, when you're in an uptrend, is a fantastic thing because it just means you're gearing up for the next leg, right? So as long as 51 holds, trade the range, wait for the breakout, and then we'll have that breakout, I guess, not this week, maybe next.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we want to go long. I mean, it's down 1.2%, right? I mean, and it was just that same sort of talk that we just had. It's falling off of its all-time high, and I think that that's right. I mean, I don't think the NASDAQ is going to be huge today, so there's going to be a name that traders are going to look to trade to the short side, and I guess it's Apple. Jefferies, again, downgraded it. They said the iPhone 18 fold. Like, come on, man. They just released a 17. Like... Now we're talking about like lack of demand for the 18 fold. I sometimes I feel like some of these brokerages are just trying to get long the stock and just want a better price. Like, come on, Apple's not even really talking about this, and if that's what they're gonna go on, then I'm a hard pass on that downgrade. But again, you know, they put their price target at 205. That's wrong. That Apple's not going to 205. I mean, that's not I don't even understand that price target, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're looking at it technically, then back into here, fine. But like, I don't see what Apple's going to do that's going to create that kind of a miss, unless again we get the call from China that this is a no-go, or there's something about tariffs that are hitting iPhones, or you know, this iPhone 17, the lineups are still good. The demand is still great on that phone. Their AirPods, I think, are selling out. They switched yesterday from the Vision to the glasses. I think that's a good move as well. Like that, how come yesterday that news spiked the stock? You know, something that actually matters. brings the stock up, like a change in business, a new product cycle, and all this kind of stuff. And all of a sudden today, some guy comes out and just downgrades the stock, puts an unrealistic, in my opinion, price target on it, and says that, hey, sure, this phone is crushing, but maybe the next one won't. So I don't know. To me, I just think it's going to be a buy the dip situation at some point. I'm not excited about it today. It's not on the sticky note because I think it's too far down. If it was still up and around here, 256, 257, then we could maybe use this 258 as a short. But I'm not going to call any of these levels right in here a short right now. I think it's just there's not enough here, and I don't obviously don't believe in the call. So I don't know if you could tell that by the way I was talking, but that's Apple, and not too much interest for me. A lot of interest today in Tesla. We had that huge move yesterday. We were trading that yesterday. We made a couple trades on it. We weren't successful on them, but we're going to battle back today and see if that 440 holds. So we got some ideas for Tesla.
Huge down move past couple of days here for DraftKings. If you missed it yesterday, Bear Cave with a negative note on DraftKings. I just threw it up on the screen there. Spruce Point this morning coming out, jumping on the bandwagon to the downside here. Saying that they see another 35 to 60% downside move here, targeting $14 to $22 for DraftKings. This thing got absolutely crushed for the past couple of days. So heads up on, hasn't done much on that yet, but heads up on DraftKings if anyone's watching that. Let's talk Tesla. Do we get some follow through here this morning? Coming off what happened yesterday on these deliveries numbers. Initial move was to the upside. Actually looked really good when the numbers came out initially, right up to 480. And then it was just, there was no bid all day long.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, and I'll get to the numbers first, and then I'll explain, I think, some of the psychology behind this. But Q3 deliveries well above expectations, Brendan. We were expecting something in the ballpark of 440,000. This is just the delivery specifically for their non-Model 3 and Model Y vehicles, which also took a nice push up this quarter. But yeah, their overall deliveries, 497,000 versus roughly 440,000 expected. That is nearly 60,000 vehicles more than we were expecting. Production pretty solid too, 447,450. Now, why were these numbers not necessarily super well received after that initial pop? Well, it could be because a lot of people are wondering if the reason for this notable spike, especially considering Tesla's recent deliveries trend, could be because of that EV tax credit expiring. People are trying to get their Teslas before the EV tax credit expires. That credit expired as of Wednesday, and now we're gonna have to, I guess, see if it can hold the momentum without this tax credit. The other thing that could have contributed to this drop as well is the stock really, to some extent, was maybe pricing in better than expected deliveries and rallied pretty aggressively even before that pop of the number.
Yeah, a little bit of profit taking maybe. The best quarter ever as well for the energy storage numbers as well ever, which was good to see. This was this morning as well. If you missed it, not a huge deal, but you can now get a Cybertruck in Qatar, UAE, and Saudi, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of that coin is, I mean, the stock just went 350 and was at 470 in the matter of like a month, right? So I think that's that sometimes plays into it as well. Like, it's an absolute rocket ship into some obvious resistance. Like that 480 level, you go by like the highest closes, like that 480 was a pretty big resistance level on Tesla. But, you know, now today we're looking at something different. Like, you're looking for support. Well, I mean, I was about to say support turning into resistance, but I mean, support still staying support at 435. Like, if you look at the upward sort of trend, it still holds. Technically, you're going to hold those higher lows unless we lose $435 today. The upper bound, where I would think it could at least be a short, is going to be up in here above the 450 level. But the first look, because we're at a support level on a Friday, is going to be to try to play off that support at 435. And just one note, because you was that DraftKings story. Man, if DraftKings got underneath $20, you better believe it's a buy underneath that price. And price target 20. Yeah. The price target they put on there.
These like, jokers with the price targets make.
It was, but I think it was like no 14 sense. To 20. I'm like, that's a wide range of price target.
These guys are too.
Usually you have like some kind of mathematical formula that you do, which at least comes up with a number. When you come up with a range that big, I kind of question what you're doing, but.
I mean, if you look at the price targets of so many of these stocks that are out there, like people probably still have 150s on NVIDIA and stuff like that. Like,
oh, I'm sure there's
people are nuts.
Probably a few.
All right, so I have Tesla written down. It's going to be on the sticky note here today. I'm just putting out the last bit of it. Yeah, I'm going to try to go short first and then see if that works, because it was a pretty negative, obviously, day there yesterday. The problem is it's up right now, so we're definitely letting this thing settle down off the open, because yesterday's open was a rocket ship, right? This is the delivery number, but you know, it was a rocket, and then it was looking like it wanted to get going, right? And then obviously it bounces off that 480 and then just sells off very dramatically there. And then we found a little bit of a bottom, which is where we finally got involved about 9:45, and we were able to get this 455 or so. This bounced back up to the upside there, and then it just kept on fading basically the rest of the day, and it watched this 200 period moving average pretty good. Now we're underneath, we're above it, so the 200 period is now underneath. So 440 could be a good support. So that's why I want to wait to see what exactly is happening. I'd like to see it maybe head to the downside, then try to sneak back up, and then we'll look at 455. So this is 455 basically right into here, kind of into this sort of top where we made a move there, tried to come back in and take it there, did not. So then there's the fade, and if you're going to look at it weekly, unfortunately I have this stupid candle here. But this is 445. You know, the line extends through, which is actually pretty unique to the 5-minute chart. That's actually strange. I didn't realize it was doing that. But there it is right there. So this 445 has been a top, you know, a little bit of a top there this week. This goes back into last week. And then again, right into here before we broke out. So I'm looking to see if we're going to go short, that 445 area could be something there. And it's so dramatic because it was just at 480, right? So it's like now we're down 10% just from yesterday, basically. That top of 480 back down to 440, that's 10%. So you gotta be careful. It's gonna be a little bit less than that, but you know, you gotta watch out. The trend is definitely to the downside, and I think Tesla shareholders will continue to possibly take profits today on this huge run. So yeah, you could also, I know Neil's talking about 440, 435, but yeah, if it loses it, then maybe we do come back in and test this 425. Not everything is possible on Tesla, especially if this market cranks. I think the traders will go over to a name that they killed yesterday and continue with the short. So we'll wait for Tesla 445, but I'm not taking it. I'm going to wait to see if there's some actionable trading around that level. We saw this news yesterday.
Rumble,
with
young man,
Perplexity on the After Hours show. So Rumble's still moving up. Canadian name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big mover after the close yesterday. We're continuing. I mean, right now, we did come in a little bit here early on in the pre-market. If you missed it, Rumble teaming up with Perplexity on AI-powered tools. Wasn't much detail on what those tools would be, but cool partnership for, as Sean was just saying, just down the street here from us.
Yeah, and originally, as you kind of indicated, we can't really say much more than that because there really isn't much more to say. The one thing we do know, apparently there will be several initiatives. These initiatives include a collaboration to drive improved video discovery on Rumble by leveraging Perplexity's AI tools. So really, it just sounds like AI plus Rumble equals good is really I think the sum of the details. Rumble did, I guess, comment a bit on the partnership. They said that they think this integration with Perplexity is going to help address one of the challenges in this space and to help users discover relevant content in a media landscape that is super saturated. One thing with Rumble to remember as well, Tether has invested in them, so they have that connection as well.
Big level below us here, or was yesterday at least, $7 down here. If you zoom out to the daily chart, we're all the way up to 8:30 this morning, guys. But if you're going to announce something like this, pretty good time to do so at the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, as you said, I think the story right here, at least for the stock, might be a little bit sexier off the $7 level and playing it for a swing than what I'm seeing for the day trade necessarily today. Because we've talked about accumulation, and stocks that have done this type of accumulation have looked really good. Like accumulate, break trend, and then you get a nice rally. Like why wouldn't it at least test $10 to $11? But as far as today goes, well, okay, so there's your candle in the aftermarket. Your pullback is right back into where the support is off 8, but it's not doing anything with it. So there might be, like, I'm just going to prefer Rigetti and, you know, UCAR as well, and looking at ETH, I suppose, over this, unless it shows you something. It's above VWAP, which is good. It's holding $8, which is good. But since I pulled it up, there hasn't even been a print on the tape. So, yeah, it's a weird one because it's like, okay, well, Rumble up 12%. You got a good story here. You have a good level on the daily chart. It looks like it should be something that goes, and yet there's not a lot of activity here in the pre-market for it. So I kind of lean on that as where I will not participate. Open to change off the look. Anything can happen off the open. So I don't want to completely write it off because it ticks a lot of boxes for a continuation long play. But this might be better as like a swing off this and then giving it to the support. 7, and then just let it work its way into $11 over the next week or so, as opposed to trying to get the day trade here.
All right. Yeah. I mean, same kind of thing about Rumble and Perplexity. I mean, I think it's a good deal for them. I'm still looking. I still have Tesla, but yeah, it's a good deal. I would actually fade this pop. I think. I don't think there's enough in it to tell us exactly why Rumble needs to even exist, really. But you get the big bump. I don't know. Like that was just. I'm not even going to use $10 as an area because that didn't really happen. It was just a quick algo spike there. It's just great base, and it deserves the pop, right? So I would still use this daily 200 to fade. That's $9 if we can get into there. And you're just into, again, like, if you draw that same kind of a line here again, like that's as, I mean, look, it's going to be rough, right? Between $8.50 and $9, but there's some tops. You know, we were there, we were there, we were there. So I would say this is a short, and I feel like it's already sort of starting to figure that out with this move back in. Like once it gets to this level, I think the fade will happen one more time. So for me, between 8.50 to 9-ish, a short. So we're almost there. Worth trying. I'm not here. I can try with 100 shares to see if we.
I doubt.
Yeah, we have shortables. So yeah, so it's not hard to borrow or anything like that. So yeah, Rumble. If it's not going to be hard to borrow, did you look at the short?
I didn't.
Okay, so let me just check out what the short interest is on this. I think it's about 11 or 12%. I'm not sure if we checked yesterday or not. So yeah, 17% short. So, you know, there is a little bit of a short float on this name, which could spike it. But I still feel pretty strongly that we're not going to break through 9. So that would be my out. If we come up to 9 and it breaks it, I mean, sure, that wick is up to 9.10. You could give yourself 10 cents, but don't get caught in something like this because there's going to be a little bit of a sort of a liquidity vacuum up here, right? Like it could just whoosh all the way to the upside again, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, now I have to test 10, but meanwhile your out should have been 9. So just be careful. I think between 9 to 9.10 would be your out, and I think between 8.80, 8.75, like in this area, is a short. I just don't see enough volume here, and I don't see anything happening with it. So, the shorts might get squeezed a little bit off the open, and then I think they just come back with no fear because it's not hard to borrow. They can short this thing all the way up. I don't think there's enough in the report that tells me I want to own Rumble. So I'll go short on Rumble today if it gets into that area.
All right, we'll get to quantum here coming up. Just want to mention this real quick. Coinbase, huge gap to the upside. Not huge, but decent gap to the upside here this morning. There's this, Rothschild's with an upgrade today, going to $417 on Coinbase. I was also just reading Coinbase partnering with Samsung to offer users access to their crypto wallets through Samsung Wallet, if you have a Samsung smartphone, I guess. So Coinbase, one to watch here, maybe coming up this morning as well. We mentioned it early on, but let's go on to some of these quantum names. I mean, Rigetti, huge gap, going from $30. I mean, $7 gap here for Rigetti on seemingly not much.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything individually on Rigetti beyond just, I think, the overall excitement for these quantum names. I do want to mention as well, QUBT was the only one that I saw with a catalyst, and even then it's pretty thin. They got a price target increase from $22 to $40, so almost double from Ascendient Capital. I couldn't even see an analyst note on it. So I will say in general, and that's why I have this infographic up, these quantum names, especially like later into their run, if you start like, February 2025 all the way to July 2025, this is their monthly performance. They tend to all kind of perform together. So they'll all go up together or slightly down together. That's at least what I found anyway. So I think it could just be a sector-wide move because they do tend to move pretty well in tandem.
Yeah, huge moves. If you go out to daily charts as well, that's Rigetti. I mean, if you go back to September, beginning of September even, we were at 15, 16, $17, and now almost $20 higher here. To start the day, guys, what are we doing here for RGTI today?
Yeah, Rigetti's the one I'm going to watch as well. And I know that the entire space is making a bit of a move. The bad news is that we just lost the volume-weighted average price. The good news, though, is there can still be the old pullback into like the prior tops. So, I mean, instead of looking at the wick highs in like 36, I'm eyeballing that till 35.5. So if we're under VWAP, look for a dip at any point in the day. I mean, if it doesn't happen at the open and we're underneath VWAP, then at some point, like a challenge into the prior high for a bit of a continuation rally here on Rigetti. That's my first look. If we never break the low, then I want to join at VWAP and hopefully not miss it. Like when you just go, bat-ish crazy, pull back into VWAP is going to be the play. Otherwise, it's a pullback in a prior high, specifically on Rigetti. I know you can look at QUBT or D-Wave. I like Rigetti for the volume that it consistently has, and the setup looks pretty good as well.
Yeah, so we saw this name yesterday, and it just continues to work, right? I mean, and I was saying yesterday, if you don't understand the quantum, then just don't trade it, because they're not making any money. It is 3 to 5 years away, is from everything that I'm hearing, and I'm not an expert in this stuff. But all of these names were $1 last year at this time. So you want to talk about making money, and like literally, like millionaires, I would assume, again, made on these quantum plays. Like these were $1 last year at this time. Now you're $37. Like if you just put in $1,000 into this thing, you're laughing right now. It's done. So I think there's still more room to go. I don't see any reason for these names to stop. You're up another 5% today. So whenever we talk about this, whenever there's a gap, you play to VWAP. Well, right now VWAP is already up here, so we can't really worry about that. So I would just say, what about yesterday's closing price? And it sucks to say 35.50. I mean, the market looks like it's trying to bump up now. I actually was thinking short on this market today a little bit, but it looks like Rigetti just keeps on going. So I would, get long. I just try to find out a space where to do that. And right down here, 36 to 35.50 to me, looking like an area. So that to me is an area. And then honestly, this is all-time highs, right? I assume. Yeah, we just looked at the daily chart. So this break of 38, I might just take that, honestly. Like why are we not even, like yesterday's all-time high, I'm going to assume was this break yesterday as well. So I don't, it's like you break here. Let me see the daily chart. Yeah, so right there. So what was that? 34.50. So yesterday, where was 34.50? I know, Neil, I could do the thing, but I just want to see here. So there's 34.50 up to 35.50. So yeah, okay. So I think there's going to be some sort of a juice there in that trade.
You don't get that many chances for it to actually be the price.
I know. There's the Russell Peters.
34.50.
Yeah, where he talks about the Chinese convenience store or whatever there, when he's talking about prices. All right. I haven't seen Russell Peters in a minute. I know he's still doing stuff. But
I'm sure he is.
Shout out to Brampton for sure. A great, if you don't know, he's a great comedian out of here.
We got a lot of good comedians in Canada.
Canada had probably, I mean, you could just keep going and going and going.
He's per capita probably the best. We got to be way up there.
I don't think it's really that
probably
close,
not even that close.
To be honest with you, if you're using that as the per capita thing.
No, we're crushing.
I mean, everyone's U.S. on this chat, so they're going to start putting random names in here. Dave Chappelle.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I mean. Oh, there's Canadians, fine. But obviously, there's tons of great comics these days.
Go big.
My favorite, Sebastian Maniscalco.
Maniscalco is hilarious.
Yeah, I've seen him live, and I want to see him again and again and again. All right, what's up to Bitcoin?
A couple minutes ago here, we'll run through this pretty quick. Bitcoin back to highs, essentially, or thereabouts. We get back through, this is IBT, or IBIT, I should say, but we get back through 120 on Bitcoin itself. JP Morgan lifting their price. I mean, didn't JP Morgan hate Bitcoin at one point? Now they're lifting their price target to 165.
Yeah, Jamie Dimon's opinion on Bitcoin seems to change based on the weather. I'm not going to lie at this point. No disrespect to him, but his position on this is notably very confusing. But either way, I mean, I will say this JP Morgan price target on Bitcoin, that's the second in a row from an analyst, because yesterday Citigroup hiked its price target on Bitcoin. By the end of this year, they're seeing 132,000. In 12 months, you're seeing 181,000 for Bitcoin. Ethereum is more tepid. They see it basically being flat by the end of the year and then up about 1,000 points, like just above the all-time high in a 12-month period. So I guess Bitcoin very bullish from even very surprising analysts.
Getting going as we speak here. Some volume coming back in, guys. Under a minute to go until Friday.
Under 1 minute now?
Yeah, under 1 minute to go. Just very quickly, imbalances. QBTS 600,000 buy, Archer 560,000 buy. That's about Intel with a small buy of 250,000. That's actually on my mind. But I like ETH today. 33.5 was the dip zone I wanted. Of course, Ethereum above, almost at 45,000. So you could have a pullback off the 45,000 level, looking for a 33.5 dip buy. Otherwise, I might have to look at VWAP as well. So I'm bullish on ETH for some continuation today. And just quickly, because Intel was on the mind, a couple of days in a row, Intel just keeps on going higher and higher. My dip was about 36.8. And it doesn't look like we're getting too much of a dip buy. I might have to join the trend on Intel. Every single day, the stock just goes up. But Only about 10 seconds to go. This
I
bell.
typed in TQQ and there's TQQ Toronto.
TQQ Toronto?
Anyways, yeah,
that's
go ahead,
right. Well, this
VinFast,
bell
yeah.
brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. Scan the QR code for more information on them as we ring the bell for the final time this week.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so watching out for Rigetti here. Trying to pull back a little bit. We're going to watch out for that 38 level coming in. The market is trying to go. One of the trades, we didn't go over the sticky note, but I do have a short on the TQs in and around 107. We're going to try to have our patience hat on today because yesterday we got a little bit excited right off the open. All right, AMD as well. I wrote down 170 break. So what I wrote down here for AMD is we'll try to see if we can fade any pops up to 170, 150, but then watch out if we hold below 170. I like that hold below. We're not below it right now. But if we could take 170 to the downside for AMD, I think that could be something that we look at eventually. So we're going to take some looks at that. That bottom there is 169.77 or so there. So watch out. Here it comes right back in through 170 again. Interesting name here for me, AMD. I want to watch it carefully.
Yeah, and whoops, I don't mean you. Rigetti is moving a move to the downside right away. So it looks like that one's pulling back in right into prior high. So I don't like these falling knife type plays off the open to just sit there, but it is that prior high that I want to look for some kind of a bounce. So this one's going to really have to settle down. Thought we'd see some action on Tesla at the open, but it's been quite the opposite here for Tesla. Oh, now it's starting to go.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the tape, guys. I know this chart for some reason just doesn't seem to want to load. So I'm going to give you the black chart because that's actually going to load for us. Tesla now starting to gear up, breaking 445, headed on the way to 450. Like for myself, I think 50 to 53 was the area that I was looking for potential short trade. As Tesla looking very, very strong right away off the open. Yeah, Rigetti's still pulling back, so I got to be patient with this one. We wanted to dip by and only go long here, so might have to wait this one out. This one's still testing lower as Rigetti gapped up, but fading a bit here.
Yeah, that was at 38. I mean, we were looking at that little bit of a break there, and it did the break and fake. And whenever you get that kind of a play, I think it's interesting to watch to see what winds up happening now with Rigetti. Okay, we have two positions right now. So the first one, well, we can do whatever one we want to talk about right here, but AMD, there's the 170 hold. It's very, okay, well, and there it pops up. I was going to say it's very early. We're not stepping in to very many shares right now. That 170, 150 is really what we're trying to figure out here. So we'll hold on to a small short now on AMD and see what that does because we want to, it was under 170 for a minute. I was going to say if we can hold underneath there, then that's going to be something that we want to watch out for. So it's still early days to determine that one. And then here's the position. Again, this is on right now on my note. And I just have the two trades that I thought we would take early there. 107 short on the TQs. We're a little early on it. We're short at 106.675, so it's 10 cents right now. And then the AMD 170 short right there. But the 171 is sort of the level. The Tesla 445 short and the IBIT long. So IBIT long is not coming in right now, but it looks like the TQs are going down, and the Neil is just on Tesla. So 445, like I said, it's just an area for us to look at. If we want to go short, this is probably the spot right now. And there it goes. Now you're in the money $1 if you're in that short on Tesla, but I'm not. So we marked it down, but we're not in it. So woe is me. All right, but we do have a nice trade here developing on the futures. So there it is, man. It's 20 cents. It's a nice take right there. We want to get a little bit heavier on this. So hopefully it will come back upside a little bit. But wow, what a miss there on Tesla. It's just a $2 winner, everybody, as we were talking about it. But yeah, didn't have it. Still very, very early. Let's see what this market winds up doing.
Yeah, and we just have Mirren talking, Fed's Mirren. So we'll see. And they're saying you're just talking about the same things. Like, hopefully we'll have more data by the next FOMC meeting because we didn't have data because of the government shutdown. Intel continues to rally. So even with that market pullback a little bit here, Intel just held VWAP. So we might not get a dip through any of the lows. Going to have to play this above the breakout price. So 37.75. Going to look for the dip buy here and Intel up 1.5%. There wasn't a specific story here. It's just continuation over the last couple of days. Super strong name as far as I can tell. I know we were talking about Rumble. Rumble wasn't necessarily on my list as super exciting. No break either way. So volume didn't exactly come in on spades either for Rumble. It's up 11%. I like the story. Just unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it wants to go too far. Also have Rigetti on watch. It doesn't really pull back to 35.5. It's now holding 36 even. So it's still pretty heavy. I think I still wait for it to test down to 36.5 or 35.5, as it's still in very much of a downward trend. But Intel going to get some out in front of 38 even, because Intel seems to respect the even dollars.
Yeah, good one there on Intel. Hopefully that can work out. I'm still a little shook. We even did the lines here on Tesla and showed you 445. So it's like everything else is kind of not moving. I mean, whatever. We have AMD right here. It's not doing anything. And, that sucks because we should have Tesla. And then the TQ is still really not doing too much right there. So, but there goes Tesla right there.
What is happening?
Back down to 441.
What's happening to Meta?
Rigetti, what's happening to Meta? Meta's tank? Yeah, I mean, the market, I think, eventually turns upside down here, but we're going to have to just to wait for it. So we're still short NVIDIA. Sorry, we're still short AMD, and we're still short these PQQs. And if there's any sort of a name that you guys want in, right? Let's just do this right now. Okay, so right now we can keep this up for now. You just got to get into the chat if you're part of our subscribers. Completely free to subscribe. Just hit the subscribe button right there, and you can get into the chat as well. And you just type in your $ like Mark did there, $Lily, and then that will show up in here, and then I'll give Neil and I, and thanks to Fabian for building this, and it gives us an opportunity here to check out what stocks you guys are most interested in. And right now, USAR, there it is, nice move higher. Okay, I'm gonna have to go over here because we are now starting to print a little bit here on the futures, which is nice. Okay, well, it just bounced off 50 again. So I'm guessing that that's a level. Like we just came in, I was like, wow, we just dropped nicely, but there it is into the 200 period again. So I'm gonna put a small bid again at 54, see if we can get that fill. My next bid is in the 40s, and then we go lower from there. So hopefully this will all fill out just a little bit for us. Okay, here it comes, good. So the Rumble trade was around 9. That's not hitting yet. We can wait for that, but here we go. Nice day so far here as the market's trying to fall in for us. We've got a 30-cent winner on the TQs, and now we've got a 30-cent winner on AMD, but still waiting for a little bit more. So let's see if this drop is imminent or not. I'm bidding AMD 169.50.
Yeah, speaking of drops, we'll get to Meta in a quick little second, but Meta really dropping as well, though Adara just mentioned there's nothing specific on Meta. Thank you, Adara. I just threw it in the chat to make sure that we didn't miss some kind of a story there. But bounce off the pre-market, first bounce off VWAP on Intel, now bouncing off the market. I guess we'll go with the pre-market support. I'm just talking about since 6 o'clock, so if it was a bit different price at like 4 a.m. or something, we'll see if this can bust above the volume weighted average price. But a couple of dips into what has been a red start overall here for the overall market. Meta, it's pretty heavy. And as I said, it just went red. The first couple of candles, you just had $10 to the downside. So not really sure what's going on specifically with Meta. Could just be continuation of the weakness that it's had off of some of those highs, but not looking very good for them. Rigetti, I think this is I'm gonna have to I'll stick the fail on Rigetti because it held 36 pretty cleanly to have not taken a shot at that instead of waiting for 35 half. And now you're busting out VWAP. So I don't want to be a complete chaser, but I might have to pick up a higher low somewhere as we might not get that low of the day again. Adara?
Yeah, I mean, keep an eye here on the market, guys. We do have Fed's Myron still speaking. He's saying that the neutral rate has come down to the bottom end of the estimates, that he doesn't think that rate is necessarily zero. And he also said that he is expecting significant services disinflation via housing. So we do have some PMI data coming out in a couple minutes as well. Just to remind you guys, in 7 minutes, we get S&P services and composite PMI. The more closely watched number, ISM services PMI at 10 a.m. I'll be covering all that data for you guys. Stay tuned. Back to you.
Apple that's going. I just turned to Sean and go, how is the market going up when Meta's getting its butt kicked and Nvidia wasn't doing much? And
we called Apple. I mean, I was
Apple.
You weren't here, but I said that this Apple was a complete bullshit call. And I mean, there it goes. Like I was literally sitting here and saying this poor guy downgrading Apple for no reason, talking about a phone that is a year away that no one's even talking about. Completely ignoring the love for Apple, and there it goes. So just rewind this, and you can see all the talk that I had about Apple. And I was just saying, I didn't, was it going to be a short today? I thought so, if the market was going to go down, but you just came right back into those all-time highs, close enough anyways, back into those areas. We did have, we are hearing some news about Teladoc, but DraftKings did have a short report on it.
You got to hear what they said
today. And nothing's happening to that one. We had Palantir with some negative talk as well. We did get some more. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to go to the downside right now. Let's hit some bangs now. There goes AMD, man. We supported this short. We're still in it. Let's go see it. Yeah, hamster one. I mean, I called Jeffries on that anyways. So whatever. That's just my opinion. He has his or she have whatever, and they have theirs. But the TQs looks like it's trying to get back to the upside. So we could be wrong on this future short, and we're not going to, go fight this one too hard. If it breaks above that 107, we still have yesterday's highs of that 107.20 or so. Oh no, what is that? Yeah, no, 107. Yeah, I'm fine with this. 107s basically. If we break too much above this, we're gonna get out. I don't really care about all this up here. Yeah, right around here, 107 and change. So that's the only one that's in trouble right now. We just sit on these two trades, trying to let them work. If I don't let it work, then I'm not doing my job. So I'm going to wait to see if it can do that, because I don't want to get out too early. Let these trades try to do something. Could be a slow Friday. I don't want to discount that as well.
Inside day is what it might
exactly,
be.
Yeah.
And if it's an inside day, then just try to play the ranges. So for now, Intel's back above this VWAP's going to be bunk because of this print here. So I'm going to. It doesn't really matter, but you can sort of see there's a bit of a pivot here at 37.75. So got the reload off the pre-market lows. We're headed back to the highs. If we end up with an inside day and we reject 38 again, then I jump out, look for the next dip buy, whether it's VWAP or whether it's that low. We'll play that one by ear. ETHA, ETH, again, not much off the open. We've seen this story before where it's kind of quiet off the open, and then the bigger move happens a little bit later. But it is holding the volume weighted average price. You're right around 45,000 on Ethereum, so I would suspect you could have some rejection of specifically the 45,000 level that could be going on here.
Oh, God.
But I'm going to get out. We get near that high of the day. I want to make sure I get that profit off the top here on Intel. It's getting close to that 38 and keeps on rejecting.
Okay, we now have 3 times daily goal. We need to up our daily goal right now because right now we've got some nice moves happening, Mr. Roberts. There it goes, man. Nice moves right now. We just averaged right back into our TQQs again. So there it goes to the downside, man. 50 cents on this one. And it's your dollar club right there for AMD. Look, we were patient as you know what with this one, man. So we are going to be happy. We are going to celebrate our winners. And there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside right there. And we are still in a lot of this TQQ position, to be honest with you. Let me put another bid here at 37, see if we can grab that. Oh, it just bounced off, but we got it anyways. So nice move to the downside. Now let's see if we continue to crack lower here. I lost my chart, so I have to log in and back out to get that in again, or I have to develop it all again. But there it goes, man. The only trade, honestly, we wrote down Tesla right on here, 445. We missed that trade. And unfortunately, everything else, though, man, is just a print damn factory right now. Make sure you check it out. Look, yesterday we were red. We talked about it. Today we're green. We're talking about it. It's called honesty. Look at this. TQQ, AMD, Tesla, IBIT. There's the TQQ short 107. There's our AMD short at 170, now $1 in the money. And there's our Tesla short 445, now $7 in the money. So far, so good there. Shouldn't have been gun shy on Tesla, but unfortunately, that is what we were, and we should have taken it. So, we'll pat ourselves on the back for the call, but we don't have the actual trade there. This is a big one, though. The TQs is a big one. Let's just see how far this one can get. If the market cracks, we're not even red yet. So if this market cracks down, we should be able to have a good one. I'm going to log out and back in. So I'll throw it over to Neil, and I'm just going to, because normally if a chart closes, you can just open it back up.
Yeah, it opens up.
The thing is, mine are customized as well. So if I just want to, I'm going to close it and open it.
I've had that issue.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. But just very quickly, for the market going red, the ES is leading the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ very, very close to going red, but you do have the ES, which is still above the volume weighted average price. So there is a little bit of a disparity between, I guess, what's going on in tech. Yeah, I think we were probably right to get a little bit aggressive. I tried getting that 38 for the last fill on Intel, like the original hold good. Now you're starting to break down. I'm moving my stop to break even on this. I just feel like you've now put in some lower highs. So this is the one I wanted for the dip. We got the dip buy, but I don't want to get too stubborn about it. Sometimes you just have to bag the profit and move on to the next if it's not going to break higher. On the other hand, Rigetti just put in another higher low. So yeah, the market's looking weak, but at least this quantum name in particular is still putting in those higher lows. That 35.5 we might have to wait for and never get. But if we now close 1, 2, you close above VWAP, then you have an uptrend that we can respect for sure. And I do want to remind everybody, if you are in the chat, oh no, is it working? Thank goodness. If you are in the chat, make sure you type $ when you enter a symbol. So $ and say plug or Tesla or LAC or DocuSign or Webull, whatever it might be, and just let us know what symbols you are going to be interested this morning, because that's how we can best serve you guys. Make sure we're looking at all the names. As I think we're going to Adair, we do have economic numbers coming out.
We have these numbers coming out right now. That's going to be the S&P Global Composite and Services PMI. Services 54.2 above estimates of 53.9. Composite 53.9 above estimates of 53.6. Both numbers above estimates. NASDAQ not reacting too much to this print. Again, higher than expected S&P Services and Composite PMI. Stay tuned for ISM Services PMI, the more closely watched print that'll be coming through at 10 a.m. and back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for that. Yeah, so right there, well, I mean, the number not huge, 53.9 versus 53.6.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't have it today, man.
No, we don't have it. So it's
Come on, Andre.
Yeah, that's posted by Sharif.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sharif is off.
So
yeah.
appreciate. Yeah.
So we do appreciate that, but yeah, I just messaged Brendan about that. We should. We're gonna have a process that when Sharif's not here, we all know what he does.
It's the same thing as like when the watch list. We just have a process for the watch list to be able to get it done.
Yeah, we're gonna get that all figured out. We do apologize.
But thanks for asking.
For that. But yeah, of course, thanks for asking about that. And it means that, I mean, it's a great morning note. That's for sure. So thank you to everybody for appreciating that and asking about it. So, but I just feel like that missed opportunity there on Tesla today. It's probably going to eat at me for a minute. So I apologize. But yeah, that was a good trade there. Let's move off of it. That is the trade. The TQQs right now, they did make that move down. So, definitely back into that 106. So we were able to get out of a little bit down there. We're still holding some of it because we are waiting to see. But we just bounced pretty nicely off VWAP right there, off the market. That's the ES. Obviously, we're trading the NASDAQ, but one wags the other. I mean, basically, if the ES is going to start to go back up to the upside, no surprise here. Jeffries right now is wondering what they have to do to get Apple down. Obviously, I said that, like, 205, Neil was talking about price targets, like 205, like, these guys are just in another world with that kind of a thing right now. But at the end of the day, China is still a big story for Apple. If it falls down, I could see there'd be a problem. But for right now, man, I do not. What was that about Salesforce? There was something there about Salesforce platform potentially being compromised. Okay, well, Salesforce saying no to that, I guess. Okay, here we go. So the futures now are ripping, right? So there we go. We go from a nice trade to right now back into flat right there. So let's just add back a little bit of what we took off. We're not going to load the boat on this one. We want to make sure that we do still have enough profits that we don't give this all back right there. But we still are waiting for that 107 or so break. So that'll be when we end the trade. I guess if it breaks out through 107, we would wind up being negative on it because we still have shares and we just put some more on. But let's hopefully I'm not a moron for that, but we'll wait to see if it does come back in. 106.50 is where VWAP is, so I think on that reload, if we can get out a similar amount of shares there at 106.50 that we just put on, I think that would be a good look. So I'm going to put a bid down there and see if it continues maybe lower, and then we'll still have some shares on. But we are watching that 107. Anything could spike at any time, man. You get a story and it spikes off. We still have that 10 o'clock ISM non-manufacturing PMI, so we'll see what that number comes in. Here we go. Nice little move to the downside. Give it to us. If we can get this, man, I'm bidding 54s right now. Hopefully we can get a nice downside play here. 57, 50. We're at 54 anyways, but we'll wait for it. AMD trying to make a move back in as well. Let me take a piece off here at 50s. But for right now, market just dancing. I think we have, let's go to Neil and then we'll go over to Adara.
We have some exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders, and that is Beta Pro by Globex Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And even better, everybody, they've got a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until end of year, December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging, to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca, 3x daily, and learn more. Quickly, we're going to go to Adara in just a second. Just want to let you know I did get out. We broke out that prior low bottom, so I'm out of Intel. It did bounce, but I'd like to see it either hold VWAP or maybe show this bottoming tail candle. Give me something that'll make me like the reload into Intel. A couple of good dip buys, but with it holding under VWAP and the market heading back up, I want some confirmation that we're still on the bid as we go to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here. Fed's Myron is still talking, and he's saying that he doesn't really think that there are going to be any negative tariff impacts for the U.S. That'll be for the other countries. So he's dismissing inflation-related impacts here of tariffs. He also said that he's just, in general, not seeing a broad-based inflation increase because of these tariffs. So Fed's Myron, and like some of his peers, saying that inflation from tariffs does not really seem like it's going to be happening. Either way, worth noting here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And Apple continues this rally. It's right back into yesterday's highs. Super strong name here with Apple. If you're watching this one, there's a little bit of a, oh, he's gone now. There was a seller at the $0.50. At least a second ago, there was a seller at the $0.50. Don't really see it anymore. Maybe that was just someone faking it out. But yeah, it looks like they might be gone. I just saw someone flash some decent size at the 258.50, which was adjacent to the high of the day. It might be gone now, unfortunately. So I'm going to get off that one for a quick little second there. I do see everyone yelling about Palantir. When I say yelling, I mean typing. Yeah, Palantir dropping heavy, down 2%, and looking like it's another one of these types of days, like a pullback day for Palantir. That's a flat bottom break on PLTR through 183.5. I got to flip over. I'm not thinking short on Intel. I don't want to go to that just yet, but I can't ignore what just happened on NVIDIA in particular. NVIDIA was completely and utterly range bound yesterday when I was gone, and that 190 high just wicked the exact same high and cannot seem to get going. So I'm bullish on Intel because as long as it can hold that low, but this is a different story. Selling abound here at 190. If you're going to false break and then lower high and then short the rest of the day, today, false break, lower high. Exactly the same patterns it did yesterday here on NVIDIA. So, I like to follow patterns. Keep it simple.
Yeah, I think that's, and we just did the same sort of thing there on the TQs when it came back in, and we just took some more VWAP out there, right? So we're going to watch out for this break higher. If it goes higher, then it goes higher. Nothing we can do with that one. LAC, we got some news today with USAR, right? I mean, look what's going on right now. Wow, LAC, man, Lithium America taking it out. It's taking out its highs. Right now. These are levels that have come into play a couple times on this name again, so watch out for this 850 break. Congratulations on USAR and LAC. Obviously, MP Materials could get looked at as well. USAR, wow, $26, man. Just very, very impressive there. I'm kicking myself for not grabbing this at 17 and 18. We were literally talking about this on the show all last week, and it's just like, maddening, but there it goes, man. MP Metals or Materials, sorry, I always say metals. Materials is the other name to look out for right now, and that is also looking to take out some of these highs. So if you're playing this space, just like you're playing Rigetti, just like you're playing QBTS, QUTM, all of these plays, just like Oklo and SMR when they start moving, IonQ, all these names can move together. Right now, Rigetti's just like trying to get it all figured out right now. It doesn't look like it wants to do much, but they've had a nice run. So maybe a give back in this. We are getting close, man. I mean, here goes the market again. So, whoa. All right, I just lost my, what's going on here? All right, hold on a second. I don't know, my, there it is. My mouse is like failing on me right there. But we are starting to get back up to the upside again right now. I'm kind of like in a comfortable spot with how many shares we have. All right, you got to take this over.
Yeah, all good.
I don't know what the hell is going on here. It's like,
yeah,
I can find my, what do they call it? The arrow, the cursor, and then all of a sudden it disappears. All right, it's back right now. I was just going to say that this 107 or so area, I'm pretty comfortable with the amount of shares that we have here. I don't want to get too carried away. It's only 953, but we do have that ISM PMI number coming out at 10, so that could give it just a little jolt if the market likes it. So I just don't want to get run over on that number. I think I'll add to this position after 10 o'clock, and I think I'm being smart with that. So that's something that I'm going to look at there. Yeah, you know what else was okay, here it comes back in. Oh, I'm going to take another bid. Oh, shit. See? I'm gonna unplug this thing because I don't know.
Get a new battery.
Well, it's like.
Oh,
Maybe it's. Are these?
Maybe
these don't have batteries.
Never mind.
Anyway.
You have one of the gaming ones.
I can't get over.
I don't like the gaming ones. I'm not the gaming mouse. I'm not a huge fan of those ones for trading. But anyways, just very quickly, two things. One, tried buying the higher low on Rigetti. The instantly wicked out, but then jumped right back in if it gave me the wick bottom. I'm just going to give it to the low of the day here because I see QBTS. Oh, I've just typed Blue Ocean. I see D-Wave. That's holding higher. QUBT as well. This one will eventually go. I don't know why I went over there. That one is also holding higher. So I'm looking for the catch-up trade. But at some point, I might just pivot. I might pivot to one of the stronger ones. But I'm going to stick with Rigetti for now. It's starting to get off the schneid. I got 42. Doesn't matter that's my favorite number, but it also is. NVIDIA, I tried to grab. I'm sitting here where these wicks came in off VWAP. And of course, now that means it doesn't want to pull back in to the volume weighted average price. But the way I see it, you got the market rejecting these tops, the ES right at the high of the day. This is a name after that fail break of 190. I just want to nibble in. So what I'm likely to do is just try to get some in here in the mid 189s, and then wait until it gets closer to VWAP to add to the position. That'll be the other play. And I do see Open Door in the chat, so shout out to everyone that's watching Open Door. This wasn't on the small cap radar. It's like when you're not looking at Open Door is when it wants to go. This $8 support is absolute gold on this stock. Unfortunately, the 880 short's also been gold on this stock. So that 880 level, maybe bring the register if you haven't already. Let me just double check that we have free locates on there. Yeah, we got free locates on this. I might dabble if it gets to the 880 level here on Open Door, but that's a super strong one in addition to plug power, in addition to that QBTS as well. But I'm trying to get that NVIDIA short is the next play. For myself here as the market is heading lower and lower. I don't want to wait for this to break down at 188. I want some inventory before we get there. Still worried though.
No, I might have to get a new mouse.
Word?
I'm still talking here. I might have to get a new mouse. Rob's checking it out right now. But the TQs are absolutely tanking. Oh, there, that was it, I think. Yep. I just heard it go in my ear.
That's what happens when you're live, baby.
Yeah, so we're live. And this is what happens when you don't have, the right... the right equipment here, but thanks, Rob. I mean, we got great support here, so I want to thank him.
We're doing it live.
Yeah, you see. Can you click? I don't know.
Here, we'll just come back. Let's just go back to the market.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to restart P Pro 8 because I think that's a problem.
No, the market just tanked into the low of the day here on the NASDAQ, and we are testing absolute bottoms. You had NVIDIA just hit the low as well, but if you're looking for longs, they have to be in small cap because LAC, Open Door, like those are the things that are going, but you're getting that bleed. The only bounce is now happening right at the overnight and pre-market lows here, so holding green just barely are the Qs. I'm going to go over to this Open Door. Oh, too late. Remember I said that 880 level? 870. And instantly drops. Instantly drops. That's wild. Yeah. Like it's already, you just dropped 40 cents in a split second.
I'm still in position, but I have to restart my computer, honestly.
What?
It's not, I can't get anything in my bottom left. Right here, right now. I'm just going to restart this.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, sometimes look, it's like we said.
I mean, we're still short the TQs. I have some bids there. I'm a little bit nervous. I do have a
stop order
out at 107, but I have to restart my whole computer. It's funny that Ryan Philippe is like, haha, now blaming the equipment for the trades. I'm in 2 monster trades right now, winning trades. So if anything, I'm going to blame not getting out on these.
Well, there was just trades. A huge volume spike to the downside on it.
Yes.
No, someone just whacked the bid here.
We're short. What's AMD's price? Because I'm short 170 right now.
Well, it has to have gone down because NVIDIA just broke the low of the day. It just hit the low of the day as well. So you just hit low of the day in AMD. But that was a big volume spike that just broke. I saw Tesla have one to the downside. I saw NVIDIA have one to the downside as well. But yeah, the market is definitely heading lower.
The whole market?
Well, the Nasdaq's right lows. You're right at support here on NVIDIA, so I might just be tracking out of this one. If we bounce off the lows here on the Nasdaq and hold, then I want to scalp this trade out in front of what was the afternoon bottoms here on NVIDIA. I just saw Coffee Trader say they missed the MU short. I haven't looked at MU.
Just an update. Restarting the whole computer
Did it work?
Is working. So I just
Well,
restarted the whole computer. Now I don't have my charts.
If restarting the whole computer doesn't work to fix a problem,
I know. Well, I know Captain Joe over there is having some issues with his PC.
That's hilarious.
That's because it's stuff he downloaded.
I just had a
for
level
me,
2
it's
crash.
like I'm trying to get this all figured out over here.
That's new.
Joe must not be listening.
I actually instead of my chart, my level 2 just crashed.
See what I'm saying? Like what? These are the Friday.
That's never happened before.
We've got like the Friday jitters here today.
That's crazy.
In this. All right, man. I mean, good. So we came back in. The TQQs are still seem to be at a reasonable level. So I'm going to bid out just a little bit more and punch some out right now. My stuff. You can come over to my screen. Everyone can just see it loading if they want to. Here go loading data, loading. Here comes all my stuff is just going to start to fly in right now. Good. Yes, sir. We've got a big trade on.
Did you try logging out and logging back in?
What, the software?
Oh, I'm just being
Yeah, I tried, Neil, trust. Okay, here we go, man. It's a hot dog kind of a day right now. Hey, man, when we're back and we have winners, this is what's going to be happening. Tesla, monster trade as well. For Tesla, we're not in that one, but the ones that we are in right now are printing. And the thing about it is, these are 2 trades that we had listed down on the sticky note for you. We talked about it. Thank you for the appreciation on the honesty talk, right? We talked about that yesterday. We were red yesterday. We come back today and punch this market straight in the face. So, I mean, right now, TQ's down 70 cents. AMD down $1.20 right now. We are just absolutely enjoying it right here today. I had to come in today because Sharif had the day off. I'm missing my daughter's cross country, but she said, don't worry about it, Dad. Go in there and make money. Boom. That's exactly what we're doing right now. It's a monster day, and we want to thank you all that. Yo, what's up to Charlie Kirk? I have to say it because
it's a super chat.
It's a super chat. So there it is right there. All my accounts are doing better. It's a $500 super chat.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, I don't have my stream deck open. It is a $500 super chat right there. Thank you, Charlie, for that, man. That is monstrous. We want to thank you for that. Long streaming my accounts, listening to you guys. Have a happy Friday. Beer on you. Yeah, beer on you. That's I don't know how much Neil drinks, but that is a hell of a lot of beer. And we want to say thank you
you know,
to that. Yeah, I know. I'm just playing around. That's just a lot of money. I had a beer last night because for the first time in weeks and weeks and weeks, I dropped my kid off at chess, and my assistant coach for the rep girls team lives right beside the event, so he invited me over. He wanted to check out the Tesla, thinking about buying it. All right, there it goes right now. It's another one. Thank you, DJ. We ride the bull, but today it is a bear, so we don't have the market to do anything right now. Look at this trade on the TQQs. This is exactly what we had written down there, so we're pretty happy for this move going back down into the downside. $3 in the money right now. Neil's got Rigetti. I've got this on, and it's been a hell of a ride so far this morning. I just have to reload my
Let's go to Adair. I believe we have news at the desk, I think.
Yeah, we had a number that maybe was why we got a little bit of a move down there. 50.4 for the ISM services. Oh, sorry, that was the services new orders. PMI 50 versus 51.7 expected, still below estimates. ISM services new orders 50.4 versus 54 expected. Again, 50 for ISM services PMI, below estimates. Here's the NASDAQ. As you can see to the downside, let's talk about some individual stories here. Applied Materials, really weak on the day. The U.S. Commerce Department has extended their export restrictions, and so the CEO of Applied Materials has basically said they're likely to reduce their Q4 revenue, though analysts aren't too worried. Cantor Fitzgerald said this revenue impact on a percentage basis is going to be pretty small, and they maintained their overweight rating on the stock. Then we had Jefferies downgrading Apple as expected, or as mentioned earlier, this didn't really impact Apple too much. They lowered their price target by like 60 cents from 205.82 to 205.16. Apple only pushing higher despite Jefferies' concerns about their next iPhone model a year from now. Let's talk here about Oragenics. Thank you very much to our friends at OGEN, because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. and there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics OGEN is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Appreciate it. And again, thank you for the super chat in there. Yeah, we're probably not going to drink that much. Might have a brew at the game tomorrow. We'll see. I feel as if, I enjoy a sporting event without it, but We appreciate that so much. I feel like we should get like lunch or something with it because the lunches have been hit or miss. Rigetti's trying to pull back into the volume weighted average price. It did just hold 36. Remember we had that first long off the higher low, didn't play out. I made a bit of a keystroke error, so I'll get this one out of the way. Like, why would you get in and out flat after it made the bottoming tail candle? Simple. I keystroked it and put in too many shares, so I instantly punched out of some. Essentially flat, but like 1 penny hit. But once you put in that bottoming wick candle, we jump right back in when it holds 36, looking for the VWAP retracement here. NVIDIA did end up breaking the low with everything else, but now starting to come back. Leave my order in at VWAP for now. We ended up, remember I said if it gets to VWAP, great, I'll short at VWAP, but I'm going to nibble in first. Well, we only got to nibble in and never actually got to the volume weighted average price. Let's see if there's any kind of a pop that can get us back into the 189 to 189 half range, and then we can play that back into the south side. Just keeping an eye on QBTS for everybody. D-Wave up 7%, doing a little bit better than Rigetti. I know the entire quant space is moving. Rigetti, you can make an argument only 3% is actually the weakest. And if it can't hold VWAP, like right now it's the weakest name, and it just rejected the volume weighted average price again. So that tells me, follow rule, scalp out, maybe look for it to show some more strength. This is also holding a downtrend, so breaking VWAP gives me a bit of a trend hold. I'm going to throw up QBTS as well, because if this trend continues where QBTS or QBT is stronger than Rigetti, as much as that dip by worked 36 to 36.5, there might be a better long in one of the other quantum names, and I'm very much open to that if we're able to find it. So shout out to everyone for mentioning some small cap names that we haven't looked at. Lithium Americas, it just goes to show. Buy the dip when the U.S. government likes you and is putting in a stake. Now 21%.
Dude, look at Intel. I mean, these guys bought Intel at $20.
Yeah, I mean, Intel's great. I mean,
different story.
Intel's not going to be up 20% today. Like this is just a little bit. This is just a little bit insane because I don't know that there was anything that would have predicted this move, but you got to pay attention. The breakout high is at 850 on LAC. So if you're not watching this as a small cap trader, then you don't like small caps. VWAP certainly could be a thing if you're rejecting 850. I know for sure I'm going to throw this one up on a side chart because I'm throwing ETH out the window. Because ETH can't hold VWAP, isn't really pulling back into my support level. So kind of a nothing burger on Ethereum, at least for now. So I'm going to go back to the short on NVIDIA, see if we can short the pop. Just waiting for it to get into the volume weighted average price and willing to go back into the long on Rigetti. But so far, it's only been a scalp trade long. Intel was only a scalp trade long. Same thing with Rigetti. You couldn't really get that much out of it. And see if we can't get this VWAP short on NVIDIA as the market looking relatively weak, despite catching a bid here.
Yeah, good coverage there. Just looking to see if we are maybe basing out a little bit here on the NASDAQ. So I don't want to throw too much away, just waiting to see if it's going to base out. So I'll just take another piece out right there at 85. I'm also bidding right now in the 70s. So if we can low set 71s, I mean, it is what it is, 71. So we'll see if, I just noticed that it was bumping back up and I tried to catch that and missed it. So we're still right back in here if we can get a 70 fill on this one. And then even AMD, we only have 2 trades today. They're both real good. And even as we were talking about this, I was like, we need to wait for those numbers to come out. We need to be patient. And what we had wrote down on our sticky note, and I think we followed it pretty good today, was just the fact that AMD 170-150 short, that didn't come in. So we wanted it to break below 170, which it did, right? And then it was pretty early when we took the first trade. It was in the first 2 minutes. And then use 170 as our short. Whoa. So then it came back to 170 and we kind of re-shorted that again. Now we have VWAP protection and we have the market with us and we've got it all good right now, I think, anyways. Hopefully a little bit lower. I'm still bidding O's for that. So we should be getting that in a minute anyways. There it is, we just got it. So yes, sir, there's $1. We've already hit this. And I'm just celebrating because these are the trades that we have on. I mean, we got to talk about our winners, I would think. All right, Rumble. And yesterday we got hit and we talked all about those, right? So just trying to be consistent with what we're doing right there. Rumble does not get to 9. I'm actually at 875 there. We talked about shorting into that area on that news. And unfortunately, I was like, Rumble's probably going to the downside. I didn't really see the action in the pre-market for this name to get too much higher than where we are. Could still be wrong on that, but that's the sort of the play that I'm waiting for. Okay, man, this market is not even red yet, or is it on the NASDAQ? Yeah, it is. Sorry, the ES wasn't red. Oh boy, Neil, there it goes right now. Yes, sir. The TQs is now at the lows. So wow, what a move right now. We'll see if we can bid some 50s and get a little bit more. There it is, and get a little bit more out. This is the trade, man. It's the number 1 trade today for me on the board, and it's there. The missed opportunity for me, of course, is the number 2 trade on the sticky note, which is it's number 3 on here is Tesla. If you just rewind it to 9:33, I was like, you know what, we're at 445. It's what it shows on here. We want to give this a little bit of time to see if it's going to work out. Well, it's a $13 winner right there. So if you're just following along today, you know, we have everything that you guys want to trade. We're going to go over the visualizer. But there's a TQQ 107 short. So we've got that one. There's the AMD short 170, that's $1.20 in the money. There's the Tesla short, that's $14 in the money. And we wait to see if IBIT can come into those levels. So we'll go 3 for 3, all trades that were available. It's just Tesla was for sure the missed opportunity. It doesn't look like, I was just checking out IBIT right there. I don't think, and I'm just gonna give it a quick little look there. Yeah, so we're nowhere near those levels on IBIT. I think AMD, you're in NVIDIA too. So I don't know, AMD just doesn't want to go with the market right now. So I don't know, like the market's at lows and AMD is sure it's there, but I'm going to get another piece out there at 169.
They're putting in lower highs.
Yeah, I know, but I just thought that the market, I don't know, like the semis are still pretty healthy. It looks like, you know, yesterday we could have had a little bit of a bigger dip
LAC
than we did have.
Broke the high of the day.
Yeah, LAC. A lot of these stuff are absolutely nuts. I know. I should have had that short in Tesla. You're right, Mike Dundee. How come I don't have the short Tesla on my screen ticker? Yeah, I'm not short. I just wrote it down on here, talked about it, and didn't take it. So that's the whole thing. President Trump now giving Hamas Sunday to agree to that deal. I know. I thought when I looked at the deal, I mean, to me, any deal to solve this makes sense.
Well, I mean, obviously it would be nice, but
I don't want to get too political about it. But obviously, we hope for peace in every region of the world. So
yeah, I don't think that's going to be market moving. However, unfortunately, and I know it's not always.
War times are like good for the market. You know,
unfortunately, that's just how it goes. We tend to not move on that kind of stuff. So I'm back into NVIDIA, but we have to. I'm not trading LAC yet. I mean, I thought the 850 kind of. It looked like it might have given you a pullback. It was looking like it could have given you a pullback in LAC, and instead, all it's doing is breaking out the high and going absolutely nuts. Me as well, Randy. But this stock now 28% and continue to go higher. Like there is nothing standing in its way at this particular moment. So congratulations, you now got fresh tops and blue sky setup here for LAC, Canada.
Okay.
And the other name that there was investment in, U.S. government investment in. I think we made the right call. There was a couple of dips. There was a VWAP dip by to the high, and then we bought the dip again into the volume weighted average price. But since Intel came out, it just gapped another couple of percentage points down. It's now down 1%. So you got to get out of the way. And you could make the argument, I could have flipped short when I got out, but went over to NVIDIA instead.
Oh, God.
If you get down to 36.5, that's about the spot that I would look for a bit of a bid. And guess what just pumped through VWAP? All right, so now Rigetti's trying to get through the volume weighted average price. So this has held the prior day low, and continuation just needs to hold above VWAP for a trend break. And then this can look. The good thing about this is when you have these squeeze names, the market doesn't always have to be strong for them to go. It helps, but this is breaking trend potentially on Rigetti. Still going to wait for either 36 or break of the trend holding the volume weighted average price. You got to be careful with longs today when the market's like this.
Yeah, I like all that kind of a talk. Yeah, I mean, and we were saying it too, I think, heading into the weekend, right, is a very
that's the other thing
dangerous thing. And then now you get President Trump talking about Hamas and all this kind of stuff.
Which I didn't hear.
No, just what we already talked about there. So we're going to wait to see if that, reacts to the market right now. It doesn't, obviously, as Neil and I just talked about, it doesn't look like it's doing too much. And if anything, it might be going the other way. We did take...
Well, it might affect oil prices.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the long bond, I don't know. But for right now, it's looking okay. So we'll just wait to see, where exactly this market winds up going from here. It's looking like it wants to go a little lower to me. But for right now, we did just start to get going there. So I did put an out there at 80. I'm thinking about this. there's going to be a lot of opportunity to get into the market, I feel like, on a day like today. So I don't want to just jump at, like, hold something. I want to get out. I want to jump out of the trade if it stops working. You know, so I was going to use the 50 period here because that's been a pretty good telltale sign for a trend. So like yesterday at this time, you know, if you were watching, well, not at this time, I guess, this kind of a move down, we had an aggressive move, obviously, and we didn't really start to get too confused until we started breaking. Now that's 1020 right there, where we first started like kind of messing around with the 50 period moving average, and then that got pretty choppy, only for us to get back into the downside. So we're still well away right now from the 50 period moving average. So maybe there is some dancing that needs to sort of happen here. And if it does, then they found a dancing partner, because I'm here to see if there's, if we can hold out and get a little bit of a lower look on this name. So I'm just bidding in the 40s now to see if we can get another bid near the lows, and then we'll see if we can crack just a bit lower. So there was Rumble, there was Rigetti. I want to look yesterday because Warren Buffett came in and Berkshire made their largest deal ever and bought $9.7 billion worth of Oxy. It's their OxyChem.
It got moked.
Yeah, it's one of their units, right? It's the OxyChem unit. So, and then, yesterday it got hit, and Adair and I sort of came up with the idea that maybe they were looking for 10 plus billion on the deal, and they got 9.7. I mean, I think that's good enough. I mean, I don't know. When you're talking about billions, I'll take 1 billion would be nice for anything that I own, but right into the, I'd take 1 million. How about that?
Yeah.
But Occidental coming in right now, $43. This could be a decent level. This is the daily chart. Just came into the 200 period moving average. It had been producing well for shareholders until basically yesterday. So that would be a name to look at here as, we can always look. Let's just see quickly. CLX, right? Oh, thank you, Randy. I didn't even see that you responded. Thank you so much for that one. Tesla shitting the bed again today. Randy, on the sheet today, I'll get to oil in a second. On the sheet today, we had 445 marked down right here as our short. Look, Tesla, 445. On the sticky note, don't have it. But yeah, a nasty day again today, Randy. Yesterday, Tesla got absolutely crushed. Made that all-time high close enough to it at 480 in the pre-market. Now it's down $50 from that point. Still like the name. We'll see what it's doing. Oil. So let's go over to oil. CLX. So here it is. This is the light sweet crude for November. We'll have a quick look at that. Down to $61 again, but actually up 1% right there. But oil's had a little bit of a downside push. I know you like your XOM and CVX. The thing is, we just got a little bit of a tidbit in our ear that Trump's not happy with that deal with Hamas and over there.
Giving them a deadline.
Yeah, so we're going to wait to see if there's any sort of an actionable call on that for oil. But still 113, right? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. You get the dividend, but it's already moving a dividend payment today. So,
Chevron had that fire as well.
CVX would be the other one. You're into XOM or CVX?
You're XOM. I'm CVX.
Okay.
Now, Chevron had a big.
Fire didn't really hurt them.
No, it didn't seem to hurt it. Like,
you know what though? Chevron is really low right now. It didn't
make a really big move.
Yeah,
I think if it had made a big move, I would have tried to buy the dip on it.
200 period.
It's nothing.
That's a good look. I'm out of all my oil pretty much. I have a little bit of XLE left, and then we have Enbridge in Canada. But is it though? Yeah, I don't know.
I think we're getting to a point.
It looks like finally, I guess.
Just very quickly.
Did you get stopped out of NVIDIA or your bid?
I got out. No, I bid filled and then got stopped out of the reload.
Because AMD's still.
And then I also just got out of Rigetti as well, because Rigetti ran into the same resistance as the open at 37.5. So we jumped in when it broke VWAP. Well, not when it broke, when it held VWAP. So there's a hold of VWAP, there's the open to the next bar above VWAP, and then it's like it opens there and you go long, right? So I'm going to try to buy off the volume weighted average price, but it just was rejecting this 37.4 like we did off the open. I want to stay net long in Rigetti and just take as many plays as possible, as long as it wants to hold on to the trend. But I did, so I got some out, reloaded, stopped, and now I'm short off VWAP in NVIDIA. So I shorted underneath VWAP, which I said I would nibble underneath VWAP. It then broke that range, but now I'm shorting it to the volume weighted average price. You still haven't really broken out. And the other thing to consider is, like, the market overall hasn't had a green candle yet. I say yet. And the last test on the NASDAQ, I don't want an ellipse. The last test on the NASDAQ rejected the overnight low. So we pulled back, rejected support, turning into resistance. So to me, that means if you like something short, reload it. So as long as we're not breaking VWAP, I'm going to jump right back in here on NVIDIA. And I did not miss Rigetti. I just got out of Rigetti maybe early. But we did long enough VWAP, that's fine. I've already been long it 3 times, and I don't mind 10 times today. It's just however many times I can find a quick little entry to scalp Rigetti. And the market goes lower, I think this has a good chance to go higher. As we said, QUBT, I believe, might be a hair stronger. Okay. I mean, I was about to say QUBT might be a little bit stronger. It's literally 22% up. So it's like a boatload stronger out of all those names. So QUBT, that is absolute insanity, the bounce off VWAP there. You just got 22.8 to 24.4. Where is this on the daily? This is breaking out fresh highs. That's the reason I like Rigetti. Rigetti was continuation off of a high break yesterday. This one is making some fresh highs as we speak. I think these are all-time highs on QUBT. Oh, no, they're not. Yeah, the all-time high is still over here at $26. So you could still break out an all-time high today if you go 10%, almost 10% more. You need to get to 30%, I think, on QUBT, but good luck. I'm probably going to focus on Rigetti, but yeah, great look over there. So we got the reload on NVIDIA. If this 189 holds again, then I'll just take the scalp trade for what it is. As the market heading right back in low. There still has not been a green candle on the 15-minute on the NASDAQ, everybody.
Yeah, we are. And that's to your point. I mean, we were just saying that we wanted to wait. I'm still holding 25%, Oscarito. So thank you for asking on that one. You know what? I'm not logged into Unity, I don't think, right now. So I can't, if you are calling for, no, I am logged into Unity. Okay, so if you're calling, I should be able to hear Andre. Yeah, so nice move to the downside anyways at the end of this. So let's wait to see where we're going, but the NASDAQ's still going lower, and then there is AMD. That's why I asked Neil, what his situation with NVIDIA was, because AMD is finally trying to give it up just a little bit right now. So let's put a bid here in the low 80s. We're right here at 81 actually again. So let's see if that gets filled. Hopefully the futures can continue their downside push. No real need to get out of it yet. We talked about this 50-period moving average to the downside. So we'll still hold on, hope that there's a bigger trade here coming potentially today. What's up, Adara?
What's up is Lithium Americas. It's not the super small market cap. It's around $2 billion, $1.85 billion, but it does have a 15% short float. Earlier this week, Department of Energy announces that it takes a stake in Lithium Americas, as previously reported, 5% stake in the company and 5% stake in their Thacker Pass project. But now we have USAR implying that they might have actually also been in talks with the government for some kind of collaboration. So rare earth plays very much on watch. Then we have PLUG. Again, not a super small cap, around $4.5 billion, 32% short float, though I must emphasize, and a nice little catalyst. H.C. Wainwright maintaining a buy rating in the stock, more than doubling its price target from $3 to $7. Last but not least, RGTI again. Sorry, guys, not a super small cap name, roughly 14 to 15% short float. And one of many quantum names in watch today. The sector has been strong this whole week, and QUBT in particular getting a price target increase from $22 to $40. From Ascendant Capital. So lots of these kind of smaller plays on watch today, even if they don't meet the traditional definition of small cap, tons of large movers. We're going to send you back to the guys after we thank our friends at Trade the Pool. With the Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. From October 8th to 10th, every day Ackman makes his move and your mission is to outperform him. Beat his return. Prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th. Broadcast live at Trader TV with Trade the Pool team live in the studio. So over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. That'll be our grabs. That'll be $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 valuation accounts and surprise giveaways during the live show. So don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman and win big. Scan the QR code to start trading. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, I just scalped out of NVIDIA again because it just wicked the low of the day another time. So yesterday's lows, I shouldn't say low of the day, yesterday's lows. So it got to VWAP, pulls right back in to higher lows, at least right now, as the market's trying to hold up. Ooh, Rigetti as well. RGTI left that bid in there at the volume weighted average price and then got picked up. So everyone's like, yeah, you missed a move on Rigetti. Well, it went to the high and we're right back into the VWAP. So needing to hold on to VWAP. This is a stock I'll take multiple shots in, so as the market comes back in, I do not mind if it breaks down and I get out, jumping back in at a better price. But I'm going to continue looking short the pops and scalp out. It's a Friday, so every time we get a pop in NVIDIA, I'm just going to continue to try to short that one. And shout out to everyone looking at that open door. It's right back up at that 880 level. So now double top here on open door. This time it seems like it's going to go. To me, the short is the first time through. So I didn't short it because it didn't get to 880. Now I just think you're looking for a breakaway on open. Why not? I always say this on days where the market is weak. If you're looking for longs on days the market is weak, you're going to have to try to find them in defensive names maybe, or in like squeeze names, or in meme stock, small float, like that kind of a thing. So I think Rigetti qualifies, open door qualifies, LAC qualifies. Just be really careful on anything that actually gives a darn what the overall market is doing, right? So that's why we're in Rigetti off of VWAP, but even this could fall apart at some point.
All right, so right now it's $2 in on this. We're just chilling, we're relaxing today. It's really nice when the trades actually work out in your favor. So there goes AMD, man. It's just a monster play. And then just to let you guys know, like this TQQs is still trying to follow. Now 106.13 might be an area for me to look at if we're concerned with all of this. But we normally say that we hit like our one-time daily goal. We're at 4 times that level right now. So, but we've sort of upped our level anyways. So let's just wait to see. We just got some more outs there on the TQs in this 60 area. So I'm going to bid another piece right there at 59. Not too sure, 69, sorry. Not too sure if the market is going to retrace too much back. But I said that I had about a quarter left. Now we have 20% left as we exited out a little bit more right there. Generally, I'll get out of like 5% now every time. I used to get out of 10, and I think that's been a little bit of a difference. It hurts when you don't get out of 10% at the bottom, but it helps you on the way back in. So I think that's a good one there. So right now we're $3 in the money on the 2 posted trades that we did have. I did want to find out what was going on with Marvell right there today. This is already broken out, and it's down right there, but that was 87.50 yesterday, man. Our most recent dip buy on this is $63 on Marvell, but we did buy before earnings. I still like the stock, man. We talk about OpenAI and all their servers blowing up or it's getting too heated or whatever that story was. Marvell can help that situation. So Marvell, nice upside play there as well. Okay, I'm going to get out another piece now. I feel like I'm getting out a little bit too much here, but as the market continues to go, all the stories are now baked in. We already have, I'm going to punch out. I'm punching out some 98s right there. I bid 92s and missed them. So right there, I remove liquidity and take some more out at 105.98. So that saved me right there 10 cents or so, punching out of some of those. Sometimes we'll sit on the bid and watch out for that, but I did want to punch out a little bit there. Get some more out here, just get some more out of AMD in case the whole market wants to retrace just a little bit. But we just bounced directly off of the 50-period moving average. So it's a good thing we just got some out right there. And I'm going to take out one more piece here at 99s. There it is. We get filled on that one. So we're starting to empty the clip a little bit right now. The math should be actually pretty simple. We now have 15% left. Exactly. So, well, maybe not exactly. I'll have to double check. Neil's the math guy, but no, I don't know. I have sort of an odd space left
no, I'm just,
there.
I guess technically.
Yesterday we had thousands of shares in the TQs. Today we didn't have that many, but we did have a big position on that short. It was just a little too early for me to get blown out, I feel like. So we didn't go that hard. We did have a day yesterday where we lost. So we're back in it today. Didn't want to have those bad feels day after day. And like I said, man, I'm giving up going to my daughter's cross-country meet today. Sharif wanted the day off, so he's got it, and we didn't want to have
Marissa's there. You get video?
Oh, yeah, Marissa's everywhere. I mean, I've been blessed enough to not have to have, my wife hasn't basically worked since marriage, she does everything for the kids, and bless her heart. I'm too busy all the time. Well, not all the time. We still do everything together. Like tonight we have hockey, and then we have hockey tomorrow as well. Baseball. We had chess last night. So you only got the one kid, and you're busy. So it's like at this age, especially 10 to like 15, 16, they're just all kids are active at all ages. But
I was telling you yesterday, like we lost our morning babysitter for when my wife travels, because I'm out the door way too early in the morning, and so when my wife has a business trip, it's like if my parents aren't available, we're ish out of luck at this point. So, these kind of fun stuff you'll figure out. But just very quickly, just a quick update. There's still same level all morning long on Rigetti. It gets to 37.4. If you're trading the stock, it gets to 37.40. If it breaks it, it's been a topping tail wick. And as it gets there, you can see the selling come in. Sometimes it psychs you out and it goes a little higher. This time it gets a little bit of a curl. So I still like the dip buys as long as we hold on to this trend. If we can hold on to VWAP and hold this trend up, then I'm going to continue to go for dip buys there. NVIDIA's not. Did I just type NVDAS? I did. NVIDIA is not really getting back into the volume weighted average price, but the structure of the short's still holding. Like yesterday, range bound. So fail break of the high, then put in a lower high, then short pops. But if you notice, it never really fell apart. So if I'm shorting it because of that pattern, then I want to respect the pattern and try to grab the pops into the volume weighted average price and patiently wait for them to get there and then engage. So that's what I'm trying to do on those two names. Hasn't really changed. Open Door hasn't gotten to 880, unfortunately. Oh, USAR, that's the name that we haven't looked at. It's USAR.
Right. Well, we did look at it. It was 26 and change. Oh, wow, now it's up 22%.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what nonsense I put down for USR.
Oh, I didn't write down anything for that.
All I wrote was VWAP hold. It usually means I don't really have a... Like, if I write down VWAP hold on my iPad, that basically means I'm favoring the long for continuation, but I don't know what else to do with it. Like, I didn't have a dip buy level for USAR. I didn't have a breakout price for it. And look what it does. Just holds on to VWAP and continues higher. U.S. government, baby. They don't lose.
So we're in like season 1, episode like 3 or 4, and yeah, good call on
What? Huh?
Not suicide.
Peacemaker.
No.
What?
No.
Oh, you didn't watch Peacemaker?
I've seen Peacemaker, but not the whole thing.
I thought you got
the
it.
Korean, the Japanese, Alice in Borderland.
Alice in Borderland.
What was the other one? Squid Game.
I told you. The thing is, it doesn't start crazy, but it gets really interesting.
It's starting pretty crazy.
I just find it. Here's my take on
right now
on it versus Squid Game. Alice in Borderland.
I have a take on it now too.
I think Alice in Borderland is a little bit more creative.
Yes.
It's just more of a creative story. But
what I was saying with Marissa and with my son is that in why I keep saying that word? In Squid Game, it's you sort of know the game. Like it starts off, they go out, they find the characters,
yes.
Or on the street, the guy plays the games, brings them in, basically tells them what's up. There's 496 of you, one of you will survive, and this is the money, and blah blah blah. Like the rules are right there. In Alice in Borderland, it's just like it just happens. And all of a sudden, like all of Tokyo is gone and all this stuff. And I'm not ruining anything. This is
you don't have any clue what the hell is going on.
No, it's like, and I'm just like thinking to myself, are they in like an alter? Like, is it just a mind sort of F and all this kind of stuff? So yeah, I'm really excited to see where it goes. So that's that's what we're watching. So that was a good call because I was like, man, maybe it's not as good as Squid Game and this and that because I wasn't really into it initially, but now definitely into it. So am I?
Oh, this is a good point. T Lee is fantastic, but it's more mature and more creative. I would also make that argument. Certainly.
Mature, I don't know.
A little bit more mature. You know what? It's not as if Squid Game isn't, but yeah, I tend to agree with that.
There's a little more to it.
There's definitely
more of a mental thing to it. Yeah, for sure. It's enjoyable.
Oh boy,
I recommend. Alice.
So Robinhood breaking out the high of the day when the market's still weak?
Robinhood versus the market is not...
Please tell me SoFi is not doing a bad day again on this. Yeah. SoFi gets dumped again at the open. Maybe this is the turnaround.
Tesla's at 427? Are you effing kidding me right now?
SoFi just hit the 50-period moving average and is reversing. I might like this for a long. I looked at Robinhood and SoFi just bottoming tail wick, 50-period, all that good stuff. And it's already starting to break trend. So I'm going to throw this one up on the sidebar to go with potentially Rigetti on the dip buys. Because there's not much that's trending up. And so I want to find something else which is looking good.
Oh my God, don't tell me at least Oscar's going. This is a $20 miss for me. And it's just, the reason why it's an actual legitimate miss is like we were looking at this and I was just like, I should have just taken 20 shares, like something just because. Like, Tesla all the way down. Man, like that was we had on here TQQ short 107, we have that. We have AMD short 170. This AMD short, by the way, is $2 and going lower right now. And then the Tesla, we have 445 written down. And then that trade like was available. It started, like we wrote that down when, you know, the market was at 442, you know, it ripped up. We actually showed you guys here. Oh no, we restarted our charts, but that level was right here is what we were talking about, roughly in and around this 445, where we saw the top, we saw some tops there. And then yesterday we did the work, it sort of topped out there. Like it wasn't this is the thing. So we can ho-hum every trade. I mean, you can always look back and say, should I have that one? And it's just like, if I was that like loving of that trade, we could have been in it. And we obviously didn't have the spidey senses clued in enough for that, but that's fine. I actually loaded up my account this morning, and I didn't like that report on Palantir. And I didn't get out of anything, but I think I probably will. Yeah, it's in our note, man. The U.S. government said that there was a hole in one of their factories, and just it wasn't working properly. Or here I can.
Security flaws.
Security flaw, yeah. So that could have been. I looked, man. I mean, I've already gotten some out at this exact level, like 180. So we could get out some more. I don't think that there's a problem doing that. The biggest position for me now in Palantir is in my like 401k, so like my RRSPs. So I really do believe in Palantir for the long term. So I wasn't really thinking about getting any out, but that's just another double top right there at 190. And I know it just came yesterday, so it's like I don't want to overreact because that's the thing. I never sell stock when it's moving up, it seems like. I'm always like panicking when it's moving down. That's why I always say anyway, some of these names like NVIDIA, buy, don't trade, and hold, don't trade. I don't think that you need to be getting in and out of some of these positions if you do believe in them. And then if you do get out, take the advantage of up days to get out of some of these names, right? Like Eli Lilly's had such a huge move. Now it's up another 2% today. Like if you're thinking about getting out of Eli Lilly, and then I'm going to look back and say, wow, there was a top right there. Like, but I'm only going to say that when it's down here, and then I'm going to say, well, now I got to get out in case it doesn't come back up here. So take the advantage, have some price targets in mind, and then that way you can just put the order out, and then if it fills, it fills. And that's what we did with Intel, which, worked out. Now Intel's higher than that, but it worked out as it faded back in. And I don't think you'll be upset if you follow rules. So I think that that's something that we all have to take advantage of. This just came right back up. So we did, again, just kind of like what we do on what I was just talking about, we also do it here on our account. As this falls back in, we are trying to take some out. So let's get a little bit more out here because we are at our pressure point now on, there it is, we get another piece out. So now I have 10%, exactly 10% left. I can do that math right now. And we have about 5% left of this trade on AMD. I mean, the AMD trades is the big one. I'll make way more money on TQs because I had more shares, but the AMD trade is the one that I'm pretty happy with it. So yeah, not a great week market-wise, kind of choppy. But with this government shutdown, I think we all thought the market would probably be fine with it. I mean,
history has shown government shutdowns have not been dramatic sell events if you go from the point of the shutdown. It doesn't mean you're up every single day, but it just means that it's not necessarily a panic point. I saw your super chats. We're going to get to them. We have to go to the desk with Adair, and we'll come back and address a couple super chats.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here about Volato Group, SOAR. This one popping up here with decent volume, as you can see. This is a kind of minerals related play, and apparently the company is saying that they are in conversation with local, state and national government to help partner to expand the critical mineral supply chain. It's worth noting, I'm seeing this quoted on X, so I'm not sure who from the company originated this comment, but either way, this comment is circulating, suggesting that the company is in conversation with multiple levels of government to help with this critical mineral supply chain. SOAR is the ticker. Back to you.
Gala Studio, good idea to short Tesla to 343 to close the gap. Well, that's a long way from here. You're obviously talking about a swing. See, sometimes you don't have to ask what your time frame is. Like, you obviously made a swing trade because if it went to 343 today, we got much larger fish to fry. Well, you think all the way back to the 200 period moving average? I mean, in a general sense, like in the shortest of terms, 400, and then 360. Like, look how long it held, and then this breakaway price at the 360 level. Like, that's the spot. Like, I just look for like targets. Like, I'm assuming you're already looking to short this reversal move, right? And you're saying to the 200 period moving average. I like the 50 first because that's where you have confluence with this breakout on Tesla. And then we had another super chat TUFO. Here, I'll show you. TUFO here. Looking at Tron Inc. All right, so I'll always cop to this. Like, obviously, we look at Tesla. I've never looked at this before. It's been the first time I've seen it. 20% spike and still going. So thank you for that super chat. Ooh, I do like this on a daily first. The only reason I like it is not because the chart's, it's not a very good looking chart, but on massive volume, you are breaking trend a little bit here. And for these like penny stocks, small cappers, a lot of times like that's the point where the risk to reward can get you in for like a 2-to-1 move, and then you just risk it to the bottom. Anytime I've ever done that, it's like you get out if it breaks the low. And I don't know fundamentally what gets us going. Typically, you'd want to have some kind of a positive catalyst going for you on something like this. And then just understand that at the bag hold levels, if you're not paying yourself, usually you can get burned. If you don't pay yourself out in front of 4, pay yourself out in front of 5, and then maybe let the rest of it ride. So hopefully that helps. I'm just looking for the re-entry into Rigetti on this trend. So it's a 3-minute chart, higher low, higher low, higher low. I probably missed a dip buy in here, and I'm still trying to buy it on the trend line and then work toward that 38 high of day here in Rigetti. Strong when the market's weak. We had to look at small caps for that today.
All right. I was just writing over here to my wife. Okay, so just getting some more out of the TQs. So we're trying to punch out. Let's look for the next trade. Obi just sitting down beside us. Join Obi and Joe coming at 11 o'clock. And Neil and I teased this before, but you know, in the move with everything behind us, these desks being closer and everything happening on Monday, Neil and I will, you know, experience with all of you guys sort of a little bit of a new format coming for the show. So get ready for that. Both Neil and I are very excited to have that happen, and it's going to be coming live to you on Monday. We wanted to wait till Sharif, Joe, Neil, and myself are all here.
Because I thought you might have done it yesterday, and I was like,
I know, I thought so too, but our executive producer over there, Mr. Brendan Wickens, was like, let's just wait, because you know we've been very, very patient with everything happening behind us. And Adara was like, had no idea anything was happening, so I think she got filled in. I still don't think she does, apparently. So you know, it's all going to be happening for you live on Monday, and it's just a few different like format switches. So you're going to see all of that, and it's going to be really, really exciting.
You guys will enjoy it.
Yeah, Sharif won't be trading; he'll just be bench pressing all show long. So that's what he's doing. So that's starting on Monday. So that should be a lot of fun. So join us on Monday for
people probably would watch
a new kind of a format. And yeah, so that's what's going to be happening there. I have to lie, I got that from the Chris L. there.
Yeah, but the real question
So
becomes,
he'll be fixing his hair, he'll be wearing his glasses, and he'll be bench pressing.
Yeah, how come they haven't had that push-up thing?
And he'll be doing push-ups as well. Yeah, good point.
Like those two, and when I say those two, I'm affectionately referring
I will
to
bench press Sharif.
Sharif and Joe have had this push-up bet for like 1 year now that has not happened. Like it's getting a little bit ridiculous.
Well, this is what the show on Monday we're going to be showing off everything, and
because if
there may be a push-up challenge involved.
No, if we say we're going to do something, like I did the Bring Sally Up challenge
on Monday, maybe Randy may become a host on Monday. I mean, Randy, I don't know. How's the supervising going back?
Why is he holding the Swiffer?
Because he's cleaning up. He's cleaning up his new desk. See what I'm saying? Yeah, there is a lot of dust everywhere. Yeah, I mean, we're just sneezing around here seems very, very common. Tesla's still getting down.
You can say that.
Oh God, my mouse was almost not working again. It's funny because I messaged to Obi and he had a problem with his P Pro 8 today, and so did I. But there it is, nice move to the downside, 446 all the way down to 427, Randy. So it's getting hit a little bit, down 6 or 7% yesterday, down another 2% here today. Tesla getting kicked a little bit, but it's our AMD trade that is right now. Look at AMD, boom.
Rivian.
That's a good short right there. What's Rivian? Randy says, what's Rivian doing? It is getting killed right now. It was down to, not right now, but it was down.
It's not so bad.
It was up to $17 not too long ago there, Randy. And I think ever since we said we liked it, it's now down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 days in a row, Randy. Right back into the 200 period. Remember, they had their deliveries. They met deliveries and lost production? They beat one but missed the others. They beat on deliveries, missed on their production numbers, I guess. But again, they're working on that plant, right, in Georgia. So they broke ground on that.
It's going to bounce.
And then they have,
Buy those depths.
Okay, well, the dip is here, man. Do you like guacamole with that or queso? Because right there, yeah, I prefer guacamole too. If Rivian is your chip, then go for a dip because right now it does have those plays in it. All right, Randy, man.
Always guac.
Always chilling, man. Always guac. Yes.
Always.
Yeah. I would choose
guacamole is
all right.
hands down the best dip. 10
Andre,
times out of 10.
Guacamole or queso?
10. No, it's not. You don't even have.
You're a guacamole guy? Okay,
Sure.
so it's 3 guacamoles.
Sure.
Let's get a poll up.
100%.
Which is your preferred dip? Adara,
It's not going to be 100%. But
queso, or guac? I think.
I don't know. I'm good
Who
with
said
either.
that?
I think maybe guac. I'll say guac. What's
Okay.
happening here?
Rob. We're just having fun. Oh, we're putting up a poll.
I think Rob just yelled out queso just to be funny.
If you have nachos, you prefer basically, you
didn't really
put
think
nachos
that.
or I don't know tortillas. Yeah, guac. Okay, so we do have in the back Rob, I believe, was the queso guy.
Calling cap
So
on that.
Obi, queso or guac?
That's cap.
Guac. Are you a guac guy too over there?
I like guac, but it depends what kind of queso.
Oh, shut up, Joe. So Joe makes it more difficult to get what kind of queso? I don't know. Cheese-based.
He picked guac.
No, I'm just playing around with Joe. He picked. I think I'm gonna give Joe queso.
No, you're not. He said guac.
No, but then he said depending on the type.
Well, if it depends,
So it's whatever type he
did
wants.
you say it depends on what kind of? No, it doesn't, he didn't say it depends on what's in the guacamole.
That's
He just
Joe
said
for you. That's
guacamole.
what I was saying. Like this guy's always busting us over here.
Just
right.
admit that you like guac.
Well, it's going to come up, and everybody can vote. And I just want to make sure. Look, we're having a lot of fun on this, man, all the time. I just want to make sure that we give another thumbs up. I've already done it, and I just want to say cheers,
the
man. That was a big,
heck happened to
big super chat there. $500. You must be having a great week, and we really appreciate that. I'm Charlie Kirk. I don't want to say that because, unfortunately, rest in peace. No matter what side of the aisle you're on. I mean, we never want to see something like that. But thank you so much for that super chat. And, okay, here it is, man.
Can I vote 8 times? No.
You can vote once.
I can only vote once. How in the actual...
You dare me to do this? What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to be honest. I would go guacamole there. Ooh.
What's wrong with you?
Wow, 60-40. This is a little closer than I had thought, man, around these joints. Look at that. Okay.
I think sometimes the chat
AMD is still tanking.
just has people vote this way, like because you're just, you're trying to be contrarian. I'm just saying. I think people just
People are voting the way
Really?
they want to vote. Yeah.
Really?
Well, because it's too close for people to be. The contrary thing only gets a few people, right? Like this is now 400 votes right now, and it's still winning.
That's cap.
Very, very interesting. Okay.
No, just very quickly. Someone asked in the chat, am I going to take a VWAP on NVIDIA? I just did. You just saw me in here at VWAP, but it's a little stronger now than it was before. Because the last time I got the curl, it worked right away. I mean, instantly. This time it actually busted me up. But if he closed under the volume weighted average price, I might just jump back into it. But it was a little bit stronger this time. Still only want to short the pops. But I will say I missed out on Rigetti. No, Rigetti. Yeah, while I was looking at that, Rigetti's now breaking out the highs. So there wasn't another dip buy in Rigetti as it just continued to blast higher. 9% now on Rigetti. There's no levels to work off of at this point as the stock just continues to go higher and higher and higher. And I'm noticing now, I got away from Intel. The second Intel wasn't holding support, I jumped out of that trade. So thankfully that's been a good idea. But look at 37. It's just going sideways here. So I was waiting for it. I mean, I wrote down 36.5, but 37's been holding very, very well. So I might just have a look at this 37 consolidation on Intel and go back to that well. So still really just looking at NVIDIA VWAP. Hopefully we can find another long in Rigetti because that's been pretty solid to the upside. And then now all of a sudden Intel looking to break this little bit of a downward trend that it's been in. As we are going to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, we're just going to do a combined sector watch and money talks here because it is almost 10:50, almost time to pass over to Joe and Obi. Let's talk here about this sector board because even though there was a lot of weakness in tech to start the day in the NASDAQ, You really don't see that in a lot of the rest of the market. Eli Lilly regaining its dominance after kind of topping around yesterday, up 3%. Thermo Fisher, Intuitive Surgical, Danaher, and Johnson & Johnson, all really strong in health technology. It's actually hard to find a red name here. Consumer non-durables, with the notable exception of Philip Morris. I couldn't find any news on this. That one's down 4%. The rest of the sector is strong. Utilities strong. Health services incredibly strong after a pop yesterday for Humana and others. Good look for industrial services, commercial services, and finance looking great as well. We have to once again talk about tech. Electronic technology is a bit less directional. You've got some strength in names like Broadcom and Qualcomm, but the leaders in this space, NVIDIA and Apple, are relatively flat. Tech services a little bit different. Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, all lightly red. Robinhood continuing its relative strength, but Netflix, Palantir, Google, and Meta, the weakest names in this space. Let's talk about Palantir and Netflix. Palantir down 4% and counting. The weakness in this one might have something to do with an internal memo revealing that apparently there are some concerns about Palantir and Anduril and others and what they're doing there with the U.S. government and I guess the security of that. Then you've got Netflix. Elon Musk lately has been posting quite a lot over the last 4 days about this game, encouraging people to cancel their Netflix subscriptions and claiming he himself has already canceled his. So, interesting look there. Let's talk here about the U.S. dollar before we send you back to the guys. U.S. dollar daily chart. Pretty boring, nothing too exciting to report here. And it's a little bit hard to talk about the dollar without economic data. We know that we're still not getting that until the government ends their shutdown. Yesterday, some comments from Republican leaders indicated we probably weren't going to get any answers with regards to the reopening of the government over the weekend. They didn't think any real voting would occur. So without that, it's kind of hard to even give a timeline. But what I will say is we did get some data today. S&P and services and composite PMI a little bit above estimates. ISM services PMI below estimates. No NFP, though, unfortunately, which does put the Fed in a bit of a sticky situation because they really want that data to deliver a rate decision on October 29th. Let's see if the shutdown ends before then. Back to you.
I'm homesick. I literally have this, I was asking Sean what lunch was. And if I'm homesick, I basically am having soup and a sandwich pretty much every single time.
I'm not like if I'm homesick, I'm going to come with you.
I'm just I cannot be bothered to make it. I don't have the energy to make anything else, and that's literally as easy as it can possibly get. Soup and a Sammy. Soup and a Sammy every single day.
What soup was it?
Well, yesterday was a vegetable soup.
Okay, nice.
Sometimes I I don't mind a tomato soup, but yesterday was just easy vegetable.
Yeah, I would go with veggie there. That's a good call. All right. We need like a button that says no gloat, just says good trade. There it is, man. We'll bang that out right now. Now we're $3, $2.50 in right now. Oh, by the way, Bitcoin is running right now to 121. So that's a money storm all week. Here, we'll do this. Do something because crypto right now. There it is. Poke that 121 right there. It's a money storm right now. It's a money storm on AMD. The futures too, just pulling back a little bit. So we're going to take some more out as we get into the downside. Now 7.5% left of this one. Exactly. So that's a good call, I think. Anyways, we'll still hold on to the TQQs. I want to note Rumble. Rumble is at its high. So I pulled my order right there for Rumble. This is an area that I was thinking and mentioning about going short right there at $9. So I think that trade is available for you. I'm not going to lament that one like we do the Tesla trade. That went to 425. Oh my, right there. That's the missed trade. We would have been 10 times yesterday's loss if we just had that trade, but we don't. All right, look, 1.1K. We already have 750 votes on this poll that I randomly created a couple minutes ago. All right, it's not acceptable to only have 1.1K here on that. By the way, this is what I'm trying to tell Neil, man. I was like, Neil, man, Queso's going to have some love.
Apparently, it's
for it.
I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said it's mixed.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the first words out of ChatGPT's mouth.
Yeah, so there you go.
Mixed. I'm surprised by it. I'll come.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's not close to me.
No, I'm not surprised by that one, but I do get it, right? I mean, it is it's a very, very interesting discussion. But yeah, anyways, if you voted in that poll, please just hit the like right here, man. Just hit the like, hit the subscribe, and get involved, right? Because I think that's what we're looking for is just that engagement. So, hit the like there, hit the subscribe, and be part of our community. And thank you to everybody for doing that. And yeah, man, the polls that we have on here, we'll get one on the midday as well. Just having a lot of fun with it. So, again, thank you everybody. Over 550 or 40,000 subscribers in total now. And yeah, we're doing big things on this side. So. With only a few minutes left, the top names today that were on our board to talk about. Yeah, we'll get to those super chats in just a second. Just so you guys know, they'll refresh this. Refresh this on the midday, guys, when you guys get over there if you want, just to see if there's anything else going on. But DocuSign, that's a new name. I didn't even look at that there today. So DocuSign's on here. The Trade Desk, another nice name, bouncing at $51. Okay, Trade Desk had a little bit of a rough ride over the last little while. Robinhood just continues to. I actually should have looked at that because 150 always a key level. It's nice to see Open Door back near $8 again and over it now to 850. UNH, Neil sort of talked a little bit about that earlier. The one play that I want to check out is Oscar. We're still long Oscar Health at 1285, whatever it is. We're gonna have to check out if that's doing anything. OSCR, Tesla, UNH, LAC. I mean, congratulations again on anybody that's been trading the LAC game today. It's been an absolute monster. Palantir down 4%, so that's not good. We had that story earlier. That was the one short that I was actually thinking about and didn't put on that in Tesla. And USAR, the big one there, and Qubits. And then also, funny thing here too, with Webull. So you talked about Robinhood, Webull, all that. Oh yeah, look, I forgot I could do this right there. So it's 24-hour high up to $15 today. So 9 million shares of volume. So thanks, Fabian, for building this. And it's just a real cool thing that we're providing visually. And those are going to be screens in the back. So that, we're going to be posting a lot of this stuff up on that. So it should be a lot of fun.
Give the whole
as we move
thing
forward. Look how huge that thing is.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, man. Yeah, I can't say that, Rob, but you are right on that. But anyways, big monitors.
Family show, Rob.
There. Yeah, he did a little Michael Scott on that. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's actually not that bad.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Floppy disk, Kyle. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Jacob Knight. We'll go one by one. I don't know. Look, firstly, flat trade on NVIDIA, the last VWAP. I don't want to call it the last VWAP trade, but this is probably going to close above VWAP for the first time since the open. We'll continue to short it at VWAP. We got some 89s out, but it just starts breaking out here. So I don't know how many times you can go to the well. Eventually, this could decide to break it out. It might still give us another entry. We'll see. Thoughts on the IRM chart? So Iron Mountain, and then Kyle, Rocket Lab, Tesla, Rigetti, 0 day, 0 day expire, USA Degenerate. So you're looking at the 0 day options on all three. Well, those are three very different names. Rigetti is flying like a bat out of you-know-what. Tesla's tanking like a bat out of you-know-what. I haven't looked at Rocket Lab at all today. So those are very different names. Could just be a comment and not a question. And Jacob, can you shed some light on what the daily goal is? I know that's something. It's something I know Sean looks at. I've never really look at it that way because I think it's like, what does the market like? Some days the market might not move, and you never want to be chasing something that's not there. So I never have like a daily goal in mind. I only ever consider just don't get blown out. Like if I look at like the previous month, let's just say. Like I never want to lose, not your best day, but take like your second, third, or fourth best day, like those, like that second tier good day, and I never want to lose more than that. Like that's the way I look at it, as far as looking at what a goal. I only have one for not losing, but as far as like a top side, I just have never really had one. IRM, first of all, how many stocks are locally breaking out right now? That's how you know the market is good. Like it's always like breakout here, breakout there. I mean, absolutely. Like, what was the comment on this? It was, let me just double check because I wanted to find. Now the super chat's gone. This always happens. I wanted to see what the comment specifically was on thoughts on the IRM chart. So just the thoughts on it. Like today is the breakout of resistance at 105. So on a daily chart, technically you're breaking it out, but you haven't really broken away from the resistance yet. So like a close up here above 106 is good, and then kind of breaking above this level, like 107, 108, like then you get the continuation play. Like, so it's starting the breakout here. You still need the continuation. Maybe it does like a dip, consolidative, but this is a good looking one. I typically prefer longs when it breaks the 50 and 200 period moving average. Like I don't know the stock and I'm not interested in it like myself. But like I go for longs when it does like a dip into here, or just to close above the 50 and 200, and then I'd buy it on like this day. Like usually, like I'd probably buy it on this day usually. and then you give it to the 50 period or the 200, whichever one I think it's going to respect better. But yeah, it's a good looking chart for the daily breakout.
All right, so just quickly here, we got to go soon. So I took a little bit more here against the 200 period. If we break 106.50, we're out. So we just put that stop in just to wrap up the day right here. It's obviously been a great day. We talked about that. We're at our goal and much more. So it's been a really great day for that, and we're really happy. And again, thank you everybody for the super chats that we've had today, new member alert as well. Thank you for everybody for all of that. And then just keep it going, man. And then 1,000 votes right here. It looks like guacamole will just eke it out right now over queso. So I think that was a really good poll. Thank you everybody for supporting it. And, just keep on having a good time. You're going to go over with Obi soon and Joe. That should be a lot of fun. Those guys will talk about, anything you guys want to as well. So keep up the good vibes right there. We're just 2 for 2 today. I'm not sure how many trades you've made over there or anything. I don't have anything loaded, but only three trades. So, there's the reload. So this is the first time we've really done anything since 10:30. It's a new and improved, man. I'm being patient. We talked about it. I know Neil just talked about, not getting blown out or anything like that. We've had 6 red days in the last 40 trading days. So, we're on a good run right now, and we're just going to continue the positive vibes. And I want to thank everybody. When I say we, I just mean myself. So, it's been a good run. We did have a slip up yesterday, but we come right back in and do our day today. So that's what we've been doing. Again, I hope everybody has a great weekend. We're back at 2 p.m. So, join us then for sure for more of this fun talk and more trades.
One last super chat.
Go get the last super chat.
Yeah, because we're getting out of here. I want to make sure we get to the super chat because then it goes to the next stream and then I don't want it to be missed. And Bill Swirsky, super fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being a fan. Thoughts on PSTV? Very simply, I wish there was more volume on this. It's a 70-cent stock. For penny stocks, I prefer if it's at this time of the day you've already done like 50 million shares or 25 million shares or even 100 million shares. 8 million shares is not a lot for a penny stock, and it seems like a lot, 8 million in volume. That being said, you do have the nice bottom that got formed. It would normally be a breakout through 72. Like, look at that. Resistance to support, to resistance, consolidation. You break out the high, you're breaking the 200 period moving average. The only thing that isn't so great about this, like I said, is volume. 8 million shares is not a ton here, but you can do worse than look for the breakout and giving it to VWAP's 2 cents, and then let's see if it can ride a little bit higher. So I like the chart, I just don't like the volume on PSTV. Let's go. We got Obi filling in for Sharif.
Futures going down.
And Joey options. Go get them.
Yo, what's going on, fellow traders? I hope everyone is having a fantastic Friday. It's your boy Joe, and you guys already know who that is. It's my boy Obi as well. What's going on, everybody? Let's let some people start rolling into the chat, and let's get rocking and rolling on this beautiful, beautiful Friday morning. Oh, all right. Greetings from Istanbul. All right, Umar. Nice to see that, guys. Let's see who we got kicking off in the chat there, Obi. Let's start off with Jacob Knight. What's going on, brother? Hope everything's going. T27, Danny Q, Ronaldo. No, it's not Sharif, it's Obi, my friend. Wow, I like this combo. Great traders. Tara says, thank you very much. Oh, good afternoon, my boys. This is Jason Cogni. Where are you, my friend? It's still the morning here. We'll take it 11 a.m. Who else do we got there, Obi? Andrew Chow. What's up? It's not Sharif, it's Obi. Get it right. I don't know. He's not a shapeshifter.
Seeing some classic names in here.
Yeah. Sharif's not a shapeshifter over here.
No.
Guys, Adam DeLuz. What's up, Adara? What's going on? And then we got Stuck Trader. We're Laho. Who else? We got a couple more Buffalo Soldier. And then we have Petzia Pie. All right, little pizza pie. And Dexter Smith. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic Friday. Once again, it's me and your boy Obi this Friday. Little under the weather this morning, but we're gonna try to bring the energy. I had a hectic night last night. Take the dog out for a walk. I'm not feeling good, so fresh air is the way to go. You want to touch some grass, and I'm like, all right, let me get my boy a chicken foot from the pet store.
Nice.
Get him the chicken foot.
Yeah. He likes it?
brother, he scarfed it down, but minutes later, he just vomited so large after. So I was worried. I kind of went doggy dad mode on that one. And I'm like,
has he ever had that before?
No, he's never done that before.
Oh, okay.
So like, and when he eats,
has he had like the
chicken
before?
foot? No, I usually get him pig's ears. I'm like, let's switch it up. Let's get him something different.
Yeah.
And then
he just wasn't used to it.
No, and then
definitely no more chicken feet.
Yeah, no more chicken feet. And I asked the girl, I'm like, is this okay for him? She's like, yeah, for sure. Give it to him, scarfs it down. Minutes later, just massive. So I was up monitoring him all night as well too to see if he was going to be all right. He was a little bit under the weather, but aside from that, trading wise, guys, Obi, what do you got? We'll come back to my screen momentarily.
I was working on a lot of stuff this morning, and I was like, I'm going to be patient. I have things that I need to get done. Just working on a few different things, trading related, of course. But and that helped me kind of stay really, really patient. I was watching all the craziness happen. I was like, okay, there were some strong movers this morning, right? We had OKLO. I think Oklo. Was it Oklo? Yeah. I think Oklo. No, it wasn't Oklo. I'm thinking of Rigetti, right? RGTI. That thing is running like crazy right now. 39s. So a lot of the quantum sector as well. QUBT, QBTS was doing well. It's still doing well, holding the uptrend really well at the same time. So I was observing these, maybe a few missed trades, but guess what? Somebody pointed out Palantir to me, and I was like, oh boy. Palantir was dumping down. Thank you very much. Oh boy, indeed. Dumping down. I was like, okay, so I saw it around 182s, 181s. I'm like, wow, this thing is getting shellacked to the downside here, increasing volume as well, all the way from 187s to 177. I'm being patient. It got down here 178s. This is where I got eyes on, like really focused on the tape. I put whatever I was working on to the side. And we were talking about a little bit of tape reading yesterday on the show as well. I'm like, all right, this piques my interest. This is the first time the bid is starting to come in after a strong flush. Here, didn't really get involved, but 76 halves. Where is that? 76 halves was all the way down here at this bar close, this bar open. 76 halves, I'm like, oh boy, maybe the bid is here. I see something on the tape. I'm like, okay, I got to get in. Punch. Pending orders. I'm like, wait, didn't I not get in? It pops up into the 90s. I'm like, punch. Pending orders.
Ooh.
Didn't get in. I didn't know what happened. So thankfully, I was told that I just need to relog. I am in the position, even though it's showing me that I wasn't in the position, so I just had to relog. And that was my Palantir trade. I definitely did not get as aggressive as I'd like to on that one, but it caught a little bit of a piece. That's the only trade I've had so far. I like how it puked down. I was like, oh boy, is this a little capitulatory kind of ish? But I will want to participate when the buyers do step in. Boom, boom, 176s, instantly up to 179s from 177s, 176s. So I was like, oh boy, I'm relogging, and I'm like trying to get out of some of the position while most of my charts are still loading up. But that was an interesting morning. Got a little bit longer here on the 179 consolidation, and then put in a stop, got up off my desk. It got all the way to 181s. I was like, oh boy, comes in and stops me out again. Stops me out a couple of times. I'm like, okay, we're holding structure a little bit higher, trying to push into that 180. So a little bit long here on Palantir. That's the only trade I've taken. So we talk about quality over quantity.
Absolutely.
Definitely, that's what I like to focus on. And like I said, I was a little distracted. I was trying to work on like a few different things. So that really helped me sit on my hands, be patient, and really wait for something to fall into my lap that is worth my time. I'm sure there were other trades I could have scalped out a few pennies, whatever. But this one was definitely, I was just like, okay, I know I have to be involved. As soon as that bid steps in, I know I have to be there. And oh boy, has it been stepping in here on Palantir. A little bit of a flush, a little bit of a sell-off going into the Friday, but let's see if we can get a little bit of a reversion as well. 33% reversion so far. Let's see if we can hit the 50 and the 66. Don't know if we're going to get there, but that's what I'm watching. Market rebound is quite nice right now, so we definitely have a tailwind for the bid. So that's all I got going on.
Yeah, that's a good look there, guys. All right, let's hop into some of our trades here earlier in the morning. We're currently sitting, you can't see it. I'm in IBIT here. Took a couple attempts to get it rolling. We get a little scalp, comes up back against us. We get her at the break even, and then I'm like, ooh, okay, let's try it one more time. And I was making a mistake. I'm like, let me give this 20 cents. We'll start relatively smaller. And I'm like, all right, yeah, we'll take the stop out, no issues. It sells off an additional 10 cents there. but I should have been reading the price action a little bit better. Obviously, shoulda, coulda, woulda, hindsight 2020. For me, I'm like, all right, you may as well start building in at these lows, considering that base was holding up relatively well. We know that Bitcoin's been on an absolute monster tear in the past couple of days, so why wouldn't we assume it's going to continue? You take the attempts, and either it works or it doesn't, so we take the third swing, right? We didn't strike out on this one, so that's working out. And I was talking to Obi earlier, I'm like, hey, we're just under 21K, 121K on Bitcoin. I would not be surprised if we tap into all-time highs today. Today, if we continue on this trajectory, anything can happen, especially if shorts start to get squeezed. I wanted to reload at around 68, 65. We haven't even pulled back to that specific level just yet, so I'm still going to be patient on that one, but we're not too far off of it. If you want to take a look from a percentage metric, it's small potatoes. Big time small potatoes over here. Obi, 2.7%. So, I mean, by the weekend, and I mentioned this before, could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. But on the path that we're currently moving on, I think that it's definitely in the works that we can see an all-time high on Bitcoin by the weekend or maybe even later next week. So I'm calling it relatively soon, no specific date, but I like the trajectory that we're currently trading on. Now, as for the losers, we obviously want to go over that. We took one stab on AMD long there. I know Katina Man was short. We got a little pop, then breakout. Once it snapped through this, I'm like, oh, okay, I don't think we're going to get any more continuation to the top side. And there it is. You're just continuously bleeding lower and lower. So we're not too frustrated about that. And then also Tesla, I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's see. Oops, no, it was TSLA. I'm like, let's see if we can get this pop. Yesterday, aggressive selling. Let's see if we can get some bounce here. I mean, boom, we take the first attempt, doesn't work. Take another attempt, doesn't work. And then the third one, we strike out. I'm like, all right, we're not going to continuously try to beat a dead horse here. Once it snapped through that support level, it was the continuation to the downside. And I think that's exactly how our day started off with Tesla yesterday. So I'm going to allow this bleeding to continue, and then maybe we might be able to find a bottom on that. But I'm waiting for deeper pullback. If we head into the volume weighted average price in the crypto space, i.e. Bitcoin, then I'm going to look to add to the position, and then maybe we get that move into the all-time high on IBIT is roughly around $70 there, Obi.
No, I like that idea, man. You can see the whole space has been catching quite a strong bid. Like, did you see Circle yesterday?
Circle's
did you see
nuts,
Coinbase
bro.
yesterday? I think the Hood had a little bit of a move. I don't know if you guys were watching it or not.
Bro, 150 on Hood.
Yeah, wild. That thing is so strong, and we're seeing a lot of this crazy kind of bidding action across the board here. And yeah, market's all-time highs, pretty wild as well. So Bitcoin, all-time highs as well. I think that's well within range. That's about 5K. I was talking about this with Sean yesterday. Bitcoin can sneeze and it'll slap up 5K.
You know what I mean? Exactly.
Remember, it's an asset that's trading at $150,000. Sorry, $120,000.
Yep.
Right. So 5K move. Percentage-wise, it's not much at all. So it's like, oh, can we actually get there? The probability is well within range, I think. So yeah, I do like that.
Into Unity. Oh, you're not tapped in there. Unity.
Oh no.
We'll get that set up there for sure.
I'll hop on into Unity. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. Over the weekend, or we find that sometimes, most of the time, things happen overnight or over the weekend on Bitcoin when we hit some fresh prices. So I'm thinking we're poised for maybe some fresh highs if Bitcoin holds this trend and the momentum continues, then the probability of hitting those all-time highs relatively soon, I think, is higher than not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I definitely agree with that. Palantir coming back up here into its VWAP, 180 hold as of right now. Got a little chopped up. Again, real risk should be down to some of these lows here. I'm giving it way too tight for no reason. Yeah, just kind of going through the motions here. Let's see if we can kind of reclaim 180, hold sustain, and then 181 is that prior high. But we are heavily sold off of the morning session here. So the question is, are those sellers totally done right now? Do they have any more selling left to do? VWAP is a great place to kind of, I think, look at. You can see already a little bit of supply coming in on the push through VWAP, on the first push through back through VWAP. Now we've made a second attempt after some higher lows, some fresh higher lows, right? We got 1, 2 higher lows. Now we're reclaiming VWAP. Let's see if we can break structure through the 181. I'm seeing the NASDAQ pushing up a little bit here as well, so we do have that tailwind. But my question is, where is the next trade? What are you guys trading right now? That's what I'm asking. So again, Palantir, I was not watching. One of my pod members was like, oh boy, look at Palantir. And I looked it up because I was watching, the Mag 7s. I had a few morning watch list stocks on my radar here, and none of them were doing what I was looking for. And then Palantir shows up like a blessing. And I'm like, oh boy, where are you running?
Where?
Why are you running? Where are you running?
Where?
And then I just waited, and then that was the trade. So I want to. So the whole point of saying that is emphasizing that when you have a community, you have more eyes on. So even you can have great opportunities that perfectly fit what your style of trading is, but you may not even see them. But having a great community to point stuff like that out is what matters. That's why I'm always asking you guys, what are you
I'm
guys
sure there's
looking at? Over 1,000, over what, 5,000 to 8,000 pairs of eyes in the chat today. So
let's
what
get
are
the
you
exact
guys seeing? Maybe we find something that is worthy of taking relative to my playbook, right? That's all.
12,000 eyes right now. There will be 6,338 people watching. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. IBIT has been delisted. No, what? Come on, man. This is one of the best performing ETFs of all time, my friend. All time. Yes, that's right. IBIT, and we're reloaded. Delisted? Come on, man. No, I'm only playing with you. Yeah, Darius.
SMCI.
Better buy that time. You're asking me about those options. I know you. You better be buying the time, my friend. There it is on the reload there on IBIT, guys. I'm talking about us heading into that realm of potential all-time highs. Let's see if we can break this key pivot right around 68.90. With that being said, let's take a look at our options chain. Rusty, you said in it. So I know that you, my friend, are from across the pond.
Across the pond. Yeah.
That's a pond. That's across the pond slang over there. It'll be in it. So there it is. Let's see what. Oh no! Why did I type in NVDA? We don't want to get that garbage out of here. There goes IBIT on the reload, Katina man. I'm reloaded. So there it is, 70. So yeah, Rusty Dutch, you say 125K. Let me know. Thank you, my friend. Let me know what you're seeing on that one. 71, we do have quite a bit of open interest on this week's expiration cycle there, guys. 19,900 contracts at that 71. I seen it at 70 earlier in the week, so that's starting to lift there, which we really like, man. This space is extremely strong. 67, we still got a bunch of contracts over there. All right, let's lock some up. Let's lock in some profit here as we're starting to climb a little bit higher on IBIT. Let's see if we can break that pivot, man, and start squeezing some of these shorts out here. Get out of here, you shorts, on IBIT, because we're hella long this name. I mean, YOLO long-esque on that. So, yeah, bang. Let's see if we can catch that fill at 68.85. And what was I going to do next? Oh, yeah, we had a super chat. Super chat. All right. David Treziak, thank you, my friend, $5. Been great to watch Obi, Joe, and Adara grow into their confidence. ETHA may turn. I haven't even looked at it today, really. Let's take a gander on what Ethereum's up to. Yeah, it's starting to bounce off the lows, but it's not near the high of the day like what IBIT is currently trading at. We want to stick to the stronger names, the best of breed, as my guy Katina Man would like to say, and that's in the crypto world, the grandfather itself, IBIT, or I should say Bitcoin. But then we got another $2 super chat from our guy, Kyle. RKLB on a rip. Let's take a look at Rocket Lab. One moment, uno momento, por favor, señorita, before we send it over to Adara. Let's see, we got, yeah, bang, Rocket Lab, starting to climb higher. Beautiful look. Ooh, watch out for this, because this thing can go absolutely insane. That's a big-time potential break there on RKLB. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, what I have here is Amazon. Nothing huge, but maybe something worth noting here. The company's vice president and CEO advisory team member we've got Rob Williams, so again, advisory member of the CEO team, I guess, and then also the vice president of devices. Apparently, he's going to be stepping down at the end of the year, according to internal memo. So a little bit of a shakeup, it looks like, at Amazon's devices segment. Unclear this is going to be a huge impact. If I get any more details, I'll let you know, guys. Back to you.
Very much. Yeah, so there we go. We take another fill there on IBIT, punching through that previous high of the day. Obi, what do you got there, my guy?
Nothing much. I pulled up Rocket Lab right away because I was like, that's a great call out.
Yeah.
The one you just pointed out, multi-day breakout. I like daily breakouts. We're seeing expanding volume into this strength, pushing up into the $55 level. Let's go up to a weekly. Yeah, the high is 55.17. You can see this is very much trend. Like, we've been on a very aggressive uptrend. We consolidate on top of 44s, and now we're trying to push up a little bit higher here. Only about 40, 50 pennies away from those all-time highs. Yes, all-time highs. Wow, look at this, beautiful. Maybe I should be buying in the swing where I think there are significant lines. Like, look at this. Where else do I have lines on this chart? Rocket Labs. I don't have lines anywhere else. I'm like, these may be support or resistances that could potentially be significant because we had the run up, we fell down, and then we were failing to follow through in and around that $15 level. So I'm like, okay, well, this could be interesting here. Didn't really do much with it after that, but beautiful swing on that one. But intraday, let's get to business. Intraday, this is looking real nice. If we can crack some of these highs and get that follow through and maybe some more volume as well. Yesterday's volume was pretty significant, so continuation definitely happening pretty nicely today.
Oh, wow.
And what makes it better for me as well, Joe, is that you got that continuation off the open, you slapped those longs back down. So people probably punching out, fearful, whatever. But guess what? Still within range. Bigger picture trade happening here, not the intraday. And then you get that hold of opening range low. You get that hold of prior day's end of day consolidation mess. You get that pre-market reclaim. And then you get that high a day opening range high push as well. VWAP hold, whatever you want to call it. Nice, beautiful continuation showing you everything that you want to see for a potential higher time frame breakout. But that high was made, I guess, just last week. Or, sorry, that was a monthly chart, right? Yeah, so those highs were made relatively recently, September 15th. The Monday is when that 55.16 was made. So let's see if we can get there. Again, we're trading at 54 halves currently. Good strength. I like the push. I'm going to wait. Maybe it's better to just, throw up an alert here and we can get back to it if and when. I don't know if I have alerts left on this thing. There you go. Boom. Right there. There's that alert. When Rocket Lab passes 55.12s, I will be alerted, and then maybe we can make something out of it here. But until then, that is a bit of a level where supply did come in recently. So looking for everything to line up for a potential bid.
You're out of Palantir.
I'm out of Palantir because we pushed up into that 181 and we started consolidating, and I did kind of was a little aggressive on top of the 180, and I was like, all right, well, if I'm gonna do a little bit of a double up here, I'm expecting it to go right away, and I want to add more through the 81, but it didn't really do that. We're consolidating, taking our time here. So you know what? If you're gonna take your time, I'm gonna step away for a little bit, maybe reassess. Honestly, I think the highest EV trade, in my opinion, was down here, where the real reversion took place around 76 half, 76 70s. If you want to use a prior bar, then you can even go 77 30s, but I don't really like it that far away. The tape read was more than enough down there. But yeah, a little bit of a hold of, like, for example, we already saw supply coming in at VWAP off of the open and then on the retest. If we're going to chop around and really can't get above or below this 181, 180, I'm going to let it do its thing and let it tell me what it wants to do before getting involved. But where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking right now. In terms of the Mag 7s, oh boy, Google taking a little bit of a curl to the upside. So let's take a quick look at that one here. Google, yeah. Strong selling off of the open. We broke some of that, some of those pre-market lows as well.
Man, I'm trying to play some Call of Duty on that.
45. Yeah.
Everything, man.
Imagine watching the game.
Yeah, imagine watching.
Imagine watching.
You don't even know where
sports.
to look. You can't even look. It's literally like a movie theater screen.
Yeah. I mean,
crazy.
It's gonna be awesome. I think it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's big time.
Imagine
awesome.
Charts. Imagine trading on that screen.
Oh,
Imagine trading on that screen,
that would be,
bro.
you have
That'd be
to go
sick.
big.
You know what? If I have that screen, have you seen those huge keyboards? Those life-size life-size, but like life-size keyboards. Like the enter key is like this
like
big.
that big?
It's like this big, and there's other keys
It's like
as well.
you're trying to run your hotkeys on it. You gotta be, all right, yo,
I gotta jump. I gotta
there.
physically jump around.
Yeah.
You know.
All right, that's crazy. That's
I
crazy.
think that would be cool. You know.
All right, guys, get your votes in too.
Yes,
I see you
sir.
guys starting to vote. Lithium America's leading the way. Tesla,
LAC,
dollar
everyone
sign.
talks about LAC.
IBIT never makes it up here. Why? Why is that, Fabian? Tell me, please. I need answers, my friend.
I know why.
Why?
They're not voting for it.
They're not. Oh, they're not voting for it. Come on,
Man.
You gotta vote for it. There you
All
go.
right, man.
There
I
you go.
get
You know what?
it.
I'm gonna start
I
it.
get
I'm gonna vote for some stuff here.
All right,
too.
vote for IBIT for your boy. I want to see it up on the. There we
How
go.
many
Thank
votes
you,
am I
Haley.
allowed?
Speaking, I think you're only allowed one vote there, my
man.
friend. There it is, guys. Bang. Look at the check this reload I was talking about.
Bang.
Waiting for 65s. Price started to turn around a little bit earlier, but hey, we take that stab. We're just slightly positive. I mean, we're up 0.5% on the session, but we blasted through yesterday's high, and we're not too far away. $1 away from the all-time high, a little bit less on IBIT. Time for your daily. Oh, you want that? No problem. The people get what the people ask for.
What even is that?
I thought you would know. That's like an anime thing, isn't it?
I don't know. I understand. Maybe
it means
like
uwu.
Oh,
You know uwu?
I
have no
don't know
idea.
what it is, but like I know, like I've
know
seen it
of
in
it?
like the social medias.
See, I have no idea.
I'm like Instagram, TikTok. I'm like no, the social
Subaru?
medias.
What is that?
Subaru. I've seen the Subarus.
What's that? I don't even know. But what is Suwu from?
Who has
again?
a Subaru?
Suwu, I think might be. It's definitely some rap stuff. I think.
You ever drove a Subi?
A
Like an
Subaru?
STI?
No, you know what I say
Dude,
though?
those things are go-karts on the road.
Yo,
man.
brother,
Those
you know what I
things are
say?
wild.
I don't like everybody's like, yeah, BMW drivers suck. So and so drivers suck.
Excuse me, what?
Well, I have one too. That's what you know. You is an emotion used to express happiness, worth, and affection. All right, then we're this all day then.
Oh, a cute face
Cute.
with closed eyes and a cat-like mouth.
But
Okay,
listen,
so we got,
but listen.
interesting. I like
Also,
cats.
like if you're driving a Subaru, I have the utmost respect for you because I'm like that guy can drive. I don't even know who you are, whatever vehicle you're
That guy
in.
knows
If you're
about cars.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because the Subaru.
Best believe you're working on it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That's the type of individuals who are rocking Subarus because they're quality vehicles. But no, back to these markets, guys. XLF was pretty strong here in the morning because the NASDAQ was lagging. I'm like, okay, what's dragging the SPY higher? And we have the NASDAQ starting to lag. XLF, let's pull it up. It was strong early in the morning, starting to cool off a little bit here now. So the financial sector ETF XLF, not too bad of a look here. Maybe that, let's see, this 53.62 level can hold, and then maybe you get another push towards that previous high. If not, that's okay. We don't mind whatsoever. But go IBIT, go. The volume's starting to kick in on the 5-minute time frames. You're seeing it start to accelerate. We're not too far off of those previous all-time highs, and this is exactly what we wanted to see with its strength. Joseph, never requested IBIT before because you're just so dang dependable. Never doubt that you'll not cover IBIT. I mean, I talk about it all the time. It's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing. Everybody has their underlying that they like to trade. For me, it's the crypto space. I like it when Ethereum and Bitcoin's
You
in play.
watch the whole space?
The whole space?
Like in terms of like the stocks related plus IBIT plus like Ethereum.
Yeah. I'm always looking at the underlying asset, right? Like I always got to keep an eye on what Bitcoin's doing. Obviously, the tracking error on IBIT is essentially nothing, right? So it's really, really tight. That's why I like
very
it, right?
efficient.
And that's why I think it just outpaced with the gray scales and the ARCs and everything along those lines because one, they have next to no management fees, and the tracking error was the best out of all of them. So that's why we like. No, I did not get back into Tesla. I struck out on that one, 0 for 3. But how's that Palantir? Oh, you're out of Palantir. What do you got going on there?
But I might be smelling some stuff brewing here. 181, we couldn't really get through. we're kind of coasting. It is VWAP, so we can have a lot of noise. We can have a lot of chop and a lot of liquidity kind of being pushed in and around. But yeah, I like it in and around here. Maybe something's brewing, but the market it's got to give me a little bit of a signal here as of right now. But I do like it for maybe a little bit of a relief potential pullback. You know what? Maybe we get a little bit involved right here. Let's see if it can hold below that 181. I like it here, but again, we've gotten a couple of tests of that 181 so far, and it's well within range. You can see we're uptrending, so this is definitely a little bit of a counter trend to the shorter term kind of bid we've been seeing, but bigger term. Sellers are very much in charge on the day at VWAP right off of the open and at VWAP on the secondary test. This is the only time we've seen a little bit of a difference where it's kind of consolidating and not doing anything too crazy, but maybe if it's gonna have some consolidation and some price acceptance above VWAP, then yeah, I'm more than willing to be wrong on this one. You can see the Nasdaq and the ES both pulling up a little bit here as well as of right now, so something to watch out for. What else was I looking at as of right now? Yeah, a lot of people were talking about that lithium LAC. They were like, yo, look at LAC. And I was like, yeah, I like it maybe for a reversion for the intraday, but I understand this is breaking out on a higher time frame. I don't really like it as much, but you know what? It could very well revert a little bit. It's already done a decent amount towards VWAP, so I like that, but I don't know if I would be really getting involved in around here, but I do have eyes on. I'm watching it closely. Let's see if it does anything crazy anymore, but the crazy move was off of the open. You can see prior day high break, and then this high break through the $8 level as well. We blasted all the way to a high of day of $9.32 right now. So let's see what else is going on. Chip sector, we know that Intel was looking pretty interesting over the past couple of days. We know that that's been running around and breaking out on a higher time frame. This thing was sold off, man. I was talking to Neil this morning. I'm like, this thing is poised for $40 if the bid continues, and the buyers are very much definitely here as of this week and last week as well. So. I think definitely something to watch out for. 38.08 is the high a day, bit of a lick grab of those pre-market highs, but within range, within trend of this maybe a multi-day bid that we've been getting. I think we got some crypto news with Adara.
First, I just want to let you guys know I'm seeing a headline coming out of China. China reportedly pushing the Trump administration to remove their curbs as they, I guess, consider a potential investment. So it seems like they're trying to go for a quid pro quo. Slightly more details. They're trying to get the Trump admin to remove restrictions, not specifying on what, while offering investment opportunities. So China basically saying, hey, we'll invest in you if you curb some of these, I guess, chip curbs or other curbs, for lack of a better term. If I get more details on this very vague story, I'll let you guys know. Let's take a look here at Bitcoin, though. This is the daily chart on BTC. Nice push up from that support at 108,000 and getting a nice little price target for the end of the year for the second day in a row from a major analyst. Citigroup yesterday coming out with a $132,000 target for BTC at the end of 2025. Then 12 months from now, so October 26th, they're expecting BTC to be priced around $181,000. JP Morgan's are a lot more optimistic here. All I'm seeing is for the end of this year. So they're seeing it by the end of this year, by the end of 2025, $165,000 for Bitcoin. So very optimistic, well above where we're currently trading, even well above the already slightly lofty Citigroup target. It is worth noting here that I guess they're saying the BTC to gold volatility ratio has slipped. So that basically suggests Bitcoin needs to rise roughly 42% to be equal to private gold investment levels. So that's part of what they were looking at here. They also said that there's this debasement trade going on. Apparently, this is led by retail investors. It involves investors getting really involved into Bitcoin and gold ETFs to hedge against things like inflation, deficits, and concerns here about the central bank. So interesting look here for BTC and a little bit of the background behind that price target from JP Morgan. Back to you.
Yeah, you know what, Adara, we like those base cases. We like those bull cases. We don't even want to hear about the bear case whatsoever. There goes another pop to the top side in Bitcoin. I'm telling you guys, we're not too far. It might be today. It might be, oh my God, if it's during the midday, that is crazy. Sharif is going to owe me a pair of American Eagle jeans if we get... Bang, another one. If we get that Bitcoin to 125K by Sunday, Yo, YB, I can't calm down on those calls, YB. There's zero chance, my friend. We loaded up on those, and we're heavy from a share standpoint as well, too. So, yeah, we're rocking and rolling. A nice little reload there on IBIT, OB.
Great.
Yeah.
Trading there, I think with trend trading, too, so I like to see it. Sorry. Great trading there with trend trading, so I like to see it there. And yeah, Bitcoin blasting through those highs here. Palantir still watching that, not really seeing anything too crazy here. Nothing too nothing too eye-catching. I was trying to find the right wording there. Nothing too eye-catching. Actually, you know what? As I say that, and as I'm looking at different baskets here, oh boy, which one is that one? Micron, okay, Micron's running as well, and oh boy, Nike. Nike is the one that is just doing it right now. So let's pull that up on our radar. Nike, a little bit of an extension, yes sir. Let's get those lines out of the way. We don't need them today. Oh boy, look at that, beautiful hold. That's exactly right, straight down, and this had earnings this week. I was looking at it on earnings day one, and that was on Wednesday, and I'm like, well, chop sideways. Maybe we look at the earnings day one range on day two and look for a potential continuation, because we did bid up off of that. We grabbed the reaction highs, and we got some supply coming in. The initial reaction did show us that there was supply up here at 74s, right? And maybe some demand up down here at 68s. Off of the open, we rip up through that area, through that wick high on the earnings reaction. You can see that this candle did do significant volume. So yeah, these levels might mean something. So coming into the open, yeah, a little bit of a breakout, but a false break, boom, look at the selling that comes in right away. So supply is still a little bit there. And then buying stepping in on top of the pre-market. But so we've been bidding up nicely for the past couple of days, earnings day one, day two. Earnings day three, look at that, break of prior day low. Distinctly different action. Sure, it's only been 2-3 days, but distinctly different action post earnings, and then breakdown of 74. So 72.40s as of right now. Let's see what this one will have. Again, if you guys know me, I like the reversions, and I'm like, if this is puking, I want to look for a potential bid. So let's keep it simple. Where did we see the bid come in since earnings? We see it come in here on day one lows, 71.60s. Where else did we see it come in? Off of the earnings reaction, 69s, nice. And then we hit a high of 76.97. So am I going to get long before this? Maybe, I don't know. If price action is significant enough, then yes. But I'm gonna take a closer look at this chart down here at 71.60s, because the chart is telling me that this is where buyers were on day one, right? So I'm gonna wait for that to potentially come in. 72.47's crazy downtrend here. Definitely distinctly different from the rest of the market is Nike as of right now. So let's take a look at some of these other staples as well. Let's do a quick Walmart and some J&J. And maybe a few other ones as well. So Walmart, maybe a little bit of a bid here, so strong on the day as well. Let's see, J&J. I know that one was running. J&J was doing well over the past couple of weeks, and oh boy, have you seen J&J's chart, man?
No, what's it doing?
Look at the weekly on this one. Stonks only go up.
Oh my!
Stonks only go up. Look, you want to see a monthly on this one?
Yeah.
Stonks only go up.
Only, man.
Did you buy in 2001? Did you buy in 2010? Did you buy in 2020? Well,
did you buy in 92, Obi?
Did you buy in 92? Damn, dude. I don't know, man. You know when I should have bought? I should have bought in 1968.
Yeah,
that was the time to buy some J&J. So if you were around in 1968,
and you didn't
what are you doing?
Yeah, and you weren't buying things?
Come on.
I don't know. Yeah, obviously being sick. So now leading to that, do you think that we're looking back at some of these names? Do you think that the quantum space has the ability to kind of have some of these growth cycles that we're seeing in the likes of NVIDIA, Tesla, who just create just these mass amounts of wealth for individuals who have been early investors?
I think that's what the positioning is happening around, right? People are trying to be first to the quantum bid. A lot of it is just a speculative bid. A lot of these companies don't necessarily make money or have like significant products that really do anything. But everyone, the market is forward looking, right? So if they're like, oh, if quantum is the future, Like, who saw AI coming? I'm sure there were a lot of smart minds that did see that coming.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
But quantum, a lot of people have the perspective that that's the next biggest thing. So currently, market leaders are AI tech companies,
Yeah,
right?
no, I need to
Before
get
that,
in
Microsoft was a leader, Apple was a leader for the longest time, and now we're seeing Apple kind of pull back in.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see how stocks take the lead. Have you ever seen those leaderboards over the years since like the 1950s of like top market stocks, and it just like by market cap, and it just like it was like that flow kind of taking over. It's like a race. It's like a race, right? So looking at the patterns of how certain stocks reach the top, they kind of, maybe they come into 5th place, they drop back down to 10. They come into 7th place, they drop back down. They come into 3rd, and then there's like a little bit of an ebb and flow of how they reach the highs there, and Nvidia definitely had that as well. So we'll continue that talk right after we get back from Madeira.
As you can see here, Ethereum popping up a bit. This is the 15-minute chart. We do have Goldman Sachs saying that they're seeing increased institutional participation in Ethereum. So Goldman Sachs saying it looks like there are more institutional investors or participants here in Ethereum. ETH getting a little bit of a pop on that headline. Back to you.
Stuff there, just talking to Jose in the chat. He was trading some. What was Jose on there today? Some QuantumScape, trading some QuantumScape there. Yeah, I mean, just sticking to the right names, right? Like the quantum space is extremely strong. Turbo Vibe says Bitcoin 21.85, 121.85. That's some good looks there. And that's what I was talking about, man. We might see it today. We might see it from an intraday standpoint, but I would not be surprised whatsoever leading into the weekend that we do tap into a new all-time high there on Bitcoin. So yeah, we're having a good time. We like it a lot. I believe that these big tech companies are throwing money into it. Yes, this will be the next big thing to happen. I'm hoping that my position gives a 5-to-1 split or a 10-to-1 split one day. What position is that? You never said the ticker there, my friend. So yeah, BMNR and MSTR, we're going to be talking a lot about crypto today, considering you're with your boy. Yeah, it's lagging, right? Like I don't love some of these leverage plays. Like look at MicroStrategy compared to Bitcoin here, right? There's something weighing these things down, and we were talking a little bit about it yesterday. It may not necessarily be affecting some of these names, but hey, you might get that break of around 354, but I know a lot of big-time investors were like, yeah, we're super long Bitcoin, but we don't like MicroStrategy. We're short in MicroStrategy, which I found really, really interesting to hear. So, yeah.
That's like a hedge position people take. Long Bitcoin, short MSTR.
Short strategy, right? Yeah. So, but I mean, but that's the whole thing. Like this guy, Michael Saylor, is just continuously issuing debt and trying to unload these shares where you get the appreciation of Bitcoin and the stock itself. That's where you get that leverage aspect in it, but they're not tracking it how we would expect. I would personally expect it to. Again, what do I know at the end of the day? I'm just going to stick with these names. We love this. As soon as IBIT IPO'd, OB, I'm like,
yeah.
I'm just like bang, bang, like, buy. Yeah. That's what I was doing. Bang, 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 bang. I was essentially doing that. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to continue to rock and roll. I want to grab as much as I can in this. I'm going to be like, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Michael Saylor, I don't know why. I don't know what it is. But I'm just going to follow what he's doing at the end of the day. I'm just going to, every little extra change I get is to buy more. And then who knows what can happen in the next 10 years. And Obi, we got to think, like, we're still in the first year of the current halving cycle, right? Like 2024.
Yeah, man.
So,
the Bitcoin long is very much a real trade. Very much a real trade. Now, whatever reason you might think that long is right, that's all over the place. But there are very strong reasons why Bitcoin long is the trade, right? And then I think DCAing into Bitcoin, especially waiting for aggressive dips like 20, 30, 40, 50%, 70% dips like it has had in the past.
Yep.
If you're waiting, if you really want to, take a shot at like catching a bit of the move, and that's what I'm waiting for. I'm like, okay, I love reversions now, and I wish I knew a little bit more about them years ago, but next time Bitcoin has like any sort of a decent pullback, I'm looking for a reversion back to the upside, looking to buy some of those consolidations and dips lower where people are very fearful, right? For example, we were just talking about this yesterday. Bitcoin went to like 108s and people are like, oh my God, this is the end. Bitcoin tests 90 or 100 and people are like, oh my God, it's the end, 100,000 breakdown. Like, okay, but you got to remember, it's a $120,000 asset. Right, we just talked about this percentage-wise.
Yeah.
Like, how has that asset behaved in the past? Is this within range? Is this normal kind of behavior? Sure, looking at the numbers on a screen could go up and down and make you feel, fuzzy inside or whatever you want to feel. But that's irrelevant to the actual trade in the position and how the asset moves. So you gotta, if you work in percentages, I think it's a little bit easier. It makes it a little bit easier, and keeps your head in the game a little bit. I think that's what I really like. So I'm waiting for, who knows, maybe we never have a 50% drop ever again.
Yeah.
I could be very much wrong. I'm more than fine with that. We'll find other places to get involved with the long as well. So
absolutely. Are we going to Adara there? Did I get that? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Bang. Adara. Let's go.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, Meta dropping with volume. I can't find any news on this. People are talking about put selling when I check on social media. I don't know enough to comment on that, but either way, META is dropping with volume. I want to talk about this CCCX here. There's someone here online speculating that this company is presenting at the NVIDIA conference and that this is going to be a pretty big deal. Keep an eye here on CCCX. We know NVIDIA has got a conference coming up here, I believe, in October. So this is pretty forward thinking, but either way, the stock is reacting to this. Again, super vague story. I wish I could give you guys more. Back to you.
Yeah, what do you think, my friend? And there it is, guys. We're still hovering around the highs. Let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors on the day. We've already done our stock visualizer. Lithium Americas leading the way with 139 mentions, Tesla 129. I'm going to do it again, guys. Make sure you guys get in there and vote. $ in what you want. IBIT nowhere to be seen. What is it? What is this? What is this, guys? There it is. I put it. I don't even think you can vote more than once at the end of the day. But boom, USAR, Bull sitting there positive on the day. Open Door, UNH also, Plug Power. Who are you? Shopify, bang, there you go. And then TTD, QUBT, Hood, Palantir, and Tesla, all looking half decent, guys. Thank you for voting. Also hit that like and subscribe, please, and mucho gracias, all right? So 5,800 watching. I hit the like. It says 1. I'm going to refresh. If we don't got 500, we're shutting it down. 423. Come on, get those likes in there for us there, folks. Now, what was I about to get at? Yes, that is right. We're going to take a look at the top performing sectors of the day and see what we cooking up over there, my good friend Obi. Now, my guy, whoa, only 2 in the red today. Utilities leading the march, up 1.9% on the session. Healthcare sitting in that second place, up 1.3%. And then the real estate sector, 0.75% right there. Now, for the bottom 3, we got the materials up about 1/5, still holding onto that green. Communication services, barely red. We're down 0.03%, which is very, very interesting. And then the consumer discretionary, 0.32%. So comms, we got the likes of Meta selling off in the discretionary, some weakness displayed in Tesla there, my guy, Obi.
Yeah, some weakness being displayed here in the market as well. And that Palantir short finally kind of coming in, breaking back below that VWAP. But don't forget, we've been making higher lows. So am I really expecting this to kind of crack and break down all the way down to the day's lows? Maybe. But I do have to respect a little bit of this. Okay, there's my, I just got, so normally 11:45, I have an alarm being like, okay, if I'm, getting a little stubborn with positions, just get up and go for a walk to kind of get me out of the zone. So that's 11, so it's around that time where, if you're holding something against you, you might want to reassess a few things. 11:45. Coming in here a couple hours off of the open, and we got that aggressive selling across the board, a little bit of reversions here and there, but there was one stock that was distinctly different in the Mag 7, and I want to talk a little bit about that one here. And they had a little bit of news in the morning. I think it might have been a downgrade or some whatever like that. Yeah, Jefferies, analyst note, whatever. Some analysts saying something, and then people kind of punching the bid. Guess what? Reversion off of the open. So this is how I see it. Market sold off of the open. Apple pretty much did all the selling that or showed us that it did all the selling that it wanted to do today in the pre-market off of that, and holding that 253. reversion right off of the open. So this is a different kind of reversion. This was very interesting to me. So I'm going to go home and kind of look at this kind of pattern or this occurrence a little bit more. It is a different kind of reversion in my opinion, but the reversion comes in aggressively right off of the open and gets us right back to reference price. But guess what? What makes it even better, say you don't have that long. Say you're just like, I don't know what it's going to do. Maybe it cracks, maybe it breaks, maybe you're taking the long off of this consolidation high here. But this is the most significant candle on the chart today, I think. This was the candle that came in with the news, whatever downgrade, something, Jeffrey had something to say. 257 halves is the reference high. Once we get above there, look at this consolidation that we've been getting. Hold of that reference, hold of that reference. Sure, we're not blasting off to the upside. There's already been some decent aggressive buying that's already been done off of the open, but that reference point, oh boy, a little bit of a scalp, and a hold higher for a push through the high a day. I like that consolidation on Apple. It basically told us that, yeah, doesn't matter whatever Jeffrey says, Apple is a very strong bid right now. You can see that bid coming in and around those same prices yesterday. So this concept we talked about on what was that thing we put an alert on that was fading off? Nike, right? The buyers were here yesterday, and guess what? The buyers were definitely here today at the same place. So this is what I like. Oh my God, triple whammy right here. Wednesday, the buyers were right here as well on Apple. So what else do you really want to see to take this pre-market consolidation high breakout at 255.30s? Sure, I'm talking about this in retrospect, but if you were watching Apple, which people were off of the open, it was one of my stocks that I was watching, but kind of pulled it off because it was doing something that I didn't really want to see in going into the open. But that was a mistake on my part. Buyers came in exactly where the chart told you buyers were for the past 2-3 days. So just something to watch out for. I like those kind of patterns when it comes to charts. Buyers showing you where they are, sellers showing you where they are, price travels to that area, and then they show up again. So what more do you need to see? I got to get a little bit better at actually executing on those things. For example, Palantir, that concept, you can take that concept and you're going to ask, oh, why are you getting short on Palantir where you are? Well, I'm going to reiterate this. Sellers off VWAP off the open, sellers off VWAP on the initial retest and push, and then maybe some weakness happening once again. So of course, third time's a charm. Maybe it's working as of right now, but let's see. Is it going to hold and push, or is it going to hold and break? That's the question that I'm asking right now. So far, it's just a little bit of a hold here on Palantir. We drew that line in just a few minutes ago. Let's see. Oh boy, yeah. So trend line break. Sellers coming in here as well, so longs maybe a little bit offside. It's an arbitrary trend line. I'm sure you can kind of clean it up a little bit to get more precise, but you get the gist of it, right? Sellers kind of stepping in and momentum slowing down. So I flip the script from the long to the short, and let's see if that comes into fruition. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. What are you guys trading? Intel apparently lost all the EMAs. Okay, what's happening on Intel? I really, really like Intel, man. As a daily trader, when it does show up with opportunities and when it is in play. And guess what? As of right now, higher time frame, Intel is very, very much in play. Sure, it might not be doing the right kind of relative volume, but is very much in play for sure because of the higher time frame technical stuff that's going on with Intel here. So beautiful kind of selling happening yesterday. Aggressive bid, strong bid. This thing went. This thing had such a strong bid in my support and resistances. This thing went level to level twice intraday. It went level to level and then level to level again. So double level travel yesterday. Maybe we get some selling today. I have no idea, but that's a good look on your part, man. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, interesting story here on oil. I have BOIL up. You can have any of these oil or gas related plays. This is on watch because we're getting more reports that OPEC Plus is going to be issuing another oil output hike on Sunday, though the size is unclear. Now, OPEC actually denied these reports a couple days ago. Previous reports that they hiked their output, they said that's not happening. But now it looks like this is once again is being reported. If I get any confirmation, I'll let you know. But either way, despite OPEC denying they're going to be hiking production, we once again hear reports that they, in fact, will be hiking production. Back to you.
Yeah, wow. Whoever mentioned Circle, yeah, I mean, again, right, there it is, bang. It takes another big-time pop. And I was keeping my eye on it, so if you just had the patience, and I think that's one of the #1 skills. It's so weird within trading is because you have to be patient and aggressive at the exact same time. But if you had the ability to just sit on your hands for a little bit, boom, look at that breakout. Continue looking for the repeat offense. Did the exact same thing yesterday. 50 cents off of the all-time high here. A little bit more than that. If we get up to 69.50, then we're 50 cents away from hitting $70 on IBIT. I only have 2 more outs here, guys, so I don't have very many shares, in all honesty, left. So I got one more. Should I just hold it on for the dream to run into 70? I liked what SPY was up to here as well, too. Nice hammer candle right at the volume-weighted average price, and you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce. So let's see if it can break that key pivot right there. But there goes the crypto name. What is the actual underlying trading at here, Obi? Let's take a gander at Bitcoin itself. 122.36. Bang. Let's rock. Let's stock and roll on the crypto space. Circle is insane. Someone else mentioned Coinbase. There goes Ethereum as well too. So guess what's in vogue? It's the crypto names, and that's exactly what we want to see. Coin's going, but it's not moving like Circle or anything along those lines. Ethereum's not doing what I would like either. I think Adara brought to us the other day that some analysts believe that it's going to be relatively flat on the year from where we're currently trading at. Ethereum?
People are expecting it to be like some not flat on the year, but flat versus where it is now.
Where exactly? That's what I mean. So not much more appreciation on that one. Anything can happen at any given moment, right? Don't forget that the yield in Ethereum is really, really attractive as you like to stake it, and you provide obviously security and the burn rate and everything along those lines to the network. So shout out Vitalik. But we got what's
I haven't seen that guy in the longest time. What's he?
I watched this documentary the other day.
He's still making those videos? I used to remember he used to do like a lot of prank videos and stuff.
Did he actually?
Vitaly?
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy who used to make prank videos? I swear, no?
No.
Who am I thinking of?
Yeah, I know which guy you're thinking of. That guy, that's a different guy.
It's Vitaly though, right?
No, this is the Ethereum. Yeah, the Ethereum.
Oh,
guy.
right. Yeah. Okay.
I know who you're talking about there.
Man, lost in the sauce right now. I'm too busy staring at this tape. I'm like, Vitaly, what?
Yeah, exactly. He's a different individual, that's for sure. I mean, the guy is worth how much money? He sleeps in tents. He stays at
Smart
just like
guy,
other. He doesn't really own anything. He just sleeps at other people's houses, and all he really cares about is Ethereum. And it's a very interesting documentary. Vitaly's in jail. I think it's Vitalik. Pardon me?
Yeah? That's what I thought. I was like, wait,
but didn't he? I thought he got out for a while. No, he's back in there, eh? Yeah, we got to watch out. He posted up on Bale or Bali. BTC, let's go, close all-time high. Yeah, maybe, possibly. But anyways, enough of the crypto talk for now, guys. We're going to be going back and forth with it all throughout the session. That's what we like. Oh, wow, yay, congratulations. My Ethereum contract is now unrealized $1 whole. Let's go, bang. Yeah, I know. Yeah, thanks for that one there, Ethereum. But yeah, in all seriousness, guys, let's take a look at some of the top volume names here on the session. TSLA leading the way once again. 110 million shares traded on the day. Boom, Tank City, and no real bounce signals here on Tesla. So we're going to wait for Monday morning bright and early to see if we can get anything potentially on a trade. Wow, Circle's putting an insane amount of volume in on this 5-minute print, guys. Go check out Circle, and the selling pressure is really starting to kick up there. INTC selling on the session as well too. I like how you mentioned 40 on that there, Obi. Wow, there's another high on IBIT. We're loving that. We're going to hold this for 69.60, and then we're going to be all out of that. QUBT quantum space, we already know that's hot. Palantir, Obi he's still short at the volume weighted average price, so not too bad of a look there.
The position board reset.
Oh, it reset? Oh, okay. So you've still been in it the whole time.
Look, there's no outs on.
Okay.
So I just took a little bit of an ad here. Market's pulling back into its highs, right? And we only have about roughly just under 5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print. and we're still kind of churning in and around under VWAP technically as of right now, but 180, a little bit of a chop on 180. So just dabbling, trying to keep it a little tight here, looking for maybe some tailwind, but I like the VWAP hold on Palantir as of right now. Chris Arthur saying pranks maybe Anatoly the powerlifter. I watch some Anatoly. He's pretty cool. He's pretty funny. But some of his videos kind of get old. You know, tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit. I do feel like some of them are definitely scripted in a sense, but it's funny.
All of those are scripted.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of scripting. Yeah. So you can kind of see that, and I'm just like, all right, well, you know, content quality kind of drops for me. If things are like scripted and stuff, and it's just like that's why I like a lot of this like reality TV and stuff as well. I'm just like I'm just like, dude, this stuff is like clearly it is scripted to a certain extent for sure.
Adair said, "Don't hate on reality TV."
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know.
I was a sucker.
Watching some reality TV right here, right now.
Yeah, we're sitting in it.
Exactly.
Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, I mean, some of those ones I think they're funny. There's a lot of Toronto kids that do that, and they'll go to like Dundas Square.
Like, no one's saying it's realistic, right? For reality TV, people are just saying it's fun. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. I mean, it's entertaining is what it is. At the end of the day, it's just entertainment.
I just think it's brain rot, dude.
Yeah, no, that's
my brain
fair,
cells
man.
are better used elsewhere.
There's only so much of it you can watch. Yeah, it for me, like, listen.
Man.
I know you don't like it, Obi, but I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. The first season of Too Hot to Handle was like, oh my God, how come I've never heard of this thing ever before? I love Too Hot to Handle. Yeah, I'm a sucker for it. But now it's at like 5 or 6, so it's irrelevant for me. First season was good. Anyways, enough of that. Let's get back into these markets. Circles starting to climb back high. I bit another new high right there. We were going through some of the volume names. Obi, trust me, I'm with you, brother. Selena's been watching the show Big Brother, and me, I just go and sit at my desk and grind Blue Ocean. I'm like, I can't sit here and watch this low budget stuff. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, boom, let's go grind Blue O and then see what else we got going on. Who was it yesterday who asked me about Blue Ocean? Was that you, Rivian? Was that you, Rivian Millionaire, who asked me about Blue Ocean yesterday? It's just the overnight exchange, or I guess routing there.
Robinhood has it.
Do they have Blue Ocean? Yeah, so there you go, bang. So I mean, I think a lot of the platforms are going to have it now. So yeah, let's go. I mean, it's just crypto across the board. Look at Robinhood, bang. Speaking of that, 149.98 there, Obi. We're at 150. Man, I was talking to my friend yesterday. I'm like, dude, I got a 2.5 bagger on Robinhood. This is an absolute phenomenal name here. Personally, I was buying it in like the 30s. I think my average price is like $35, $37. I have no idea at this point. I did trim some at 122. That looks like that was definitely a wrong thing to do. But I mean, hey, took some off, took 50%, which might have been a little bit of a hefty size, but don't complain. Lock in that profit, because when we go parabolic like this, Obi, the chances of a big time pullback are there, and they can be equally as aggressive.
Yeah, I think so. I like that you said that, because, you know, the concept of symmetry when it comes to price action is something that I truly, honestly believe in. And it's like the chart's kind of, okay, we were getting a little bit of a bid here. You know what? I'm gonna get out of this. Okay, that was a little bit of an ad. Okay, hold on. Let me just deal with this. But yeah, no, I think that's something to definitely watch out for. Seems like the bid is coming. Yeah, the market broke out of that consolidation high as of right now. So let's see, where is that high right there? Yeah, I should be getting out right here. Okay, bye-bye, thank you, come again. Let's go to the next trade. That was a little bit of a loser, right? I instead of punching out of my position, I kind of doubled up, and I was like, okay, well, that should not happen. Insta punch out on that mistake, as we are poised for a little bit of a 181 test here on Palantir as it pushes a little bit higher. So yeah, higher lows. I was like, I do have to watch out for those higher lows, and guess what? We did make a higher low, and we're pushing up a little bit higher here as well with the market, both the NASDAQ and the ES, but maybe that 181 stays as a little bit supply, as a little bit of a supply zone. So we're going to wait and watch out to see if that comes into fruition. But what are you guys trading? I see that Laura Sanchez is talking about BMNR. So let's take a quick look at that one. Yeah, this was another one that that was running, and this one was absolutely wild, and I was just like, I don't know what's happening here, pretty crazy, but sometimes I don't even know how my plug talks. So plug power, kind of a wild move on the day today, but craziness. So let's take a quick look at, what was it, BMNR right after we get back with Happening Now.
Oh my God, what a pop there. We're going all-time high at OB. On Bitcoin.
The bid came in like.
Here's the NASDAQ trying to recover here a little bit from the lows. We were thrown for a bit of a loop. We knew we weren't going to get economic data, but it's still weird to have a Friday where you're expecting NFP data and it does not end up coming through. And that is, again, because of the government shutdown that will impact some of the numbers next week, most notably the imports, exports, and balance of trade. It's going to be probably the biggest impact. And then jobless claims, again, we will not be getting due to the government shutdown unless that does end up resolving. We had some interesting comments earlier from Fed's Myron. We'll get him again today speaking on Fox Business at 3 p.m. I'll try to watch that if I can. Then we'll get some more Fed speak. 1:30 p.m. Fed's Logan, 1:40 p.m. Fed's Jefferson. So Fedapalooza around 1:30 p.m. Around that same time, Caroline Levitt will begin hosting her press conference. Second one of the week at 1 p.m. So lots of action-packed events. But guess what? I'll be there covering all of that for you guys to make sure you are apprised of all the info you need to know for the market. Here is TSLA. I'm going to be working on an infographic for the deliveries for the other vehicles, specifically the more popular Model Y and Model 3. But for the vehicles that are put in their other category, X, S, and Cybertruck, as you can see, I've mentioned this a couple times now, we did have growth, which is pretty impressive because this group in particular has really slumped over the last couple of quarters. Now, I bring this up again because Tesla, despite a strong quarter across the board, really is struggling to get any upward momentum. The stock is down for the second day in a row. But what's not down is anything in the crypto space. Coinbase pushing to the upside. This is the daily chart, just one example of many of these crypto names breaking out of these consolidations and pushing higher. What's next for crypto? We'll have to wait. Time will tell. But it does look like people are expecting that new all-time high in Bitcoin with positive commentary and bullish price targets coming from analysts like Citigroup. And today we had JP Morgan. Now, we'll get an awesome lesson of the day from Neil. But before we get that, we will take a moment to thank our friends at Plus 500. Are you looking for futures trading platform that actually delivers without hidden costs? With Plus 500 Futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With Plus 500's powerful platform, you can gain access to, or you can access a wide range of futures like the S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more all in one place. Plus, you'll enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. So just scan that QR code on screen to apply for our account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who've already chosen Plus 500. Check that out and check this out. Neil's lesson of the day. Take it away.
Nice segue, Dara. Thank you very much. So, if you're looking at this chart, what bias would you be? Now, ignore the fact that this silly thing says negative, because that kind of kills it. But if you look at the last couple of sessions in Intel, it would make sense to have a potential bias to the long side, like I did. But the question becomes, how and when can you get rid of that bias and maybe flip in the other direction? It all starts at a bare minimum of acknowledging when the long is wrong, right? So first things first, when we come in this morning, the stock is holding yesterday's highs. So 2 days in a row, strong on positive news, and it's holding yesterday's highs. To me, that can easily be a continuation long play. And obviously, right off the open, unless you had a breakout trade, no good. It dips off VWAP to the high. It dips off the prior lows into only the volume-weighted average price. And then, to me, you could argue that I stopped out early here, but hey, let's be real. I would have stopped out anyways if I just waited 5 minutes. So all the same. And at that point, it's like, all right, we've gotten away with a couple of longs in a downward trend. And you would easily be able to say, if you were short bias, that's a false break of the high and let's go short. But the way I sort of look at it is I'm not completely abandoning the uptrend on a stock like this until it really shows me something underneath. And it was pretty nasty in terms of the way that it fell down. There was nothing very clean to get you into a short here unless you were already thinking short the break of the prior high. However, there is something that happened after it consolidated, which then made it a continuation short. And this is what I want to get at. It pulls into what looks like a support level, right? Bounces into the volume weighted average price. This is about 1050. And if you look at what's happening at 1050, I'm just going to pull up the NASDAQ for you. And at 1050, as this is getting into and rejecting the volume weighted average price, notice how your higher low and starting to break out on a 15 on the NASDAQ. Like the NASDAQ is trying to break back out. Meanwhile, Intel is putting in a lower high and rejecting VWAP. And then it puts in the same time that you're still breaking out on the NASDAQ, you're putting in more lower highs in Intel. So for myself here, it's twofold. One, understand that I can like the long in a stock, but eventually you've got to give it up and stay disciplined. But you don't have to immediately flip short. You can simply look to where might be a short entry. Okay, well, do I have any other reason why I think this is a short? Relative weakness to the market, it's putting in lower highs as the market is trying to climb out of it and put in some higher lows and higher highs, and it's putting in lower highs and lower lows. So all of a sudden, it's now going counter to the overall market, which gives me a second reason to potentially like the short when I came in with the long bias. At a bare minimum, you always want to be out and giving up the long. I don't say giving up the long, but getting out of the long, and maybe you could have caught that bottom. Congrats if you did. But it's that relative strength or weakness that could be the extra straw in the hat that can get me away from, ooh, as this gets to VWAP, maybe I'm thinking go long as it breaks because the market's strong. I might have that thought, but I can't have that thought anymore when it's putting in lower highs and lower lows when the market is doing the exact opposite. That's the reason to flip. So I'll keep reloading this till it breaks the volume weighted average price, as long as it can stay in this little counter trend to the market. It is all well and good for something to have structure and give you a bias because of its previous day's actions. But when that doesn't work, you can't just sit there bleeding on it because that was your thought that day. You've got to be able to switch it up. And it doesn't matter if you get to a trend a little bit late, if that trend continues. As long as you get there eventually, there's plenty of time left in the day and there's always opportunities in the market. So very simple lesson of the day, everybody. Good luck with the rest of your trading. And as always, stay disciplined.
Good stuff there. I mean, guys, yeah, we're not too far off that now. We're just about 1.5% on that all-time high there on Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure this is iBit's all-time high. I just tapped into 69.99. Obviously, slightly different because the overnight trading and everything along those lines. But yeah, we got all out of that one there. I mean, I can't really ask for more. You catch the meat of the move. Obviously, to have a little more shares would be more ideal, but that's not the situation that we're currently sitting in. I don't know what Circle thinks it is at this point. Like, boom, this is parabolic type price action. You're up $10 already on this day, low of around 144. You're trading around 155 currently right now. So yeah, a big time level that we're running into there on Bitcoin, $122,833. So yeah, a really, really good look. Yeah, so what do you got? You're saying quick scalps on some things there, Obi?
Yeah, I was talking to Vern was saying I have the same PLTR short. Hopefully it sticks. I was like, yeah, man, hopefully it sticks too. And it is sticking a little bit right now. It's sticking it to maybe some VWAP. It's sticking to VWAP. That's all I'm seeing right now. So I did get short on the pop again. I got stopped out. You guys saw me get stopped out. But here's the thing. Here's the difference. When I got back in, I got in significantly more than I was in on these initial prices because I'm like, all right, well, if you're going to do that and then now pull back, I like the trade even better. So just reversion back down into VWAP right there. That's the quick first piece. And then yeah, let's see what it does. And then just trying to be as nimble as possible, being like, all right, well, if we're going to consolidate, whatever. If we're seeing buyers kind of step in, because don't forget, we've had bids that are stepping relatively higher since the flush off of the open. So I'm looking for that to kind of break a little bit. We did see that it did kind of break here. But here's the thing. Just because a trend line breaks doesn't mean that it's just going to continue selling. The trend line breaks, it could just mean that the buying has slowed down or stopped for a while. Maybe we're consolidating before we continue up. It could mean a lot of different things. Just because a trend line price breaks a trend line doesn't necessarily mean you just push into it. Some situations, yes. right? If it's significant, it's very similar to just like support and resistance, like horizontals, right? You guys see me throw up these trend lines all the time, and yeah, it's just whatever you're using to define a trend. It could be a trend line, it could be a moving average, it could be anything. What is your definition of trend? When does that break? And when it breaks, what do you do? That should be a little bit in your rule set. So, oh boy, look at this pullback, 179.60s. Now we just got to trail this a little bit. What's an effective way to trail? I have no idea. Maybe I do. But let's see if this low, 179.55, gets taken out. That's only about 10 pennies, and this would be maybe like a short, like a structure break. We broke the trend. We attempt to push a little bit higher. We find supply in and around where we have been finding it since 10:30 this morning. And it's about 12 o'clock. So supply's been here, and here. And guess what? More supply coming right in, exactly where it told you it was before. Unless and until that's violated, then we can start thinking a little bit differently, I think. That's how I like to take it. But piecing off a little bit here as we maybe hold a little bit of this level. The market pulling back here on this current 15-minute candle with only about less than 3 minutes left to print. The close is looking a little red, so maybe we do pull back. Maybe we get that little bit of a tailwind. Wow, this chart is starting to look a little bit like a Christmas tree here with all the choppy arrows that are going into this. Let me go down to a 1 minute and see. So a little bit less chop. So you see, you had the long. Had to be taking some of that out. That was bad, but can't be. There's something I was talking to Jose about recently. Is like if you get in the money so much on a position, it does not make sense to lose on that position. Like I have to be if I get in the money a little bit. So for example, we'll take this specific example right here. So here a little blue arrow, as you guys can see, 179 push. It goes all the way from 179s to 181. Sure, I wasn't at my desk necessarily, but this is a good example because I find myself doing this more often than not because I'm like, oh yeah, I believe in the trade, but guess what? The belief should be gone right here when it turns because I'm playing the momentum, I'm playing the continuation, I'm playing the flow of buying, I'm playing the buying pressure. So once that buying pressure is done, guess what? So is the trade. So I got to do a little bit better at kind of being like, okay, well, if it's all the way in the money, $2 from 179 to 181s, I can't let it hit my original stop down here at 178 halves. Why am I losing 50 pennies when I was $2 in the money, right? So that's something I do have to work on. Even taking a break even is much better when something is done that, right? There's no reason to be losing, and I definitely agree with Jose on that one. Yeah, a little bit of a trend down here on Palantir, it would seem, as of right now. Confluence with the market, we did break down that 55 low. Hey, yo, look at that. I got an alert for Rocket Lab. Remember earlier we put on that alert for Rocket Lab? Guess what? Rocket Lab is breaking out of that high. So boom, there we go. There is potentially the next trade. And guess what? Rocket Lab I already had here on my chart. So let's see if there is continuation on RKLB here, 55.20. So 55.17 was that level. We're chopping and churning right now. Don't forget, we've already had a pretty strong bid, 51 halves, all the way to 55 tens, right? So pretty decent move. Rocket definitely there, blasting to the upside. So shout out to the swing longs on this one, working out absolutely beautifully. So let's see how well it does breaking through that 55.17. Another thing I do want to remember and reiterate. Look at the weekly chart. We looked at the weekly chart here on Rocket Labs. What is the likelihood of a breakout being clean when you look at this? What is the likelihood? When the last time we had a breakout, 51, yeah, we go to 54, great intraday, I'm sure, right? But this is weeklies we're looking at. So here on the weekly, as we're pushing up, going into the end of the week, I love this consolidation for continuation, as a continuation pattern, but are we going to see an aggressive push in the next few hours for a measured move off of this kind of leg consolidation leg? I don't know, but I'm definitely going to be watching this coming into next week as well. This is holding that 55.17 as of right now. And if we're going to close a flat top on the week, that's even better for a potential continuation next week. But you can see the way this thing behaves. The weekly candles do tend to have a little bit of wick action on both sides. So we've already had the bottom wick. What that usually makes me ask, what is the probability of us closing with a flat top on the week? I think it's less than more. but I could be proven very wrong as well. And if I am proven wrong, then that makes the continuation trade even better next week. So there's a lot of different ways you can kind of look at this stuff. I feel like I'm just rambling right now. We did say we were going to look at BMNR. I think Laura Sanchez asked for it earlier. So BMNR, sorry about that. We'll take a look at that before I pass it back to Joe. Yeah, look at this. BMNR has a bunch of indicators on here from when it did blast off of its earnings June 30th earlier this year. So let's go to a shorter time frame. We're still on the weekly chart. Let's see what BMNR is doing here as of right now. Oh boy, Palantir gave me $1. So let me just take some off there.
Oh, you got it.
Arbitrarily there. It is what it is, man. I'm just trying to go with the flow. Let's see what happens. If it gives it to us, I'll take it. If it doesn't, I should be doing better to respect it and walk away. That's what I'm trying to work on. Getting better at respecting that it's not working and just walking away. Sometimes that's really hard to do, but it is something that I am trying to get better at, and I for sure will get better at. I know that for a fact. So just a work in progress. So BMNR. Nice consolidation, breakout, but guess what? Nice little lick grab of pre-market highs so far right now. I know bigger picture, this thing has been running. If you were looking for a breakout of this, that might have happened already in the pre-market session. That move was done. You can see relative volume kind of sustaining throughout the after hours and the pre-market session. Nice consolidation flat off of the open. I love when stocks consolidate like this, like really flat barcode in the pre-market, because it defines levels for you. It gives you very, very defined levels to work with, and then you can make a potential plan off of those levels, right? So I like that. BMNR. Good stock to kind of trade when it is in play, when it's doing things. But as for me right now, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. But we know the crypto space is run.
It's running, brother. It's absolutely running. We got into an all-time high there on IBIT, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, that's a really good look. I'm going to get prepared for something. I got something to show you guys here momentarily as well as I get ready for our a little something on the side. But, no, I think you guys are going to like it. It's going to make everything a lot more simplistic. I'm not going to give too much away, but I'll show you there momentarily as soon as I get the nod from Assassino. We get done what we need to get done, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But yeah, there it is, guys. Like, I mean, we get out at 69.60s, it climbs another 50 cents or so. But again, you catch the meat of the move. We can't be too worried about that. Yes, and yes, RGTI is putting in a new high of the day as well. All right, guys. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special free rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs are also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn a little bit more. Yeah, so there it is. Scott H., you're right. Gorev, let's see what you and Jag are up to in Los Pollos. Can you all please sell everything? Whoa. Why would we do that, Jag? We don't want to do that. But anyways, let's get to what I was about to display to you guys. Fabian just continuously killing it here. He made us another program where we can see all of the questions in the chat. I'm not going to give too much away aside from that. So we're not going to miss them. I think this is going to be really important. Now we can track everything from a question standpoint. If we happen to miss it, just put it in there. We can scroll through this now and get back to your previous question. So anything along those lines from here on out, guys, put those questions in the chat, trading related, stock related, psychology, whatever it may be, technology in regards to, hey, what kind of system setup should I look at? What kind of computer? How many monitors? It doesn't matter what it is. Put those questions in the chat, and we're going to do our best to run through them and take a look at that. Once again, Fabian, really, really good job there, my friend. So yeah, we'll continuously go through some of those these questions throughout the day and everything throughout the session. Who is okay? So yeah, there was an interesting one here.
Neil.
So, yeah, what happened?
Neil's cracking me up in the chat.
What did Neil say?
He's right there. Does Obi like sports? Go sports.
Go sports.
Hey, I love playing sports. I love playing sports. Basketball, I'll play a pickup game of basketball any day. Football, let's go, let's play. What else do I like? Volleyball, I'll play. We haven't played volleyball. I remember when I first came to the floor, we used to go to Woodbine Beaches. We went there a few times and just played volleyball after the close on like a Friday. It was absolutely beautiful. We haven't done that like ever since. What was I saying? I was gonna lead to something with that, but I don't remember. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Neil's making me crack up.
Is Neil still going on over there? He's asking me if I like. Does Obi like sport? I think Obi like. I mean, he may not watch them. Doesn't mean he doesn't like them. I thought you because I know
Ribbon Millionaire. I know nothing
about that.
I know that I know nothing. That's what I know.
But see, the thing is though, Obi, the more you know you don't know.
Yeah. See, there are known knowns and there are unknown unknowns.
Here you go.
What's up?
And if you don't know, now you know.
Now you know. Oh, now you know. Ooh, but
there you go.
You didn't know before. You didn't know. Will Joe buy any Girl Guide cookies from my daughter? My friend, I already did. Did I not? I did. I gave you. Do you need me to buy more?
You're selling Girl Guide cookies?
No, I don't want them. I will donate to the cause.
He's got some cookies.
This is pretty useless to anyone that isn't here, but I'm just throwing it out there because Obi didn't know. Yes, my daughter is in Embers because it's no longer brownies. That's neither here nor there. Is in Embers, and she's selling Girl Guide cookies. And I just got a supply, not just of the mint, but the traditional chocolate and vanilla because it's now seasonal. It's only supposed to be the mint in the winter. It is only mint, but the leader of our group actually was able to get some cases of the other.
Guys.
So I just sold a couple to Randy. Sharif is getting a couple.
How much are they? $6?
$6 a box.
One.
So, I'm just throwing it out there. My daughter already
Buddy,
is like,
where did you go? Where did you go on your trip? That's a lot of ones, my friend. Those are straight up a lot of ones.
Yeah, well,
oh my goodness, are you crazy?
We're gonna donate these.
Do I even want them ones, man? I know where those ones have been.
Where are those ones coming from? That's what I'm saying.
You want them or no? You want it for the thing? Listen, I'm a generous.
He's taking e-transfers now.
He's taking it. He's like just e-transfers only. Listen, I'm a generous guy, right? Like I told you guys when I was.
Hold on a second. How is this man gonna buy Girl Guide cookies with some ones that you know where them came from?
No, they didn't come from there.
They didn't come from where? Where?
They went to a bachelor. He went to a bachelor party and those ones came from somewhere else.
I have no idea. I would never go ever in establishments like that. Are you kidding me?
What do you mean, my guy?
I'm a sucker. Listen,
what do you mean, my guy?
Dude, I'm in Chicago. I'm a sucker.
What do you mean you're a sucker? What do you mean? You pay 40 instead of 20?
No, listen what I'm getting at. If little kids are selling things on the street, I'm a sucker for that.
Okay.
Like, take my money, right? Like, and that's what I was doing. When I was in Chicago, I'm like, hey, all right, these little kids are just trying to sell me things. I'm like, I don't even want it. Just take my money. Here's $5, here's there. And my Uber driver, if you're playing the music that I like, I'm just throwing the cash down. That's just my mentality, man. That's how it is. But I will give that to you there, Neil. I'll buy another box, even though you asked me. I bought a box before. We gave it to you in American money. What'd you hear? There you go, brother.
Which flavor do you want?
I don't know. I told you I don't even want the cookies.
My wallet's back there.
I told you I don't even want the cookies. 1, 2, 3,
I'll do
4, 5,
chocolate. I don't like mint.
6.
Chocolate.
There. I don't want the cookies. I'm telling you, I don't want them. You just move it on. That's gonna increase. No, keep them, please.
All right.
You eat them because I'll just leave them there in the office. I want none of that stuff. I just give it away. It's like, here, keep it. It comes and goes.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of singles in my wallet.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of singles and then 5s and 20s as well, like USDs. And I don't have any. Well, the thing is, we don't have dollar bills in Canada. We got loonies and toonies coins, which I'm just like, I don't really want to.
You got who's got this
let's
one
go.
Here? All right.
Let's do this. All right, guys. Trade the Pool. The Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here, October 8th to October 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission is to outperform him, beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then, the grand finale on October 13th. Broadcast live right here on Trader TV with Trade the Pool team live in the studio. Over $600,000 worth of prizes are up for grabs, guys. $25,000, $50,000, and even $100,000 evaluation accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't watch, compete. Beat Ackman, win big. Scan the QR and start trading today. Oh boy.
No, Jake, those
I'm
words.
going to be like, you know what? Here's the thing. How much does it take to beat Ackman? Like,
Oh
what if
my
you take like I don't understand. Like, what, in terms of like percent moves of your trades?
Does beating Ackman including yelling at Carl Icahn over CNBC? Because if that's part of the challenge, please.
That's a classic. That's a classic beef. I'm surprised you know about that one. That's a classic beef, and that was absolutely beautiful. But yeah, no, like for example, Palantir, the pullback that we just took, that's a 1% pullback. The thing is, Ackman plays a different playbook. You got to understand the money being moved. It's harder to make a 1% move with a lot more money than it is to make a 1% move with much less capital. You got to remember that, right?
I mean, well.
So there are markets that are very, very undervalued and have a strong potential, but you won't see Buffett buying them because that's not the playbook, that's not the trade. Even though the upside potential in trade could be there for someone with a smaller account.
Yeah.
Right? So something to watch out for. Palantir down into the depths. Why did I cover so much on top of 179s? Oh boy, we are $2 down now.
Money.
Oh boy.
Money.
That's a what, 2%? No, not yet. But 178. 178 is the next stop. We'll see. I'm literally holding on to nothing because I was just like boom, 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 boom. You saw how many covers I had, dude. Too many covers, too aggressive. What are you doing? I'm talking about these covers right here. Look at that, boom, boom, boom. Why am I covering? The trend is still to the downside. Prior bar hasn't broken. No real reason to cover. But you know what? Arbitrary actions sometimes I take, and sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. But it is what it is. Where's the next trade is what I'm asking. I'll think about how to get better at this specific trade after the close. But I'm looking for the next trade. That's what I'm looking for.
All right.
Dragonfly, Intel, Tesla. That's what we're doing. And oh boy, dude.
I got a pull for Assassino.
Let's go. Okay. That IBIT is going, man. I'm looking at your chart over there. That is
you're telling me.
Big stick to the upside here on IBIT. All right, that's a 50 penny wipe up on Palantir. Is the bid here? I don't know, but I do want to piece off a little bit here as of right now. All right, so we'll.
Yeah, all right. I'm good to go. All right, we're going to get that poll up there. Yes. I sent it to Assassino. We're going to see if we can get that rocking and rolling. Yeah, there goes IBIT, man. Man, what a great time. I'm so happy that I got out of Ethereum. I'm going to tell you guys full disclosure, man. I had a lot of contracts on. I had a lot of shares rocking and rolling, and I was sweating at one point. And I'm like, oh, man, I felt like myself just aging day by day. But now we're rock and rolling. But see, the thing is, though, with trading, we're all excited right now. And it can end in the flick of a button, right? Someone just like decides to do something. And
it only takes one trade.
It's just like, boom, you know what? Bang, like get at it, like everything's over. That 20 minutes of fun, it didn't last very long. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right there. So yeah, Neil, glad you got an additional donation on that one. I sent it to Fabian. Dang. Oh yeah, I sent it to Fabian. I'm gonna send that one to Assassino and see if we can get that poll up, guys. Simplistic stuff. BTC, ATH, yes or no? Today, yes. Intraday, maybe even on the midday at the current pace that we're moving. This thing is going absolutely parabolic. Look, I got out at 69.60s. We're now trading almost $1 from that specific level. Bitcoin broke out. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Tom Lee, 200K. Remember, I say it every single day. I'm holding you accountable, but I like some of the numbers that Adair brought to us a little bit more realistic. Pardon me?
Hold that man accountable.
I'm holding
the man accountable. I respect that. Tom Lee, we're all watching you.
Bang. All right, so there it is. So there's that one. So maybe I'll just do an X post like, come on, Lee, like how Elon told Dan to shut up. Like, shut up, Dan. So maybe we'll go something along those lines if we can catch any attention. But considering like the path that we've been on here with this name, guys, you got to watch out for potential like heavy selling as you're running into those all-time highs, right? I'm going to go yes. Overnight, I think we have a big-time opportunity to continue to climb higher. I know Sharif was talking about a lot of shorts are going to get liquidated north of 118. Well, we're a couple grand past that level now, so that's what we're looking at. We got that poll up. Make sure you guys get those votes in. 67 votes so far. 71% yes, 30% no. Rocket, yeah, pump the jam, pump it up. All right, so yeah, I mean, also guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. We only got 10% of you, of the individuals here in the chat. 5,200 of us and only 635 likes. Let's get a little bit more. Stop. It's free 99.
Hey-yo.
There it is. So you can't go wrong with that one. Also, here, let's do this one. Where is it, Obi?
Boom, right there.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Hey, let's go. I like that. I like to play on words there.
Bam.
Boom.
So yeah, that's what we got going on.
A little bit of a lean back.
Yeah, we're having a good time. I hope everyone in the chat is as well too. So make sure you guys get those votes in, hit that like, hit that subscribe. You're all out of Palantir now?
Yeah, I posted a bid earlier, and I think it came in and just took it out, and I was just like, all right, well, I guess I'm done. I guess I'm done with it there. Bit of a fumble, covering a little too much before this prior structure low breakdown. But here's the thing: even if I'm covering, I'm trying to get better with playing the flow. If I see it continuing and I cover some off, it's okay to churn some. I just got to get right back into the shares that I got out of. If I really truly do think that this is going to continue, kind of like churning. And it's funny. I was talking to Jose again about kind of the churning, the concept of churning shares as the trade kind of moves in your in your favor. And that's a pretty advanced concept, in my opinion. I think that's a pretty advanced concept. Easy to talk about, easy to kind of theorize and be like, okay, this is what should be done. Very difficult to do real time, in my opinion. As of right now, for now in my trading, but that's something I'm trying to work towards, right? Churning shares effectively in a momentum move as structure builds on itself, and even like pyramiding. Pyramiding is a good way to put it, but pyramiding with outs on the way, not pyramiding with just like taking the whole thing and just continuing to add. That's a whole different thing as well. I'm trying to learn how to do that effectively. Man, trend trading. I say this often. Trend is your friend until the end, until it bends.
Yeah.
Read that before. I always forget who said that initially, but great traders of the past have definitely iterated those words. But yeah, I think that's something to learn, something to watch out for. I like reversion, so when something is trending, I'm watching it, I'm stalking it. The trend itself is bringing it into my radar. Right? So if something is trending strong, for example, Palantir today is a great example of this, right? Palantir, I'm gonna go ahead and say that was probably like a B trade.
Okay.
B trade. But I was nowhere on the Palantir, the reversion. But I was nowhere near B size.
You're in C size.
I think I was in maybe even less than C size. I told you I was having some technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah,
initially.
yeah,
I wanted to punch in more, but I was busy logging out and logging back in to do that, and it just worked. I just put in my stop and logged off to log back in, and it was already up here at 179. So I'm like, yeah, the EV's definitely changed up here, so I'm gonna reassess. So Palantir, I guess that was a good out because well, for the rest of it, we're catching a little bit of a bid back above some 179s here. The market's catching a little bit of a bid here as well. The strongest one out of all of them is, I would say, as of right now, goggles. So let's take a look through this one here. Google. A little bit to the upside here. So I don't know where that anchored VWAP is coming in here, but on a 3-minute, probably not accurate. Wow, look at this shelf, man. This is the kind of stuff I want to be like. If you guys ever see this stuff, please point it out because this is a solid hold. This is what a held bid kind of looks like on a mag stock. Maybe it's not a perfectly held bid. You can see we have some leakage through that held bid where price does kind of wick below. But look at that reclaim. That's what I want to see. I want to see bids stepping up and defending. That is some strong defense at 242 in the morning session. That defense on Google, after some strong selling, lasted for a whole hour, man. And then that defense turned into a little bit of a bid, break of that downtrend, 100% reversion, and now we're going for more. So absolutely beautiful there. There's so many different kinds of reversions. They're so beautiful, and I love them. And I can't wait to, one day maybe have a bigger arsenal of different kinds of reversions to work with, right? And I talked about the Apple one. We talked about the Palantir one earlier today. Palantir, this one you see a little bit more often than not. Just straight puke, directional action is just so overextended, and the first sign of a bid is usually kind of a little bit of a break, to say the least, for the stock. Not saying it's going to go back 100% reversion, but a little bit of a break, to say the least. So I like that kind of a move there. But that stuff is pretty nice. Amazon is dropping, saying HK. Yeah, I definitely have it on watch. I looked at that Amazon here, and Amazon is straight tank city to the downside here. Look at that, Amazon.
Oh, is it still? Yeah, I'm going to buy something.
Look at that
What do I
breakdown.
do, man?
Triple twos. So again, triple twos, dude. I was saying the year open, the opening price of the year is triple twos on Amazon. And look at the magnet and look at the reversion we keep having. We're trading above it, it magnets back to triple twos. We're trading below it, it magnets back to triple twos. It's a consolidation, it's an orbit. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's definitely something significant that's been happening over the past couple of days. Can you formulate a trade in and around that? That's a whole different. That's a whole different story. Right?
Wow!
So what's going on?
But Ethereum's breaking out here. Like,
are we at 5K yet?
Yeah, not yet. I know, man. Gee.
I got an alert.
All right, guys, enough of that. Let's go over some of these quantum names. All right, we're gonna just load this up. I'm having an absolute time, but we don't want to get too giddy and ahead of ourselves here in Bitcoin, because we mentioned these things can be short-lived. So let's pull up some of the quantum names. RGTI, we'll pull that one up. Bang, super strong today. We'll go QUBT, also mega strong today. We got QS over there, and then we got QBT. Am I missing? Oh yeah, the best of the breed, I think, QUBT. On this one. Ionic, whatever you would like to call it.
Yeah, people used to consider that the sector leader.
Yeah,
right?
this is the one, right? And I mean, if we take a look at this from the daily, bang, man. Oh, look at this breakout from 45. From September, you're already almost up 100%. Oh, geez Louise, man. Yeah, there's some really, really good stuff, man. And again, we're just going to continuously be rolling back to some of these crypto names. Do we have UXRP? Havana Woody, where are you?
Heyo.
Havana Woody, where are you? Show yourself. What's going on with this over here? Huh? Tell me, please. I need an explanation. Oh, okay, there we go. There's the XXRP, all the way from 35 up to 37.28, but the quantum names still holding up relatively well. We like this. Bitcoin's extremely, extremely hot. I think we need to make that our thumbnail there, because we're almost at the all-time highs in this name. We're just starting to pull back a little bit. But Adair, what do you got from us?
People in the chat are asking about this one. Let's talk about CCHH. This is a new IPO. It's called CCH Holdings. Couldn't find out too much about the company. They're based in Malaysia. They were priced at $4 a share, opening above the IPO price. Looks like around $5.30. They're only offering 1.25 million shares, so this is a very, very small IPO. And let me see if I can find more of the company. Apparently, they offer specialty hot pot restaurants in Malaysia. So hot pot restaurant chain here, CCHH, on its IPO, again, opening above the expected price there, 1.25 million shares, offering here 8.625 million. So very small IPO for CCHH. And back to you.
I see you, Havana. I see you, my friend. All right, I just didn't see your name in the chat. So yeah, I mean, we're rocking and rolling on a lot of these things here. The overall market, the NASDAQ has been pretty quiet there, OB, throughout the day. So if you're going to find any shorts, I think you see in the likes of the weakness in Tesla and Meta, maybe you want to short the overall market through the volume-weighted average price. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Other than that, I know we're not in any positions right now, but we're going to find something here. Yeah, exactly. SJ News, thank you for saying that. Thank you. That is exactly it. Cash is absolutely a position, especially if you're sitting at home sitting at your desk, you don't always need to be into something, all right?
Yep.
Thank you for saying that, SJD News. What do you got, Obi?
The best kind of trading is when you're sitting on your hands. The best kind of trading is super boring. The best kind of trading is not exciting at all.
1,000%.
Oh, I remember I lost my train of thought much earlier, and I just remembered going down that route what it was. I think it was
Hangry wife?
Hangry wife, I think.
Yeah.
We were talking about like, they were like, wow, Palantir, man. Okay, anyways, whatever. Palantir is going lower, maybe poised for a low day break. I got eyes on it, but we were talking about how, they were like, I don't like seeing red on my screen. I don't like seeing red on the blotter. That leads to like revenge trading. Yeah. I understand that. I do that often as well. Well, not often enough, but like I do that every now and then when I'm not trading well. I do it. I definitely am a culprit as well. But here's the thing. I just tell myself, I'm like, okay, you know not to do that. Just don't do it. You got to. Emotional control comes before position management. Right? That's very, very important. You need to know how to manage yourself before you can manage your positions. So I think that's a very important concept to wrap your head around. And another thing is that the best traders in the world lose 70% of the time. They lose 70% of the time. They don't lose big, they lose small, but they lose 70% of the time. So if you have that kind of, if you can wrap your head around that, you better get used to seeing red on the screen. Right? That's what it is. I think that's the concept a lot of people have trouble kind of wrapping their head around. Nobody is comfortable with losing. Losing is what tilts you. Losing is what makes you feel uncomfortable. But you have to get comfortable with losing. Otherwise, this game is going to be very, very difficult, and it's going to put you on edge. And you know what? I'm saying that, like, in theory, that's all nice to say. I fall victim to that very often as well. Right? But over time, you put in the reps of getting out of that mind state, and maybe tomorrow you get out of that mind state a little bit faster. And the next day you get out of it a little bit faster. That's all it is, man. 1% every day. Just try to get a little bit better, whatever your issue is. That's my rant for today.
Boom, rant over.
As Palantir is ranting to the downside.
Oh, no. What's NVIDIA up to on the day? Oh,
NVIDIA
this thing is
broke lows,
tanking, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah. 187 there on NVIDIA, heading to the downside. Side, boom. And it's continuing to move at an extreme pace. Are you short that there, Katina, man? Was that you who hit the bang? No, it was not. No, you didn't hit it. So that's what I'm talking about in the NASDAQ here, guys. It's pretty weak, so bang, being led by the likes of NVDA. But I mean, I told you this before, the more aggressive the selling, the more I'm going to be looking for that isolated volume print and those hammer candles to potentially look for a bounce. If I don't see them displayed, then we're not going to take them. We were patient enough on Tesla. We caught a couple of those, so not too bad of a look. There he is. There he is. Brother, where have you been?
Who?
Mike P, the writer.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this guy all morning, man. He's showing up late.
What's up?
Listen, my friend, Mike P, we know
what if he's busy trading, man?
No, I'll tell you one thing right now. Mike P was not, he's busy doing other things, but he wasn't busy trading. No, I obviously don't know. He's been surfing.
Oh, nice.
Surfboard P. Surfboard P is like, as we like to call him. But yeah, I mean, guys, let's take a look at some other names. We'll run through some volume scanners, see if we can find anything potentially. NVDA's tanking, so maybe we can get in a potential long there or just the continuation to the downside if the volume decides that it wants to continue on that path and we don't see anything stepping in to say, hey, we're ready to turn price around. We talked about a couple call walls. I've seen a question in the chat. Someone asked me MU call wall. I don't see anything really. I mean, at 200, you got 6,400. That's going to be the largest on the call side, so nothing substantial puts. You'll see a little bit less. Volume there is nice, though on the put side at 185, maybe some writings going on there. Those 190 strikes got 30,600 with 5,000 still currently open. So some scalping going on with MU. I know someone in the chat was asking me to take a look at this. We'll do that, talking about it all day. Okay. So, all right, so we might get into works with that. 71 we have to punch through first, but 74, let's go. Never mind this week, actually, Obi. Let's head over to the next week here and see what we got going on October 10th. Oh, that's my brother's birthday. Bang, 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 bang. It's actually the 11th, but we'll take it for that. Or is it the 10th? I'm horrible with birthdays, man.
Oh, dude, I'm horrible with birthdays as well. There's only two people's birthdays I remember.
Yeah, I don't.
Mine and my best friend's because we're on the same day.
Yeah, exactly.
It just happened to be that way.
If I told you, I literally, I feel so embarrassed.
I write down a lot
I feel
of stuff.
so embarrassed saying this. Like, I don't even remember my mom's birthday. It took me years to remember. That's crazy. I know. I apologize. Like, I barely remember my grandma's. I know it's in March. But anyways, I know that my dad's is the 4th because we would always go to Jamaica. Anyways, enough from that. Let's get back into the markets. IBIT, yeah, big time. I'll even slap it for myself there, to be honest with you, because it's slightly embarrassing. But let's go. UNH, what do we got going over there? 370 strike price. We were talking about that not too long ago. 28,500 contracts. That's moving well. Let's take a look at some of these quantum names. I'm not even going to read the comments in the chat because honestly, I'm telling you, it's on. I'm just being frank as I possibly can. I'm just going to look at the options chain and wait for some new things to come flowing in. There's nothing outstanding really here on QUBT. We'll take a look at IonQ as well because that's the best in the name. And I mean, from options activity, we're not seeing anything substantial. One thing I'm going to do over the weekend, because I was working on a scanner on my home platform, so I'm going to translate that over to here so I can just run the scans and then potentially just show you guys from a volume what we're specifically looking at. I mean, we know at the top of the class we're always going to continuously see the SPY and the Qs and NVDA. They're the most volume-weighted things there. So yeah, thanks, Dark Trader. Yeah, I'll just be Joe on that front. But yeah, that's what I got going on. I'm looking for a potential move here, OB. Maybe actually, you know what? Let's get involved here. I'm going to do this just because we'll get involved in some in NVDL for a potential bounce off of these lows. If it cracks that 187.50, then we're just going to hop out of that trade there, OB.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no. Talking to Fabian there for a second.
Okay.
I was like, so I'm still watching this Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab continuing to hold a bid. So I'm stalking it. I'm stalking it right now, being like, all right, well, if sellers do come in, I do want to potentially participate. We didn't quite get too aggressive through that breakout. Like I said, do I expect it to be clean? Not really, because of how the weeklies have been building up. But let's see if we can close in and around some of the highs. Maybe we get a gap up continuation on Monday. But Rocket Lab aggressively strong on the day today. How much percent is this thing up on the day here? Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. No, that won't say it. This will say it. Just over 5%, 5.3% here on the day on Rocket Lab. So absolutely aggressive bid. Shake and bake off of the open. That was absolutely crazy. But yeah, Plug. Let's continue to take a look at some of the names that were doing things in the morning and see how they're doing now. So Plug Walk, nice. I was listening to this song in the morning because I was like, oh, Plug is going. So Plug's definitely been walking to the upside here, holding that trend and consolidation's holding higher as well. So I like that. I like that a lot. For the continuation, shout out to anybody who had the longs off of the open. That was good stuff there as well. Wow, Palantir almost it broke consolidation lows. It's trying to get to those lows right now. So yeah, sellers definitely coming in, man. So this is what I was saying. I got to stick with some of these trades a little bit better. Getting involved with VWAP was the right place to be, in and around underneath that, I don't want to call it a held offer, but just some supply at 181s that did come in. And that's coming in pretty nicely, giving us a continuation of what was already told by the price action, by the chart in the morning, was that there are sellers on VWAP right off of the open. Retest around 10:30, there are sellers at VWAP. Retest around 11:30, there are a little bit of sellers at VWAP. Retest around 12 o'clock, there are sellers at VWAP. This is what people mean when they say, are you listening to the chart and the price action? Or are you complicating it for yourself? Are you throwing up 1,000 indicators and being like, when this crosses that or this does this, I'm going to do, like, whatever, man. Like, what is the chart telling you? What is the stock telling you? Are you listening? That is the real question, right? So I definitely am not listening well enough because supply has been there and been strong and to the downside since then. No real reason to cover, maybe a little bit here. I think my initial covers should be coming in here at 78 halves where a bid does start to come in a little bit, but then that 79, this is a place to maybe reload for this consolidation breaks as well. So you can see the market taking a bit of a pullback, and Palantir, I don't remember the last time I checked its beta, but I'm going to take an assumption, and let's say, so where's it weekly here? I'm going to say about a 1.6 to 2. Beta on Palantir. I'm not 100% sure. That's just me kind of throwing I guess, what's the saying? Throwing darts in the darkness or something like that. I don't know. But let's see what it is here. Float ratio, ATR, RSI, beta. Okay, I was off. 2.6. So definitely a little bit higher. So above 2 beta there on that one. So Palantir coming to the downside alongside with the market. Makes a little bit of sense to me, Joe.
For sure.
Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Where is the next trade? Apple consolidating highs, Softy consolidating highs. Why is Palantir here? Oh, this is the basket spread. Okay, so Tesla breaking down to its lows, Amazon at its lows, Google at its highs, Nvidia at its lows. So a little bit of a discrepancy in some of the mags, maybe overall balancing things out. That's why we might be trading within the opening range on the Nasdaq. A lot of these tech names are very directional, but as a group, a little bit opposite on the day. So what's up, Adara?
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. U.S. President Donald Trump is active on Truth Social right now. He's talking about cuts that were reversed with regards to New York's counterterrorism funds, nothing market related, but it is always worth noting when he is active on Truth because he can post anything. So Trump right now looks like he is using Truth Social currently. Also, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in just 10 minutes, she'll be beginning a press conference. I don't have any details as to what that will be about, but I will be listening to that for you. If there is anything market related, I'll certainly cover that. Just keep in mind, last press conference, we did have some questions with regards to the health elements with Trump RX and Pfizer. That deal could potentially come up. LAC and that investment, that was something else that was mentioned. So there's always the potential that market-related events and happenings could be brought up during these conferences. Back to you.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, so I took that stab. Oh, I might have got it a little bit out too early. I thought it was going to crack that 94.60 level right there. So we just got out maybe a little bit premature, but if it breaks through that, then maybe you get a bounce. I was just thinking, hey, watch out for that 3-bar play to the downside. So yeah, it might start to get the rocking and rolling right there. Okay, so you can see the aggressive selling coming in on Bitcoin as well. It almost got to that all-time high, and I guess that's a good assumption is that, hey, just watch out because once you do knock into that level, we weren't too far off at only a couple $100. Really, at the end of the day, just maybe $1,000, which is not much at all. So yeah. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Let's see what happens in the overnight market. I think that might be it for the session, considering, right, we're almost up 2% here on IBIT. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait for the overnight China and see what we got going there. Oh, there goes NVDL. Yeah, dang. All right, just got out a little bit prematurely. 686 votes so far. BTC all-time high today. Make sure you guys go and get those votes rocking and rolling for us as well, too. Put your 2 cents in. We're curious to see what you guys have to say with that one. So yeah, let's continuously look at some of these other names. I mean, I think it's going to be really hard to short the quantum space today, considering they're holding up around those highs. Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, the UFC Pereira too. I know Ankalaev Pereira too. I think the Yuri Prohaska and the Khalil Roundtree fight is going to be the most intriguing, in my opinion. That's what I'm most looking forward to, without any question. Now, as for any other names, we're just going to run through the scanner, see if we see any potential setups here. Oops, we don't want that. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. Where was I? Screener there. Bang. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. Bang, Okay, so Ethereum selling aggressively, AAPL. What are you up to? We'll head over to the daily and see if we see anything, right? We're just going to run through the top volume names. TSLA, 123 million shares traded on the session, putting in a potential new low of the day. So continue your bleed, Tesla. The more aggressive it is, maybe more of an aggressive bounce we'll be able to find on it. Daily, we're not even going to look at it because it's a different leverage system. Going over the quantum. Silver, what has silver been up to? Not too bad of a look. Did gold recover from yesterday's selling? Let's see. I mean, it didn't. Yeah, it pulled back and just right back towards that high. So, I mean, that just displays how strong this obviously the commodity is. Wolf, what's Wolf speed? Or that's TeraWolf there. So yeah, Obi, I'm not seeing anything. What's Amazon up to on the daily? Yeah, I'm gonna grab some. If we crack 216 on Amazon, I'm gonna grab some.
It's testing year open, right? That's I find that interesting. Yeah, it's testing year open. So maybe I want to wait for the candle close.
Okay.
To make a decision there.
That
would mean December, right?
On
Amazon.
On Amazon.
Yeah. If you're gonna be chopping up the open price of the year while the rest of the stocks are pushing all-time highs, and Amazon, I think, again, it's one of the large caps, and it has a lot of strong players that are involved in its float. And if that's doing that down here, then I'm curious to know. Like, we are pretty extended on the market. I'm just going to be patient. That's all I'm going to say about that. If Amazon closes as a doji on the year, I definitely think that might be a little bit of a significance. But what do I know? We'll see. I want to wait for that candle close for that information to come in. But as of right now, the past couple of months, past couple of weeks, we've been chopping that 222 pretty aggressively. Now, somebody in the chat, the incredible Mr. Lib, tagged us both, saying Sava headed towards the gap starting at 485, and he got 116.25 contracts, $5 contracts. So yeah, money printer. Now I was just like, now that's the name I haven't heard in a very long time.
Yeah, I know.
Oh boy, Sava. Was it? No, that was a different one. But Sava, I've shorted Sava. I've long Sava in the past.
Because Sava Sciences.
It was an absolutely beautiful trader. Swing trading, swing shorts, swing longs. That's why I'm saying this is a name I have not heard of in a very, very long time. Like, look at the range and look at the action that this has been given. This is given over the years, like especially during the COVID boom or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, all the way from what is this, $8.43? I don't know if we've had splits along the way. I don't remember, but all the way up to a high of 146.16. And look at the backside of that as well. Once the sellers do come in, they come in hot and heavy. But every other lower high since then has been slapped back into. So I like that. But I don't know what this gap down might have been here. But it seems like we're breaking out of some multi-week levels on cassava. So this thing, when it does run, it can definitely go on a bit of a ripper, as it has shown itself to do in the past. So definitely, I like the idea. One to watch out for. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just be aware here, guys, that this is IONQ. Got a little bit of a pop. Rigetti, all of these quantum names are on watch. I'm seeing reports from Nikkei that Japan is going to be joining an EU research program with regards to quantum and other technology. If I get more details on this, I'll let you know. But that ticker that was tagged when the story was posted was IONQ. If I get any more details with regards to IONQ specifically in this story, I will let you know. And again, 3 minutes until this press conference begins with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I will be watching that, and I will be covering it for you guys. Back to you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Obi, 1 year anniversary since somebody paid a visit to Trader TV. Was it really that long ago? I thought you were here in the summer there, ADL. Yeah,
really?
a year ago. Yeah, a year ago.
No, dude, you gotta remember that was a while back. The floor was still here.
The floor,
remember, everyone.
Oh,
there was a lot of people still here as well.
Yeah, I remember this guy.
Yeah.
This guy. I remember
we were chilling in the kitchen.
Yeah. We were chilling with him.
Afterwards, when the day ended, I still remember that. Those were good times.
I remember I was sitting at my station over there, and Adam. Like, I heard of the name before, but at first I thought it was your guy's buddy, Adam.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And I'm like, is that him? No, it wasn't him. And he sits down beside me, and I'm like, who is this guy? Like, I'm working here, and then we started to talk a little bit, and then sure enough, I'm like, oh, he's a genuine lad there. So I'm like, solid dude, man.
Time flies. I mean, I know you travel a lot, so when are you coming back to Toronto? That's the question, man.
Yeah. He's married. He's married man now. So
boy.
Yeah. He's married.
Oh yeah, congratulations. Because I think last time we met, you weren't married, right? I don't think so. Or you were going to?
No, I don't think he wasn't. So I think he's recent, most obviously.
Nice. Congrats.
Yeah. So what happened to Bitcoin?
Lock it in.
Day investing. I mean, it's starting to sell off a little bit, man. We almost tapped. He's engaged.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
our correction.
Nice.
So there you go.
Congrats.
I mean, as for Bitcoin, we've been talking about it all morning. We're almost $1 off of that high there in IBIT. So, I mean, we're still going to hold on to these regardless, our contracts, whatever. We're all out of the shares. We got out at 69.60. But now you can see some profit taking most definitely starting to step in. XRP, the XXRP, is getting lit up as well too, coming off of those highs. I shouldn't say lit up considering how strong everything is. So yeah, that's what we got going on. I'm looking for a potential trade. Oh, am I still in the TQs? Yeah, I am. All right, so we're gonna still rock and roll on this. Let's see if we can get that cooking up. I don't know why I got out of NVDL prematurely, but it is what it is. We'll sit in this TQs trade. Someone cover this wound here on the Bitcoin bleeding. Lots of profit taking stepping in there, Obi.
Yes, sir. So yeah, again, nothing too crazy. I'm just still looking at the similar stocks here. Nvidia broke its lows, so I'm watching that. I'm watching that one for sure. Amazon still chopping around its lows as well, so nothing too crazy. Apple is very interesting. Apple is becoming more and more interesting with the kind of consolidation that it's having here. So we'll go to Apple. So Apple. 260s, right? This is this all-time highs? 259.18, currently trading at 258.70. So almost on the brink of those all-time highs, and we're consolidating pretty aggressively here on Apple with potential for continuation. Look at that tight consolidation. So that's becoming very interesting to me on the day. So we'll wait for that one to pan out. But right now, guys, OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States. Yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today with Oragenics. Wow, dude, what is this, man? I told you, didn't I look over? I looked over at you and I was like, bro, Palantir is gonna hit day lows, and it's making a straight beeline for that day low as the market quadunks to the downside. So guess what? Where's the next trade? I like Google because Google is right at its highs. Sorry. Nice. Sean Short, TQs at 106.30s. The market's definitely coming in. Oh boy. Sorry. Yeah. I'll pull up the chart here. So let's take a look at TQQQs. And where is the VWAP? 106.30s. Yeah. Boom. Nice. What a puke on that one. Yeah, man. Great trade. The sellers were kind of showing themselves. We were turning a little bit much earlier, and they finally step in pretty aggressively as of right now. I'm going to pull up, where is this? Google. Google has not turned yet. So Google might be a little bit of a laggard. So I kind of have eyes on that. We did start pulling back a little bit there, 46s to 46 halves. So maybe I want to dabble a little bit here and see where that'll take us. But aggressive trend to the upside on Google after some strong selling, right? We talk about that 242 bit of a defense that did happen. Wow, is that somebody chasing on the ask? I got to see. Buddy got filled, I think. But yeah, no, there's definitely some aggressive selling coming into the market as of right now. Market dumping. Let's see what's happening. Adara.
What's happening? There's one thing I just saw come in. This could potentially have something to do with it, though I think it's probably unlikely. Morgan Stanley saying that apparently Treasury options are showing that people are expecting a 10 to 29 day shutdown. So again, the market we looked at the last shutdowns that have happened in the last 30 years. It's always been a positive reaction by the end of the shutdown. But either way, certainly adds some more uncertainty to this market. Morgan Stanley saying that Treasury options are, I guess, pricing in a 10 to 29 day shutdown. This White House press conference has not yet begun. The feed has started, but Caroline Levitt has not made an appearance. I'll keep you guys updated. And I'm going to check through social too to see if there's any posts, but I don't have anything obvious for this drop.
Raining on the parade. I guess you just got to get short now at this point. Yeah, TQs are tanking. So is the whole crypto space. So yeah, not a bad idea to go short 20, 30-day shutdown there, guys. Bang. We were talking about this literally 30, 40 minutes ago. Look how short-lived that is. It's like, bang, you get super excited. You're like, yeah, let's rock and roll. We're touching all-time highs, Bitcoin. Look what has happened in the past literally 20 minutes. You start grinding from 10:30, you peak at 12:30. That's 2 hours of grinding higher. And then sure enough, you give all of that move back in a span of 20 minutes. So 10% of the time. 10% of the time. Insane. Well, it's not. I mean, it's 2 hours, 120 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. Anyways, you get the point that what I'm getting at. It's just a fraction of it. You take the stairs up, and then it's the window out. So really, really, really of a tough look there. Market's continuing to bleed, man, aggressively. Look at the volume step in across the board. Insane. Big time stuff right there. And that's exactly what we were talking about not too long ago. Aggressive selling starting to step in, be patient. I mean, hopefully this rebound is going to be good for the crypto space because we know that this shutdown has been typically bullish for it, right? People start flocking into alternatives and something that's supposed to be decentralized. So yeah, punching through support levels. I think you have to look to go short now at this point, considering with any name, pick a name, any name, and I think you're going to be off pretty good. What has Palantir been up to? Putting in a new low there, Obi, so not too bad. We'll go through our scanner once again and see what we got there. Boo, 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 boo. On our stock scanner, bang. QuantumScape, yeah, see, bang, taking it, not even on the chin, man. These are KO type moves. All right, let's find something to short here. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I don't want to, but I'm going to.
Market is tanking. Wow, that Google short, I definitely missed out on that one.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Pick a name. Pick a name.
There it is.
You can short it.
Get short.
Pick a name. I'm going short. One of the strongest. Bang. Ride the bear. Let's go. Let's see if we break Let's see if we can break the volume weighted average price there. Adara, what do you got for us?
I want to clarify. I'm still not seeing any obvious news for this drop. In case anybody, wasn't there over the last couple of minutes, I just want to remind you guys, nothing obvious that I am seeing as news for the drop. One thing of note is Morgan Stanley saying that apparently Treasury options are pricing in a shutdown that might be slightly longer than longer than we were expecting, 10 to 29 day shutdown. But that's just one comment. That's really all that I'm seeing. And even then, that isn't inherently bearish. The press conference has not yet begun. Donald Trump has not posted anything on Truth Social in 23 minutes. I do not have anything to directly explain this drop other than just selling into the weekend.
Let's take a look at these at the money IVs here, guys.
I'm doing my best to try and keep saying "oh boy" and not other words.
Why?
Oh,
just say what you want to say.
No, we can't do that.
What you want to say.
Can't do that out here.
Remember that? Did you ever listen to that group Prozac?
No.
Remember Prozac? No?
Like the drug?
No, I know. I'm pretty sure it's a band named after the drug.
I don't think I've.
Yeah,
I don't think I've. Yeah, what about them?
I was gonna say say what you wanna say, what do.
Oh, okay. They have. They got a song like that? No.
All right. No, but guys, look at the at the money. Look at the IV start to really ramp up here in some of these names, right? Like you're getting 67. That was at 71% a couple minutes ago. Oh, why are we looking at this? Obi.
What's up?
With that sell-off, this is what we got to do here. We got to pull up the VIX. Yeah, you got to trade the VIX. What are these calls looking like here? 4 days, October 7th is going to be that expiration right there, guys. Let's see what we got going on from a contract standpoint. Nothing crazy. Katina, man, I know you were saying something about AMD there.
Short 170.
Still short 170. Bang. What is it trading at? 166.49. Bang. What is that? It's money to be exact. So a pretty good look there. So I don't got anything right now. I'm sure some IBIT to see if we can break through the volume weighted average price, or it's just going to rebound. We're going to start relatively small. I would prefer to see the rebound, Obi.
Yeah, I'm going to start a little small here as well. I did get involved in a little bit of a bid here on Palantir, and that's what I like to do. When people are panicking, I do want to be on the other side of that move, but catching a falling knife, I don't know, but the bid is definitely coming in. You can see the market wicking right back above its prior low there, so we did break down pretty aggressively, but reclaiming as of right now. So the question becomes, will Palantir come in with a little bit of a bid alongside with the market? That was a pretty capitulatory move, we'll see. No rhyme or reason that I see, but at the same time, by the time we figure that out, it's too late. Just read the flow, read the tape, read the charts, and try to get with the program here is what I'm telling myself. yeah, we'll see. We'll see how far this consolidation lasts. That's an aggressive bid, and somebody definitely slapped some shares into the bid for sure. They're across the board. Don't know who it was. Don't really care either. But a little bit of an imbalance or mispricing maybe potentially happening. We'll see. But if we can sustain some of these levels, maybe we find a bid. If we crack a little bit lower, then lower it is. I'm open for anything. I'm just trying to do my best to go literally with the flow as of right now, Joe. So that's what I got going on. Let's see if we have anything else. Unfortunate that I had the short from 180 halves pretty decently. I even talked about it. All of these were nowhere in comparison relative to size as the last entries I had here. That's why I was able to take out so many on the way in. But no real reason to cover, man. Arbitrary covers. And then, yeah, sure, if you're holding and using exit rules, you're probably not really getting out until a strong puke like that. Like, that's a good reason to start covering, right? But like this grinded selling all the way down before that puke comes in, and like the market started slowing down as well before it rolled over and wiped pretty much every single buyer on the day, especially in the NASDAQ. The ES is still holding its opening range low as of right now. But oh boy, Amazon as well, that 222. That 222 got cracked and then straight selling right through that level as well. NVIDIA day low 187s. Nice. So let's see what's going on with there. 105.3s on the Qs. I have that up from before. Is the low. Let's see if we can continue a little bit lower. I have no idea what the market's going to do, man, but those sellers are pretty aggressive. Let's see if we come back in a little bit. 20 pennies here, not what I'm looking for. Let's see if we can get a decent reversion. But the selling has just kind of started to accelerate, right? So we'll see. This is the first stall that did come in to match that selling and maybe pick it up a little bit. And in terms of Palantir, I know you like these high volume candles, large volume nodes, whatever you want. Like, there's different names for this, but there is some significance for sure when we false break the low like that with some aggressive volume and the market starts wicking its lows as well. So do I get a reversion of VWAP? Maybe. We'll see. But as of right now, the buyer's stepping right back in. That's why you just gotta, I know I wasn't in the short, and what did I do? I was not happy, right? Just now, I was like swearing, I was like, oh, this Palantir, whatever. I got up, I went to the bathroom, I took like a quick couple minutes, took a breath, came back. Where's the next trade? Capitulated. Let's get long. Let's see if it works. I don't know. I don't care. Where's the next trade? That's the next question. So we'll see. 177's coming in right now. 178's, I don't know if we're going to get there. That is the prior structure on the way down. And if we're really going to, pick up on this candle and run, this is where buyers were before in the morning. We cracked them and buyers kind of stepped in and reclaimed those levels. So we'll see how far and where this candle ends. This is a 15-minute candle. We still have 4 minutes left for this to come into fruition. And buyers are stepping in pretty aggressively across the board. And it makes sense. I saw this and I was like, oh, where are you going? Why are you running? Where are you running? Bit of a mispricing in my head. I'm going to be there to correct that in my head. Obviously I'm not correcting it with the amount of shares that I'm taking, but you get the concept of that. Mispricing is where I like to be.
Absolutely, mispricing. There it goes. You're getting that pop there, OB 176.46. Wow, you're already in the dollar club on that one. So bang, way to rock and roll on that. I know you're having a pretty good day, which is solid. We could always do a little bit better. That's the objective. I mean, yeah, but hey, man, you got to give yourself a little credit here and there. You know what I mean? You don't got to be a hero or anything along those lines, but just recognize that you're putting on a good day, and I think you do that.
Sure,
so
thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
You had some banger trades as well, dude. That IBIT, absolute banger.
Yeah.
Well, you're in that before the explosion up.
Before the breakout, I had
a lot of good trades across the board. I would say for sure.
Yeah, for sure, man. And it's good when you got that. Katina Man's cooking up. I know Neil's cooking up as well too. Adara, you didn't tell us anything that you specifically traded today. Curious to know on that one too, regardless of how those things turn out. But yeah, what a fantastic, interesting day. It's funny, Obi, because I think you were away at the washroom when we were talking about, like, hey, earlier in the day, obviously you and I were talking about it, things can end 10 times faster than what you experience. It's like you're having a great time and it can end just like that.
Yeah,
and then sure enough, the market just tanks. The whole crypto space decides to have an aggressive pullback.
You literally called this out. Yeah, you were like, it only takes one trader. We talked about it.
Someone just turned that switch, and then it's it.
Whoever
done.
It was, you know, maybe it's a domino effect. There's some definitely some big sellers coming in on the day today and on a Friday as well, right? I'm just observing. I'm just trying to pick up on some of the action here. You know, I want to cancel that.
Yeah. I mean, but see, listen. Sorry, we're gonna go to Adara in a second, but Engin Erodegan. Sorry if I butchered your name. Listen to what Beyond Their Control has to say. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, Caroline Levitt has begun talking. I put it across the screen when she first started. She's been talking for a couple of minutes now, but the White House press conference has begun. When she starts taking questions, I will let you guys know it'll go across the lower third of the screen where the position board is, just that she's begun taking questions. If there are any things of note that are market moving or market related, of course I will let you know, but I just want to remind you guys, she is currently giving this up, the prepared remarks aspect of the conference. Back to you.
Shadera. Yeah, so we are catching a little bit of a bid. We talk about a few more minutes till this candle close. Well, it's 1:14 right now, and there's about 3 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to close. And oh boy, what a wick. What we call it, wick shimmy dance that this prior 15-minute candle did. Let's see, we did kind of balance back in, buyer step back in. Let's see if this action is now balanced. Can we consolidate? Can we accept some prices? I have no idea. I did piece out off of a little bit as soon as those buyers kind of stopped doing what they were doing, but we're still sustaining above 177s here on Palantir. Oh boy, that Google was a bit of a miss, but it is what it is. I was pulling it up around 45 halves, and Quadunk 44. So yeah, a $1.50 dump on that one, and it just kind of reclaimed the bid. Look, higher lows, even with that aggressive selling, higher lows on Google. So relative strength indeed happening on this one here. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. In terms of chip names, guess what? I've put this out before, yesterday, today, multiple times over. Intel loves to do its own thing. I've just come to the conclusion that Intel just loves to do its own thing. It really doesn't care, right? Look at that. Market aggressive sell-off, straight tank city, across the board. NVIDIA tanking, AMD tanking, the SMH also tanking. Intel, where's the tank? Where's the selling? Where are the sellers at? So relative strength, bigger picture. It's doing its own thing because there's a different kind of trade happening here. That's what's going on in my mind. And the action today, the nuance that it's kind of showing me that the market sells off like that and Intel holds this kind of a bid. Oh boy, bigger picture. I'm going to keep that in mind for sure. So that's something I do want to consider. And Intel, I think, is great, man. Pulling back through the 77s here on Palantir. So maybe let's, you know what, take off most of the rest, just leaving some breadcrumbs on. That was the bid, right? That was the bid. I just wanted to catch a little bit of the bid when it did come in. If we're going to sell off that aggressively, don't necessarily want to stand in the way. Just want to go with the flow, like I said before. So let me know what you guys are trading. A lot of people were trading hood. So let's see what's good in the hood there as well. Let's see how the market sell-off affected that one. Right here, okay, so back to VWAP. So it seems like, see, reversions all around, man. Reversion all around on that bid that came back in off of the market sell-off, right? We basically went back to, if you want to call it reference price of where that selling came in, we reverted back to reference price on hood. So a nice little balancing act there happening on that one. So shout out to anybody who had a bit of the reversion on this flush, right? That was a little too far too gone. It was a really nice short if you had it from before, and that thing came in real hot. Tesla oversold, saying, James, okay, we can take a quick look at that one. Tesla, it seems like Hood wants to sell back into VWAP, that's fine. Yeah, Tesla, man. Tesla aggressive selling yesterday, closing near the day lows. I was just like, oh boy. Tesla continuation through prior day low, guess what? Never looks back. You don't even have to be worried about all the opening ranges, all the opening prices. Who cares? Let it tell you that sellers are definitely here. Off of the open VWAP hold, this, I think, is probably one of the best spots on the day today to get involved with the Tesla short. 435s through prior day low. Sellers already dominant. No sign of any buying. A little bit of buying off of the open, gets slapped right back in through that 445s. I know Sean was looking at that 445s. Absolutely beautiful place because look at that pre-market high. Look at that end of day consolidation. We cannot get past that action, and boom, sellers step right back in on this one. Not only on Tesla, man, across the board throughout the market. So yeah, Tesla did have a little bit of a dump through that flush, but we've already sold off pretty aggressively. So was that capitulation? I don't know, but I'm watching this 419.56 low on Tesla as of right now. If the market can sustain and hold, I like it a little bit better. We're coming back in through these prices on my Palantir. Like I said before, only holding on to a little bit of a breadcrumb. So guess what? I'm gonna feed that to the ducks. I don't want it anymore. Let's move on to the next trade. Yeah, wow, 245. Nice reversion on Google there as well. AMD is pretty weak, man. Look at this AMD coming right back in. So in terms of chips, AMD is getting shellacked to the downside here. Back into some of these lows from yesterday. So let's see. Maybe the same concept we were talking about in the morning comes into fruition. Buyers were here yesterday, pretty aggressive, and maintained strength throughout the rest of the day. Do buyers show in here at these prices once again, or is this market tailwind going to overpower everything and those buyers are going to get stomped on the way through? It seems like there's definitely some stomping happening here. That bid, nice little push, pull back in. So I like it for selling. If I wasn't long, I might like the short back here for a continuation, but I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for the next trade.
Oh, wow. Look at this aggressive selling. I'm glad we got back into this name.
Nice flip
on the short.
Great flip.
Well, I mean, like, this was just rock and roll. I go small here, right? I'm like, all right, give it a little room. I was so early on that, but then I'm like, all right, it's going to go. This is just a breath right here. Failed to even get anywhere close to testing that high, so let's get involved into it one more time. VWAP's going to be the primary target. If not, we're going to risk all the way up to here. So 20 cents for a gain of around 50 cents. Give you around that 2.5 to 1. The meds are starting to slowly wear off for me over here. So, yeah, we're going to drink some of this tea here. Yeah, what, the Tylenol?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, what did you think I was talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So meds are starting to wear off. I'm like, what, bro? Come on.
No, yeah, we're here. Come on, man. It's a professional. Obviously, I know you're joking. It's a professional place. But at the end of the day, let's see, man. As I mentioned in the chat before, I would love for Bitcoin to rebound. We're going to have to wait for that overnight trading. But as of right now, we're going to go short with this overall market. Katina, man, did you reload that short or what? No, he didn't. He didn't reload. No reload on that one. Yeah, we'll take a look at what Katina Man's got going on.
Look at that. Boom.
To the downside.
The crazy thing is you have those entries right before the puke, so you can see the turn coming in. We didn't know if it was going to puke like that.
Katina Man,
absolutely beautiful.
Check this reload right here, Katina Man. Bang, long, bang, reload, bang. Yeah, that's where we going. Awesome.
Hey yo.
Awesome. So yeah. Let's see what.
There it is. Palantir 3-day low.
Take the Tylenol. I think so. Yeah, markets. Look at there goes AMD, right? Palantir. Obi, you fed the crumb to the ducks.
Yeah. Because I was like,
you were long though.
No, I was long. Yeah, because I knew I was totally wrong.
Yeah.
Past that point, I'm like, I don't need to be.
I see what you're getting at there. But yeah, I mean, guys, if there's anything specifically that you guys want to take a look at, just put it in the chat. We got a half an hour, 40 minutes or so left here in the day, and we're going to see what everybody else is doing, how your session is. You know what? We're going to go to Adara, and then we'll get back to you guys.
Yeah, so Caroline Levitt just indicated that the next vote on the Senate floor with regards to ending the shutdown is in about an hour from now. I will be following that if that is in fact the case. It is worth noting, though, with this vote, we even had several Republican leaders say yesterday they don't think there's going to be enough votes for this to pass and for the shutdown to end before the weekend. Either way, apparently this vote is going to be underway pretty soon. I'll continue to follow up on this. Back to you.
So there you go, just like that. I mean, things flip just like that. One second you're partying, the next second you're not. It's literally that simple. I'm obviously being sarcastic. So yeah, we're going to continuously be looking at some of these names. I think AMD might be poised for potential bounce, NVDA. The quantum space is absolutely hot, so if you can get on some of these micro pullbacks, I think you're pretty good. And then Palantir, are you gonna take an additional entry on Palantir, Obi, or are you just thinking of avoiding it?
I'm watching it. Like, this is where buyers were before for a little bit, and then we came in and we wicked the low. If we're gonna kind of take out stops and pull back in.
Yeah.
I'm watching it, but here's the thing, man. The market, this is what I said. So we got that initial puke. We got a nice little reversion. We got a little bit of a balance, and now we're getting continuation. So that's what I'm seeing here, and we're pulling back into the lows. And that's what I saw here as well. I'm like, okay, I'll take the long for what it's worth. And when it stops, I don't want to be there anymore because that's not the trade. The trade is just to be like, all right, we're falling down. We get with the buyers. We sell with the sellers. We buy with the buyers. I think that's easy to say, difficult to do, but the concept is there. When you see the buyers, you know, participate. Don't anticipate. But sometimes getting in a little bit early, I am technically participating because the flow is slowing down and sellers are starting to step in, and then they really see that confirmations are all the way down here. This is why I don't really like trading confirmations, because at the end of the day, confirmations are usually based off of some sort of technical indicator, right? Either the chart, or either some moving averages, either some chart structure, which is great. I love confirmations. Like they're great. If I'm not in the trade, I'm probably taking the confirmation. But I do like confirmations in a lot of places. I think are kind of washed because by the time it comes into that confirmation area, it'll chop it up, it'll grind it up. But if you were in a little bit earlier, where you saw the actual tape confirm, where you saw the raw data tell you, then it's a little bit better in my opinion. But it is what it is. Everybody trades a little bit differently. I'm trying to find my own path as well. And it seems like the market is trying to find its path to the downside right now. Continued selling across the board. Wow, Micron was a great reversion as well. I was talking about how that one was a little distinctly different from the rest of the chips, bidding up pretty aggressively. 191 84-day highs, currently trading at 188s, man. The pullback is real. The pullback is strong. And the sellers are definitely here on a nice, beautiful Friday.
Yeah, really nice. Yeah,
I didn't mean to pass it over mid-sip. I saw you sipping the coffee.
No, that's all right. Yeah, no coffee for me. It's straight tea, man.
Oh, nice.
Straight tea. Yeah,
I didn't bring a café today.
I'm not good with consumption of coffee. I don't know what it is. My body.
Dude, I have to take it in measured amounts.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
like caffeine will mess me up a little bit.
Weird.
While I was studying for school, like I went through this whole caffeine run. Wow, really aggressive selling coming in.
Yeah,
now.
real.
So shout out to anybody who's still holding their shorts. Let's go, Sean.
That's what
nice,
we're talking about,
shorts.
the breath.
But with the caffeine, man, while I was studying in school, I used to take Red Bulls. Red Bulls weren't enough. Then I started taking Monsters. Monsters weren't enough.
That's great.
And then I started coffee. Coffee's good, but the Monster's obviously stronger. Yeah. And then I was just like, okay, all of this I get desensitized to. Then I started taking caffeine pills to study.
Oh my God.
And then that really messed me up.
That's escalation right there.
Yeah,
Who knows what you
I don't do well with caffeine anymore.
Yeah.
So I take it in measured quantities. I make sure even while trading, if I have too much coffee in the morning, it shows up on my chart. The erratic decision making shows up on my chart if I have too much caffeine. And it makes sense. That's how caffeine kind of wires you. You're just jittery, right? So it literally manifests in some of your decision making.
Yeah, I mean, the boys who are right love
maintain the mental in all sorts of ways.
It's me too.
Balance punch.
He's coming in there, man.
What's happening?
What do you mean now? What is not? What?
He's just saying.
No, I'm just playing around. No, I mean, obviously it affects everybody themselves. Like today, I had one coffee. Sometimes it makes it make a difference. You know what I think is important is that you stick to a routine. I think is a good point, right? I think that would be another good thing, right? Obviously, different sort of opportunities or different reactions to. I mean, I always feel like sometimes. Some people even say like, oh, if I wear this sort of, we talked about it with the Jerome Powell's tie and things like that, right? Traders, just like athletes, can be very superstitious. So I just wanted to say like,
Hey, Sean, does Gia have any kind of like superstitions with hockey? Like when she puts on her equipment, she doesn't do
that is a great question. I'm not too sure. About that. I'm going to ask her tonight if she has anything. Like I told you, she likes to tape her stick like after every game or after every practice. She'll kind of
there's something along those lines.
Good question, Joe. I'm gonna get back to you.
Get back to me
right now. She's in the middle of running her cross country, and I think 2 kilometers or something. I'm going to find out.
Tell her that for me, my superstition is I don't put the goalie net on. I never touch it. I'll never.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
I
she's
never touch
Only
it.
mitt?
Net.
Oh,
like
net.
you put it on the pegs. I never touch it. That's my thing.
I think the in her, because she plays very competitive, right?
Yeah.
So the referees will put the net away.
Oh, okay,
but she's the first. She's even the youngest on her team, but she stands outside the doors, and then when they get to the ice, she's the one that
she's the one.
Yeah, so she always has to be the one sort of high-fiving as the girls come on the ice. Maybe that's what it is.
Does she have a letter? A, C? What?
No, like I said, she's the youngest. So she plays AA. She's the youngest on the team.
Oh, okay.
My guess is she'll have something next year.
All right.
Joe, I'm getting nervous, man. I have my DJing set ready to. I have that tonight.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to get a little nervous right now. Apparently, there's a song called "Gnarly" that's pretty popular right now that the girls are requesting.
Let me know if you want any requests, brother. I'll send you some good.
I need some requests. All requests live.
DJ requests. But in all. What movie is that from? DJ Request. It's a comedy movie. Anyways,
I'm not really like superstitious, man.
You're not.
I'm just a little stitious.
Okay.
Really,
all right.
Let's see. What superstitions do I have? I mean, I definitely wear a tinfoil suit when I show up to the market. That's for sure. Because all the fugazi action that does happen, I'm just like, there's a lot of things that I do not trust. When it comes to price action. Maybe that's why I like reversions. And then maybe that's why I have a little bit of a contrarian mindset where I'm just like, okay, well, I kind of want to go against the grain sometimes. I go against the crowd sometimes. But sometimes that's where I get blasted. For example, like when all-day trends, right? The whole crowd is long and the stock is long and strong. And if I'm trying to counter it, then yeah, I obviously get chopped up. But yeah, definitely. In terms of superstition, I don't know. I have this. I don't know if it's a lucky cat, but I like like pet the little lucky cat at my desk every morning.
Okay.
I know what. I I have one.
What is it?
Red underwear. Red underwear. So here's the thing. The stats are what kind of pushed me into the belief. I'm like, yo, more often than not, I'm getting shut down when I'm wearing red underwear.
All right.
When I'm heavy red. I'm just like, I don't know what it is. So that's my little stitches.
All right.
That's
thought you had some other stats that you were.
So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I got to check later.
All right. All right. There's Obi stats there on the whatever it may be. All right, let's get involved in some Tesla here, Obi.
I'm loving it. Let's go.
Listen, I get it. I'm that guy. From a hockey standpoint, we're short some Bitcoin, long some Tesla off of these lows. Sold off $23, or even a little bit more. $4.48 was the high, all the way down to $4.21. One of the weaker names. Let's see if we can get a potential bounce there. There goes Bitcoin to the downside. We were talking about that move. So once we crack this 69.62, I think we can most definitely head into the volume weighted average price. How many shares of TSLA did I get into? Not very many, but that's all right. We're going to wait for this trade. There it goes. You're cracking to the lower. 69.30 is going to be that primary target. Let's see if we can get that rocket and roll in the post market, right? This is where I want to see Bitcoin kind of rebound. I know we rejected those previous all-time highs slightly aggressively, so it might take some time. Otherwise, who knows what's going to happen with the overnight markets as well, too. Is it a good time to buy? Tesla says. Pooja, I mean, I don't know. I'm involved into it. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You got to kind of look at it for yourself. I think getting involved in this name off the lows, I made a big mistake, right? Like, I earlier in I was catching a lot of heat. I sold Tesla at a bad time, and I sold Google relatively at a bad time as well. And look how those two names are doing. And I mean, I rotated into some things that are stronger. But again, with these Mag 7 names, if they just sell off, if you get any form of a discount on it, just continuously buy. And I like what Katina Man was saying. I mean, I don't think it works in every single case, but the only time you really get pissed off is when you sell a good name and you're like, man, oh man. We did trim some Robinhood, considering we're up over 230% on that name. But at the end of the day, it's like, why didn't we just hold on to it, considering how strong it is? And I absolutely love Vlad Tenev for sure. All right, guys. Papacito, hola mi amigo, ¿cómo estás usted hoy? God bless everyone. How are you? Muy bien.
How are you?
¿Y tú? I don't know. I'm pretty good. How are you, Obi? Thank you for that super chat. Oh, those are shekels, I'm pretty sure. Papacito.
Nice.
So thank you very much for that one right there. We'll hit the siren. It's going to be haunted by the color red. No, I'm all right. We're not too haunted by that one. All right, so Tesla's working for us. IBIT is not, as it's starting to recover, bouncing off that 69.60 level. As soon as it heads into that 70, we're going to get out of dodge on that one. It's going to give us 20 cents or so. Tesla has a huge put wall at 430. Let's take a look. That could be the bounce. We're already south of that, though. That's my issue. Let's pull up the Tesla's options chain and see what we got going on from that standpoint. Huge. It better be huge. If it's not huge, I'm going to be mad. Okay, no, I mean, it's not horrible. It's 17,600, but you aren't wrong, right? You have a lot of the volume stepping in. 146,000 contracts traded on Tesla puts for expiring today, right? So don't forget that you don't get 0 DTEs on most names. You only get them on Fridays, except for the SPY and the Qs, okay? So yeah, that's not bad, all right? I like how you called out that level, that 430 level. Most definitely has put in the most amount of volume, aside from the calls. Why am I have it over here? I may as well just display it to you guys. The calls, 430, 192,000, 146,000 over here. Volume contracts, that's quite a bit of size. And by all means, there it is. It tells us a lot. 450, you got to 106,000. But as for call walls, nothing substantial. I mean, 22,800. We got to go down in our strikes. I think the base is going to be around 400. Are you going to even get to that specific level? I don't think so, Obi.
Yeah, Walt calling us out in the chat for that Rocket Lab call there. Rocket Lab's fresh highs. We talked about that 55.17. Oh boy, we're pushing even higher now. 55 halves on Rocket Lab now. So yeah, nice little consolidation, pull up, stepping up on top of its daily structure. Nice methodical kind of push. Even the strong selling that we got across the market only could take us into some of those prior consolidation levels, relatively holding higher lows as well and making higher highs. So the trend is well intact. Rocket Lab continues to blast through the atmosphere, even though we had some turbulence along the way. So strength for sure happening there. Again, don't forget, higher time frame, what has Rocket Lab's been doing, right? This is a trend trade. This is a trend move. This thing has been already aggressively trending. I was gonna type in trend. RKLB.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, sometimes I type in the word that I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's take a look at the weekly here. Yeah.
This fly is driving me nuts too.
Just observe this again. Nice consolidation. I love this consolidation for as a continuation pattern, but we have to see the price action actually show us that it's going to do that. Maybe you're getting involved in and around here when you're seeing a failure to follow through. This wick is nice, right side of the V, 44s, 48s, 50s, and then now we're, I guess, off to some fresh highs here, which we have been printing, man. You can see we've made attempts towards the highs for the past couple of weeks. So all of last month we tried, we pulled back in, and then we're ripping up this week as well. So first week of October, oh boy, man. October for sure on this one, but bigger picture, this is what I'm talking about. Bigger picture story happening here as of right now on Rocket Labs, Joe.
Oh, my boy saying, what did we do? I didn't know those instructions. Oh, I'm talking to him.
What's happening?
No, my friend just sent me a picture from his wedding.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And
nice.
He's like, yeah, so that was the lads there, and he's like, you're saying that
everyone's looking dapper? Everyone's looking fly?
Yeah. Well, now I'm catching heat in the group chat because they're like, yo,
where you at? Where you at?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's fair.
No, but in all seriousness, are we ready there? Okay, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code and check that link in the description there, folks. All right, so Tesla was working out briefly for us. Even though I shouldn't even be trading this name, we did go 0 for 3 off the jump on it, and then we just rotated. I'm like, all right, let's get into this crypto space. But I think we were patient enough to wait for a potential bottom there. Like, I mean, the last time we were involved in this name was at 9:50, 20 minutes after the open. And now we're in it at 135. So, I mean, 130. Patience. Allow that bleeding to cool off. So let's see if we can get that bounce. if Bitcoin cracks through this high of 70 bucks, then I'll just hop out of that trade as well, because we don't want to give anything away on that front, considering it was a pretty nice trade. And yeah, and I put it on, I mean, not too much size anyways on that. So we'll wait for that slowly to curl over. I think that's going to be the case. But again, I like that the volatility is starting to step in. Tesla calls IVs up to 81%. That's typically what happens as you start to sell aggressively and the volume really starts to kick in. You're going to be paying extra for those premiums. So wait off on the calls for a little bit. Let the volatility cool down. And then sure enough, you can maybe base some trades off of that. If there's anything specific, oh, who was it it was Laura. Laura, you were asking us about Tesla. Some January 2026 calls. I mean, I don't think you can go too wrong. Elon Musk is, I think they're going to start, his geofence in Austin is expanding every day. I'm pretty sure it's going to as well in San Francisco. They're going to start rolling out over there. By the end of 26, I'm pretty sure the robo-taxi is going to be unmanned. That's his objective on that front as well. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good things forward-looking with Tesla. The energy storage has absolutely been rocking and rolling for him as well. So there's a lot going on within the name. And yeah, sometimes it's hard to avoid out all the noise and just stick to what some of these Mag 7s where names have the ability to do. We talk about Google just being the ultimate ETF almost as well. So yeah, we'll continuously look at them. Hopefully Tesla continues to grind, even though I have zero exposure in both goggles and in Tesla, which is slightly embarrassing. But at the end of the day, I am sitting on a little bit of cash. I'm just curious on what I should buy. I mean, I'm looking at the quantum space. I want to get involved in some of those names, and I want to get back into some Tesla and some Google, but most definitely not at these levels, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, the market's trying to catch a bid, and Palantir is getting a little bit lower. I'm talking to a Rivian Millionaire in the chat about, like, yeah, potential reversions. I'm watching it, man. I'm like, all right, cool. I want to take the next leg. The thing is, I still, like, if I'm not taking these really, dumb, arbitrary outs on the way down, every few pennies lower, and just waiting for the trend to actually break, I'm not covering a little bit until here, but maybe I'm even re-engaging, because think about it. Here, I'm like, yeah, my long is definitely wrong below this level, and look at the continuation, right? So it's just like, I need to do a little bit better with flipping, but I also need to do a little bit better with holding the stuff that's actually working for me and getting just as aggressive as I am with some of the outs, but with entries instead, taking those structure breaks, right? I was talking to a couple traders a few days ago about, like,
would you say
just
sorry,
how to really, like, push into trades. Like, yeah, when things don't work,
what'd you say?
You got to be as nimble as possible. But when things start working, like, you got to be extremely aggressive. Like, you have to have so much confidence, and obviously that comes over time. But this is the kind of move that I'm talking about, where that kind of confidence can definitely come into play with this kind of market tailwind. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on the market as we get comments at the same time from Fed's Logan and Fed's Jefferson. Fed's Logan saying that there are both upsides and downside risks to her own personal inflation outlook. And she said that she is also worried here about non-housing services inflation. She did say as well, contradicting comments from Fed's Myron earlier today, that she believes tariffs have in fact contributed to inflation. Then Fed's Jefferson as well, saying that the recent rate cut we just had has moved the policy closer to neutral while maintaining a balanced approach. And he's saying that both sides of the Fed's dual mandate are under stress. Inflation's above target and downside risks for employment are increasing. He mentioned as well, the NFP data, certainly it's not optimal to not be able to get that with the shutdown. But he said in general, if this employment data is in fact bad once we get it, that could be a reason to support the jobs market. Now, we know that the labor market issue was what a lot of Fed cited as their reason for supporting a 25 basis point rate cut, which we actually did get back in September. And back to you. I'm still listening to Caroline Levitt and following these Feds.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is straight puke city here across the board. So fresh lows on the NASDAQ and the ES. Rocket Lab doesn't really care, man. So that one's really strong. So shout out to anybody who's still kind of holding on to that one. 55.99 is the current high. So we did pull back about 50, 60 pennies so far off of that. 173 is coming in here on Palantir. So yeah, very, very overextended on the day. almost 7.5% down. So yeah, let's go. Let's get some moves going on. If you look at the weekly, though, yeah, sure, this is an aggressive selling, I guess, session during the day today on Palantir, 8% down. Sure, whatever. But Palantir, we talked about how stocks behave, right? And to kind of assess, is this within range or is this outlier, right? Sure, a 7% pullback is pretty nasty on the intraday. 2.7% relative to yesterday's close, but you can see on the weekly chart, this is well within range, right? Sure, intraday, we're making an extended move. It might be not an average move on the intraday, but the weekly is still perfectly fine, and that's what I like to watch out for, right? Bigger picture, zooming out to a higher time frame, and then looking a little bit left as well, being like, all right, how does this normally behave? Are we looking at something that is within range of that behavior, or is it outlier? I think that's something to definitely ask. So yeah, that's how I'm thinking right now. I don't know if that's subject to change, but I'm open to that whenever. But 173s, man, there's a little bit of a bidder happening here on 173s. The market. Oh, okay, all right. So that's interesting. 25,000. All right, that's an interesting level. We've been talking about that a little bit. Bit of a magnet over the past, I guess, few weeks or so. We've been chopping it up a little bit. So we're pulling back into 25,000 on the Nasdaq. A little bit of a reversion happening going into the end of the week, it would seem. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. What is that? I think, who's Potan? Is that like a fighter?
Yeah, Potan, yeah. Alex Pereira.
Nice. What, MMA or?
Yeah, UFC.
Nice,
UFC.
Nice. What does he specialize in?
He was a former kickboxer.
Okay.
Yeah, he has,
nice.
Potan, I think it means hands of wood or something like that. If he touches you, you're probably there's a high.
You can use elbows in MMA, right?
Absolutely,
everything,
man.
Right? Everything goes
Absolutely.
perfect. Yeah, I like that.
Everything goes.
Man. I like Muay Thai. I love Muay Thai, and
Muay Thai is the most violent, I think.
Oh, I love it. It's I mean,
insane.
Because Muay Thai is derived from a warrior art called Muay Baran.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And Muay Baran.
You used to do.
So my instructor actually went to Thailand, and like he like learned from mentors from there. But yeah, he learned the warrior class of the art, and then obviously you can't really teach it. Yeah. I don't know what the requirement was for that was, but Muay Baran is like every move is to literally take out your opponent.
Yeah.
Like every move you're breaking something, or you're going for the kill shot, right? So it's just like it's stuff like that, and then Muay Thai is a derivative of that, which is why it's so aggressive. But in terms of self-defense and actual like fighting, I think Muay Thai is definitely up there. Krav Maga is definitely up there. Krav Maga is absolutely beautiful.
I don't know, man. I've seen some of those guys.
But,
I've seen some of those guys get
slapped.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu, of course, for ground. But here's the thing: if you're a strong person and you're trying to I can just stand up. You know what I mean? If I'm really, really strong and my opponent is like smaller than me and he tries to do some stuff grappling. You can, if you're overpowering the opponent in terms of strength, you can kind of get past that. But I'm always going to be the on the side of technique over power. Technique is everything.
Yeah.
I've seen old, scrawny dudes that are a master at what they do just take out huge guys.
Absolutely,
just take them out. You know, absolutely beautiful. Here's 172s as the market pukes even more. And I have a little bit of FOMO for not holding on to my 181 short, as Palantir is now trading at 172s. Oh boy.
Good look.
Oh boy, indeed.
Oh, boy.
So where's the next trade? I guess if you're chasing the lows and you're pushing into the sells, that's working out really well as of right now. But I don't really see anything too crazy. Let's see and wait for some of these buyers to potentially step in. I don't know if they will, but let's see what's happening with some breaking news with Adara.
Yeah, this might be what pushed the market a little bit lower. Fed's Logan saying that they really need to be cautious about further rate cuts. Again, Fed needs to be really cautious about further rate cuts. She has acknowledged several times in her comments that there are risks, of course, to the U.S. labor market with regards to keeping rates where they are. But she did say that they need to be careful about cutting rates from here on out. Fed's Jefferson, I would say, has been pretty balanced. Nothing super hawkish or dovish coming from him. Fed's Myron this morning was, as he usually is, a little bit more dovish. So mixed commentary from the Fed in general, but Fed slogan really saying they need to be cautious about further rate cuts, and now adding even more comments. Monetary policy is likely just modestly restrictive. So seems like she doesn't think it's as restrictive as it maybe should be here. Back to you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we're still sitting in the short. We got stopped out on that Tesla as it put in a new low of the day. So enough trying to grab that falling knife. I think the shorts are in play. One thing to note, it is positive, right? So you do have this double top type price action. That could have been an additional add right there, but we're still sitting on this short. We told you crack 70, we get out and hold 70. Now we're heading right back into that support level. Once that is breached, I think you're going to take an additional leg lower and head right into the likes of the volume weighted average price in the crypto space. I have one Ethereum contract. It's worth like $700 or whatever it is. It like, this thing is either flat or I'm up 10, 15 bucks on it. And I'm just like, what am I doing holding this thing? I don't know how much I really truly like it, considering it moved the dollar and I didn't really gain anything on it. So yeah, we might just get rid of it. But I do want a little bit of exposure. It doesn't expire until March, and the same with the likes of these IBIT contracts that I have. At the peak today, we were up about 30-40% on those. I only have 5 of them. 5 of them at $8.71. They're trading at pretty much 12 bucks right now, so not too bad of a look on that front. But I mean, there it goes, right? Boom, boom, boom. We're breaking through. We're starting to continuously bleed. Is this going to be the part where the market starts selling aggressively? What did you do with the IBIT covered calls? No, I never ended up grabbing them, my friend. So yeah, I bought more calls. Is what I did. I didn't even go to sell anything. I didn't do the poor man's or anything like that. I was like, you know what? I just bought more calls at a lower price, and I'm fortunate enough to have that really start to work out for us today. So yeah, we'll continuously look at that. VWAP is going to be our primary target. You have the likes of Ethereum. You're south of that. AMD can't find a bottom either. So is this the point with this government shutdown and it being prolonged? Is this the time where we're going to see that pullback? I don't know, 2.5%, 5%, whatever it may be. And then is it going to be a buying opportunity? Is everybody going to be like, oh, okay, let's get involved into the big names, some of these hyperscalers, and add an additional rally into the overall market? So I think I'm leaning more towards that. So patience, patience, patience. Let this selling cool off, and I think there's going to be a good opportunity to get involved. Everybody's saying yes, yes, and yes. So yeah, I like our chances on that one there, OB.
Yeah, man. There's only one question I'm asking right now. When bid? When bid? There's no bid here. Everything's selling off. Rocket Lab as well. That 55.99 stays the high a day, and we're pulling back pretty nicely all the way back down to VWAP here. So we did catch a little bit of a breakout there. Remember what I mentioned? I was like, we looked at the weekly chart on Rocket Labs. All of them have wicks on both sides. So what's the likelihood of us closing flat top? I don't know, but I think it's unlikely. Yes. If it happens, then sure, that's fine. I'm more than willing to kind of eat my words on that. But we've seen wicks over and over. What's going to be different right now? Is there a news story change? Is there something? Does it have a significant enough catalyst to push us all the way into the highs? And then look at the market as well. The market's pretty much dying right now, getting absolutely blasted to the downside, and Rocket Lab's getting a little bit of a sell-off as well, but it's still holding above its opening range high, plus its VWAP, still signifying a little bit of strength as of right now, but we'll see how the day ends off, right? We still have about just over 2 hours left in the trading session on the day today, so we continue to make some fresh lows. So shout out to anybody who had those shorts, man. I think what was it? Verna, or I think that was their name in the chat. They were like, yeah, Palantir, sure, I'm there with you. Hopefully you held because this move, maybe one reason to cover there, but nothing else really significant along the way. Let's take a quick look at some of these volume leaders on the day and see what they're up to on this dump, and see how they're holding up relative to the market move right now. Maybe we find something interesting in there. So right away, it's that plug walk again. So yeah, this one doing a significant amount of volume. 404 million shares traded at an average price of, I guess the VWAP sitting at 359 as of right now, but high a day 395. So pretty strong move there on plug. This is open. Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
So open, yeah, pullback as well. So that's following along. This one is a lack. So lack definitely wasn't lacking the bid off of the open, but it's pulling in a little bit here as well with the market back down into VWAP. So 850s. This is a bigger picture kind of trend happening here on both open and lack. So that's something to watch out for. We kind of covered some of that concept in Intel as well. Bigger picture of things maybe potentially happening, and maybe the sell either delayed or not really happening there. Wow, Rigetti. Oh boy, that pulled in really nicely. We saw that one was up pretty well and extended to the upside, but when that trend or the range lows start to crack, sellers do step in and get a little aggressive. The market continues to push fresh lows, man. Oh yeah, boy, indeed.
It's selling
QBT,
aggressively,
QBTS. Man. Okay, so Tesla, wow, oh my God. Tesla, I think Tesla was the short off the open. I think that was big. Palantir continuation was huge for me. The reversion was pretty big as well. Talk about opportunity in this market. Talk about opportunity. There's a lot of
shortage of it.
There's a lot of the F word going around in the trading world.
Oh, frothy.
Frothy.
Yes. Yeah, I got that one.
Frothy. Things are looking very frothy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, off these highs there, Obi. I think this is the pullback that the market's been waiting for. I mean, if we take a look at the cues themselves from those April lows, you're getting that. You're pretty much getting your return right there. Boom, and you're just aggressively selling. Essentially a double top here up there. So. Not too good of a look at for the overall market, but on the grand scheme of things, guys, it's absolutely nothing, right? Once we start cracking through some of these levels, that's when you want to start getting worried. But just look at this market. From April 4th, shout out to my dad's birthday, you're up 48%, right? That's some big time stuff. Well, let's go year to date and see what we got going on here. Year to date, we'll go to January, we'll go December 31st. Why not? Because we can, 17.5%. I mean, that's the look there. And Bitcoin's continuously selling. Dang it. Don't do that. But anyways, let's see if we can get to, we'll buy a little bit back more here so we can just cover some more. I don't know if we caught a low or anything along those lines, a little bit more. So yeah, not too bad. Guys, don't stand in front of this falling knife. The volume is in. We can go across the board and look at all of the names, and you're going to be like, yeah, this is the volume where you don't. I mean, we took the attempt on Tesla, didn't work on that falling knife. So at this point, you just want to participate in the direction of the volume, and you can see it across the board here. It's most definitely to the downside. So don't try to catch that falling knife. You will cut yourself. For sure. And that's not death by 1,000 cuts. That's bleed out, essentially, if you do try to continuously buy things, and they are continuously selling. So
yeah, you want to, I mean, that's always a little rough, right? Like trading or scooping things up against the grain. But I think there are times where that kind of starts to make sense in my opinion.
No,
for example, like something like a COVID drop, like something aggressive, like pure panic.
Absolutely.
Pure panic.
Absolutely.
Like VIX above 20s, 30s. Like I want to be DCAing. I want to be DCAing very aggressively, and I want to be, I don't know, especially with market leaders, I think I want to be a little bit more price ignorant. I don't care about the price. I care more about getting some inventory during panic and believing and trusting in the market being like, okay, well, people, like the most aggressive sells over the past, few decades have been strong panic sells. Right? Like the COVID drop, like the drop at the beginning of the year, the 17% drop at the beginning of the tariff drop. Right? Everyone's running for the fences. People are like, oh my God, it's the end of the world, whatever. Like, okay, cool, I'll provide the liquidity. Tell it to me. Thank you.
Yeah, providing it.
That's what you got to do. You just got to provide the liquidity.
So that's it, man. Sometimes you just got to provide it.
I will provide the liquidity.
I will provide no towers at all this summer, which was surprising.
No towers.
Yeah,
dude. You gotta do some. Wait, today's a Friday. Yo.
Yeah, Friday. No, brother, I'm so under the weather. It's not funny.
True.
Yeah. It's not. It's good. It's not good. I would love to. I think it would help. Like it would just kill all the bacteria and the virus.
I mean, it would kill the feeling.
Yeah, it would definitely kill the feeling on that.
That's for sure.
I did 007. My brother. I'm glad that you remembered. We did call that out yesterday, but it's been selling off aggressively.
007, like the
James Bond.
You ever played?
No, remember that?
Yeah,
When you did it in,
yeah.
in school or
Yeah.
something? Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's funny. 007 Kyle. I love 00, man. I might change my name to 00 Joe. I love James Bond. No, but in all seriousness.
00 7.
00 Joe. In all seriousness, guys, just keep your eyes out on this market. Sean and Neil are going to be coming to you here momentarily. We thugged it out today. We toughed it out. So we're going to get some rest and relaxation and hopefully be back to kind of running order come Monday morning. So TQQs, 00 7. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah,
Agent. Secret Agent, 007.
Yeah, exactly. The name's Joe. Double Joe. As for IBIT, we're getting a little bit of a bounce there, guys, but we told you about that target. As soon as 69.60 snapped, we wanted to take that short to the downside. Was there an ad opportunity? Absolutely. That's what you want to do, considering you failed to break that high. You're coming back down there with momentum. You want to play that move back into the volume-weighted average price. First in, first out. You take that out, you let that roll, and then you take some more out at 69.20s, and you gave yourself 60, 70 cents right there. So not too bad. From the chart, the over is overbought. I'm expecting pullback max 25%. I don't know. We need morning, Joe. I know. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Not feeling too hot, but it's all right. We'll just continuously. We don't got too much more time here. If there's anything specific that you guys want us to go over, we got 1 minute there, Obi. All right. So let's see. Let's try to make this interesting. Oh yeah. Actually, we're talking about fighting and all that stuff. So someone said I'm a lover, I'm not a fighter. But our great friend, the Canadian himself, Keanu Reeves, once said, "What kind of lover are you if you don't fight for your love?" Right?
Yeah.
So you got to be a little bit of both. Exactly. So there you go. Shout out to Keanu. Or what kind of love do you have actually if you don't fight for it?
But like, okay, so that's like a saying. But like, people also say, if you really love something, you're willing to let it go.
Bang.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so what's it's I think that's situationally dependent. But
exactly.
Yeah. Another one I like to say is like, early bird gets the worm, right? But the early worm gets eaten.
Yeah.
So like, what do you know what I mean? Of course you want to be the bird, but like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a logical discrepancy there that in my mind I'm just like, all right, cool, nice things to say. Reality, the real world probably doesn't necessarily work like that, but
not necessarily.
Some places I'm sure it does. But
there you go.
It's just funny things. People say funny things. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people saying a lot of
people say a lot of funny things.
All right, Obi, we rock and rolled today.
Yes, sir. Great trading.
We killed it, man.
Oh, yeah, what a wild market during the day.
Yeah.
Crazy.
No, that was exciting.
Like, when do you see that kind of excitement during the middle of the day? Absolutely wild. It's straight like, dump city.
Think about what we got to experience.
Yeah.
IBIT put in an
Ethereum run,
boom,
Bitcoin run,
big run, and then what happened? 40 an hour,
Reverse.
2 hours later, see you later.
Yeah.
It was essentially non-existent. Dara bringing us the news. It was a lot of fun. Yep. But nonetheless, guys, let's not leave you guys waiting any longer. We're going to hand it over to Neil and Sean.
Have a good weekend, guys. Take it easy.
Bang.
Make sure I'm not muted. This got way too deep in the midday. Everybody, this is the old chat. I actually have to get into the new chat because I'm not even there. But why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways? If you don't fight for your love, what kind of love do you have? I'm like, it got really deep. But I was just telling Sean, the whole like setup early, like the early bird gets the worm, is another reason why you got to watch the wire. Straight up. Even in the game, they emphasize how getting there early makes all the difference in life and death in that situation. But the market has been bleeding profusely. And some of the Fed speak has not helped things at all, and you have to be willing to switch it up. I want to get back into Intel. It might be 37, but like everything's bleeding right now, except for the diamonds is bleeding, but they're actually still green.
I saw the Dow, yeah.
The Dow's green, the Nasdaq's down 0.5, the ES is flat. Like the ES is actually, it might go green any second now. The diamonds is green still, even with the pullback. The ES is flat-ish, and it's the Nasdaq that's leading the way to the downside. I mean, it's definitely the Nasdaq that's giving it up the most, no question. Where's the DAI?
No surprise there. We're in $7, $8 of overall winners right now. We came back from our little gym sesh there and just re-shorted. So when Neil's telling you the NASDAQ is down, yeah. And we've been posting it up as well. So congratulations to anybody that was short today. We had written down on here today all about the shorts. So we actually follow our rules, and we're back with a vengeance today. We still have, again, we have that 2.5% of AMD. AMD is now $6. What's up, Max? Now in the money. I am not, Andre, so give me 1 second here. So yeah, it's this is really all my, so right now I basically have, it's about 4 to 5 times more that we've made on the TQs than I made on AMD. Those are the only 2 trades that we have on board right now. So far, so good there. There it is. All right. Let's do this. All right, so looking at futures trading platform that actually delivers without hitting costs, it is plus 500 futures. You get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo, so you can practice until you are on fire. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100 with Plus 500's powerful platform. You can access, of course, a wide range of futures markets, including what your boy's doing right now, the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, what Joey Options is doing over there, Bitcoin. You can trade gas, you can trade Forex, you can trade metals, and other crypto as well, actually, and all in one spot. You can enjoy right now a bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just please scan that QR code and apply for your account today. There are over 30 million users worldwide, Mr. Worldwide over there, that have already chosen plus 500. All right, Neil, this has been quite the day here as we just continue to bleed down to the downside right now. We just talked about being $6 in the money on AMD. We're now almost $6.50. Also a bleed in the NASDAQ downside right now. I still got this chart. I guess I reloaded my thing and it was there. Now it's not there again. So I don't know what keeps on happening with this chart over there. I'm going to have to figure that out. But yeah, it's been a day. That is for sure. We battled back from yesterday. Put up some numbers here today, and so far so good. So let's just hope that this shutdown, looming, pending shutdown,
continuing,
eventually,
shutdown.
Yeah, not looming.
We didn't get those
current shutdown.
We had Fed speakers talking about how they're waiting for numbers that they're not getting because during the economic shutdown we didn't get our labor data, and I think the last time when there was that longer shutdown in 2019, like you had some data that was like 2 weeks delayed, and you had other ones which were like a month delayed. Either way, it puts the Fed on a wait and see, and then talking about it's going to be difficult for them to get cuts. The other thing I want to show this off. I don't know if the boys show this off.
I showed it yesterday.
Okay. Well, we got a new page here where I can just look at. Let's look at this. Like stonks, red or green Monday, SQQ calls. So when you guys put a question in there, what happened to Roblox? Well, I mean, without looking, Roblox went down today.
It did?
I mean, of course it did.
Oh.
No, I'm reading the questions here. It's great. So now when you put a question in, we can come in and we can highlight it, right? So you can send like a selected question.
This is nuts.
Like send a selected question. Does it work?
It does work. It goes on the screen. You got to send. So select it. Did you select it? Yeah,
I went this one and then hit send.
Yeah.
Did it work?
No.
All right. Well, that's let's blame me for not testing that before.
It does.
That's Neil's fault.
To work, though.
No, I'd swear it worked before,
man.
Yesterday. My bad.
No, it's not working. I was.
No, I saw it work. I know.
Yeah.
I saw it work.
We'll have to.
Anyway, I think it's a cool feature.
Get that figured out. Yeah, very cool feature. Anyways, we just got it some more out here at the day's low right now.
Have any of those cookies?
No. Can't let it get killed.
All right. Still downside right there. All right. Who's doing the recap over there, Joe? We're not ready. Nobody's over there?
Oh, we're not doing the.
I don't know. Who knows, man? Who knows what's going on around this place? Okay, he's coming back. Okay. Joe's.
Yeah. Well, Joe's. Yeah, he's a little under the weather. He gives you a good set up there and do the rundown for sure. See, now the funny thing is anytime someone puts a question in there, especially when it's jokes, I get to see it on there. Tommy Boy voice, What did you do? I don't know. I don't do Tommy Boy. But I didn't do anything, man.
What the?
It wasn't me. But I think it's a great feature. Look, this market is absolutely bling. But the question that we were highlighting there was market green or red Monday. I think that's a good question.
Okay.
But here's the thing, like, if you zoom out, let's zoom out for a quick little second on the NASDAQ. And we'll talk, when you say the market, I know we should be saying the SPY because that's more representative, I guess, of the broad market than the NASDAQ. But the NASDAQ moving the most today, so we should talk about the NASDAQ. We haven't even, like, how much have we given back? This Wednesday's lows are not even close. Like, last week's lows were not even close. So like an automatic bound, we're nowhere close to like some big support levels or anything like that. And let's just, if you look at the Qs, I want to go to a daily. Like if you look at the Qs, it's not much of a dip. Like last time we at least dipped for like 3 days before resuming the upward trend. So I don't think it's an automatic buy the dip here. Like we just made a fresh high. Like we can't pull back for a couple of days at least. I don't think I'm in automatic buy mode. Now obviously if over the weekend there's some kind of a deal that gets done to avert the government shutdown or end the government shutdown, I suppose that could give you a bit of a bounce. But last time we made a high, we pulled back for several days before getting kind of a bounce. And we're not really into any key levels. We haven't, like I said, we have not even gone to any support from the prior week. So I still think we have more room to go, barring some kind of change in news or sentiment like overnight.
Yeah, today on our watch list, we had a couple different things to talk about, right? We had Tesla that was up to start the day today. Jesus. Oh, man. Yeah, we should have been already short 445, but not that that would matter. We probably would have been out by now, but there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside. Wow, we are really starting to accelerate here to the downside. So we're pretty happy with today's performance, obviously. But yeah, there's the move down. I'm going to see if I can actually get this locked and loaded here and see if I can get another chart to populate here for me. But it should open up right over here. See if it does. 1, 2, 3. No. Okay. But yeah, Tesla just continues to bleed. And yesterday we took the long when we tried to break through this 200 period moving average. We haven't even come close to that today. Yeah, the movement, just continuation from yesterday. Oh boy, man, AMD is getting worse and worse right now, down to 163 now. Holy. All right, I think I had a 5-minute chart over here, so I'm just going to put on here a 5-minute chart. We'll type in here AMD, get this going again for us, and it's going to have all the wrong indicators and everything, but we'll just go like that for now. Try to watch it out.
What you can do, just save that one as the default.
Yeah, and then just bring it down to here. Yeah, that is what I'll probably wind up doing. I think it is actually what they're doing right now. So there goes AMD down 3.5% and still bleeding. Crypto had a nice little run today for sure, man.
IBIT got like $200-300 from the all-time high.
Yeah, you were checking that out. I'm not sure, but that's still.
Well, I eyeballed it. I just
$200 or $300. Oh, okay. Because now we're 3,000 away now.
Close.
So we've had a nice dump then in IBIT, I guess. Yeah, $70. Yeah, that would make sense. So IBIT came, Yeah, IBIT looks like it took it out, but I think when we made the record high, it was the over the weekend, so IBIT didn't get to react to that. So that is a brand new. Cool. I mean, regardless of what Nasdaq did or what Bitcoin did, there was a brand new all-time high today in IBIT. So congratulations for that call there as well. And we can check out on Ethereum. I mean, we have the trades in right now. I'm not gonna keep talking about the shorts that we have. We're going to look for other trades. So it's like Bitcoin rocking, Ethereum not. I was going to say, the other way around, but Ethereum continues to hold fort here, 33.50. We'll see if there's a level of concern there. I'd be a little concerned about Ethereum right now, not performing to the same likes as crypto with Bitcoin, but still a nice move. We'll see if it can break out that 36 over the weekend. Maybe this is the catch-up trade sort of with Ethereum. Maybe you can catch something here. I don't know.
You know what's weird?
Yeah, just because maybe it has a pickup to go. What?
Like last week, and some Coinbase did something because I all of a sudden started getting all kinds of notifications for any type of price action.
Oh, they updated? Yeah, maybe there's settings that they're.
Yeah, but it would be like this just moved 5%. So like every time something moved like 5% that I held, like I was literally, I just started getting like every single day notifications about every token that I hold. I'm like, well, I didn't opt into this nonsense. Anyways, that's just neither here nor there. Just very quickly with this little bit of a bounce, I got eyeballs on Plug. Plug's trying to bounce off the volume weighted average price. So if this can hold VWAP and maybe resume that upward trend, this could be one to watch. As we are going to go to Joe, let's get the rundown started, see what you guys are interested in talking about.
Good afternoon, all, and welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the segment where you guys get to pick about the stocks we talk about. So make sure you get in the chat with Obi and I, come Monday morning with Sharif and I, and get those votes in. All right, guys, on the top of the list today, we have, yes, Tesla. But, hey, our tech bull, Dan Ives, is obviously liking it, saying that Tesla could possibly hit a $3 trillion market cap by 2026. So that's a pretty bullish outlook. And I was listening to some things as well, too. Approximately 30 robo-taxis can be produced to each 6 Waymos, which is really, really positive for Tesla's production and to scale the autonomy as well, too. Those delivery numbers coming in fantastic. Those were already priced in. You're starting to see some selling in Tesla over the past couple of sessions, guys.
Yeah, it's selling. Like yesterday, like that was the one chart that stood out. That stood out the most yesterday when I was off, not feeling well. Oh no, what's up with this wick? I got rid of you and now you're back. 15-minute for the win. Yes. All right, I can look at this without that. I hate those wicks. No, Tesla yesterday was absolute and utter nonsense. Like you had the deliveries, which I guess was a sell the news type of event, which I can respect. Like you buy, it goes and buys, pretty much heavy buying going into a big delivery number. Like this broke out deep from September, and then you had some continuation and one leg down, and that's a heavy reversal candle. So ideally, I don't know. I think I know I was looking for like 50 to 53 or some nonsense to the upside for a fade. Just kind of looking at this level here and saying, yeah, you could pop and fade into that. So what is next for Tesla at this moment? Because you've got a reversal, you're sitting at what has been the local support, which is around the 415 level, and we've already had one bounce. So I think it feels like you've made a temporary bottom. It's given up the entirety of the move, and we've gone back to the range-bound trade from where we're parabolic, and now you're just waiting to see what happens next. Will the buyers be able to support this? Because if you lose 415 on Monday, then I think we had a viewer saying 340, and I was like, well, the next looks like 360 to me. But if you lose that, it doesn't matter. You're headed somewhere in that 300 range. Maybe the 360s where you can start picking it up again. So this is a classic sell the news event. Deliveries were good, but you rallied into it. It's kind of treat it like earnings. Sometimes it's just what happens.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. We had written down here again today, we only have 2 trades on, but we should have had 3. And I'm going to keep talking about it because we nailed the price. I mean, look, we started tweeting about these Qs and AMD, man, a long time ago. But there it is right there, Tesla, 445 short. Bad price action yesterday, just as Neil had mentioned. Look to see if we get some resistance at the weekly level. And we did. We got 445. That was great resistance level there. And we absolutely nailed that talk. And boom, to the downside right there. So I got to, oh yeah, that's right. I got to change this over to, it has to, here, you can do this with our charts. You just go like this. And then this, we got to link it, right? So we got to link this to customization. And then we're going to link our chart, which is right here, to number 1. So that way, every time we change her up, we should get a result that we're looking for right here. But anyways, I don't know why. I'll have to fix my charts. But Tesla price action today, yeah, pretty, I'm going to say pretty sketchy. I mean, just straight down. It didn't really catch a bid at all, right? Until eventually it did around 11 o'clock. Let me see what the market did around 11 o'clock. Yeah, so they catch a little bit of, that's 10:30, 11 o'clock. Yeah, okay, so Tesla for some reason caught a bid when the market didn't. Didn't even get to VWAP. Whoa. Yesterday we tried. I don't know if you guys saw me yesterday. It's funny that we had the day we had yesterday and then we come back and have the day we're having today. But we tried that break right there yesterday thinking that it was enough, and that was at 5 o'clock and that there was more to go. But instead it was the complete opposite. That was just resistance levels. So I'm feeling like today we should probably think about the same type of thing. So if this comes up to 425, which it could get to, right? Right now it's another $5 to the upside, then that would be another reload or the first trade to go short. And if it breaks through and doesn't give us that same action, then we can simply slip out of it again, right? So we'll do that, but not breaking long. I'm going to try to get the short this time on it. Just really bad for Tesla. You know, they saw the number and they sold it off. It just touched all-time highs yesterday. You know, and then now today you've had a couple of days. Now you're down over 10%, 480 to 420. It's not good, man. Down $60. So I can't be like all happy about this play, but it is what it is at this point. Tesla downside, and you're just going to have to live with it. It's had a huge run up, and that's why we always say, like, take profits if and when you see them. And right now it looks like we're seeing some on Tesla, and they're taking it. So 425. The next little spot to get out. I'm pretty close right now to stopping out of this AMD for just $6. 164.60. I'm going to put that in right now, 164. Let's go 66. We'll go offer, enter, bid that. So now, once we break through, I don't even have to look at it because obviously we'll be doing other things. AMD, a break of that, and we'll take the $6 and put it in our pocket, okay? We're pretty light now on this trade. We actually did really well getting out on the way down. Fortunately, I was out talking with my mother on the phone, so I didn't see this whole play. But thankfully, we came back and punched immediately, got some out, and then this happened. So that was a good call for us. But yeah, looking to get some more out of the TQs. But we're very, very light on all of these positions. So. All right, it's LAC time.
Before we go, the headline on PBA and Meta.
Right.
Meta and Pembina near deal to build massive Alberta AI data center.
There we go.
So PBA up. This was a volume spike just a few minutes ago. I wonder where Kevin owns that land. And anyway,
probably exactly where they're building.
You know, that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Me too. As soon as you said Alberta, I was just like, oh, God.
But I have no idea.
Here we go.
I have
to talk to this guy about his watches
not
again.
Familiar about that. But anyways, PBA doing massive volume on that news. No other details than that. I don't know like the size, like how much money is being spent or anything along those lines. But PBA up 5% and continuing a big volume spike there. Meta on that news. I mean, Meta doesn't move that much. It's usually going to be, you know, when you're dealing with a Mag 7 name, it's somebody else that gets the benefit in a deal like that. Let's go talk some LAC where the government is the one providing the benefits.
Yeah.
All right, guys, LAC has most definitely been in play for the past couple of sessions. You can see it throughout today's intraday session. And if we go back in the past a little bit, on Tuesday, September 30th, we had some post-market PA as well, too. But also moving today on some of the headlines, guys, Lithium America's share companies trading higher, just reaching an agreement with General Motors and the Department of Energy regarding its draw in that loan with the Department of Energy, guys, LAC.
I was just saying, if you own land somewhere where they're putting a data center up and you get to sell that, like, anyways, LAC. What more can you say? This stock is going to perform better this year than the Clippers.
Yep.
I guess that's not a big statement, is that? The Clippers have an okay team.
No, but I mean, no NBA team is going to perform better than LAC this year, than that stock.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know.
That's fair. Because you can't go undefeated.
No.
And no one's breaking the record or anything like that. But LAC, the continuation is here. Like, let's be real. Anytime, and it didn't even have to have a crazy headline this morning. Like, the next time you see a runner or this style of a runner go sideways and consolidate and show a bid like this, I didn't notice. Like, it's crazy. Look at it, hold the bid. 2 days, you get a double bottom, and then just clean breakout trade. And the thing is, whether it works or not, you break out the prior day high, that's like an 18 with the pre-market low, like 20 cents lower. Like, there's so much room to get to 8. So the pullback right now is held well above prior highs. This is like 788 or something like that, and then the wick highs are like 815, 820. So as long as that's true, like, that's a lot of strength as far as I'm concerned. A close above 850 would be also pretty bullish. So let's see if this can hold on to VWAP. Like, I'm in lug off of VWAP. So I guess this will be kind of confusing, but yeah, this is not covering a short. This is actually getting into the long, out of the short here, and then into a long on plug. But LAC is a very similar look. Like, pulled back not very far relative to the day it had, trying to get back above VWAP. If the volume was better, might not be a bad VWAP long. But I think this story's not over. And the other thing you have to consider is, we saw it with, what was it, USAR.
Yeah.
Right, where Now you're talking about what are the other companies that can get the benefit instead of just who already has gotten an investment. Like, we know the pattern here, and certainly there's a concerted effort right now to lock in resources and lock in U.S. production. And they benefited from it. You got to start thinking about who can be next. We already saw it with USAR today.
All right. Yeah, just what's up, Maricus 100 there. He says, thanks, Sean, for teaching me better habits. I'm like, hey, no problem, man, anytime. But I don't really know what exactly the habits that you formed from me, but I do appreciate all of that. And I hope it's maybe, patience and discipline and all that kind of stuff. And I hope it's about talking about some of the stocks that we're trading there. But yeah, this USAR today, I mean, I was saying that, like, was kind of upset, not upset, but just commenting that, we should have had this already. And now today upside. So I just want, like, if anybody else in the chat has anything about, setting up sell orders at key levels. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, hey man, props to you. Me and Neil are just doing what we're doing. I mean, we talk about our strategies all the time, and that's why you can easily ask us how successful these strategies are, but it's you that are putting in the orders. So Maricus, man, great job there. And keep up the good work. But yeah, USAR, I mean, you want to talk about putting orders at key levels. What about right here? I mean, this 25, 30 area, we came in, we bounced off there pre-market, we bounced off there right off the open, and now we're coming back in. So for me, I would rather play this as a short with the market bleeding a little bit there and thinking about if we break that, then where do we go from the bottom? So for me on USAR, I think it's another downside push, but I wanted to ask everybody in the chat, like, maybe there's other names that we should be looking at, because MP got the buy months and months ago from the U.S. government, and it was upside ever since then. And we're going out, we're not today, but we were just at all-time highs on MP, right? And the U.S. government gets involved down here back in May, June, right? And then just rips to the high side and keeps on going. Then we get the U.S. government involved in LAC, a Canadian company, and we saw that movement was from $3 or $4, I believe, where we started, all the way to $9. And then we get today, the involvement again, potentially, I guess, in USAR. And then that's ripping to the high side right now. So there's probably going to be other plays similar to this. So I think that's what we have to do, is do our research and try to figure out where the next one is. Because whether or not you got any of the quantum names or any of the nuclear names, they all tend to work together. So, I think that's something else to look for. So we'll be doing that. Okay, we just got out of AMD, and that wraps that trade. So right there, out at 164, man. The bears will ride again, but there's the out. We told you we were going to try to follow that 50-period moving average. So we wind up doing that out on AMD. Short 170, as it was written. Shut it to Nas. I can't take credit for that. And the rest, as we say, is history. So great trade there for me today on AMD. Let's go find out what's going on with Plug.
Yeah, what's the story?
All right, guys, lots going on with Plug here today. You can see from an intraday standpoint, you're getting a beautiful move to the top side, just like the overall market starting to come back in. But HC Wainwright reiterating its target, almost doubling it from $3 to $7. So the multiple upgrades are most definitely fueling this fire here on Plug Power. And also to note, guys, new 52-week high on Plug. What do you guys think about it?
All right.
Well, yeah, the 52-week highs. Oh, it just snuck it in there. Sneak it in, because that top was right there in January on Plug. This is a stock that it's got a temporary bottom. I zoomed it out a little bit too far, but to kind of really demonstrate the point that you've made the curl, you've made the turn, and you're now breaking out second level. So breakout 1, breakout 2, close above 340 would be a very positive sign here. We'll see if we can. I mean, it's trying to hold a volume-weighted average price as we speak. This was, to be honest, like, this was one of those, when the market was like really starting to accelerate, I was like, well, what's setting up a bit of a curl? And so essentially it was along the lines of, this is what happened at 12. See the heavy candle on the NASDAQ when everything just really started to go south? I was like, well, what is setting up a trend break right now? And like the only stock that was on my watch list that was setting up one of those, what happened to be Plug. So I just punched short and Plug. But now I'm looking for the long on VWAP, trying to hold it under this support, see if you can't get something back into the upside. But I like this on the daily chart on Plug Power. Let me forget about valuation, all that, and forget about the $7 price target. As long as this can close, holding out 340 or so, it has a decent shot at some continuation on Monday for next week. Is it probably due for a pullback and consolidation? Sure, but that's not a bad thing. If it pulls off the highs, finds a decent consolidation somewhere, and then you get the next leg up. You already saw this do that just the last week, and look where it is now. It's 50% in just a matter of a few days. So yeah, it's got some room to go. Decent short float as well can give it some juice, but you got to take your profit in steps with plays like this. Like, I'm not thinking this is some kind of long-term, in my opinion, play.
Karthik in the chat wants to know a little bit about Costco, and yeah, like I've been in this name for a long time. It's one of those like sort of they use the term like dividend aristocrats, but this is just like a portfolio aristocrat. I don't really ever get out of this name, so I'm still in it and been in it for probably 20 years, to be honest with you. It's one of the first names. I told the story about my father used to basically go from 50 to 100 back and forth with Costco for a while. And obviously that was 25 years ago, or if not more. And now it's actually, I haven't really even appreciated that much, to be honest with you, up to $1,000. So yeah, I think this is getting interesting because I love the space. I love Costco in this space. I don't really necessarily like retail. I own Lululemon and Costco. Those might be the only two. And you know, we talked about my Lulu trade not too long ago. Oh, and Amazon. Yeah, Amazon.
They count.
Yeah, why not? I like Amazon. Okay, so anyways, just right into here, 915, Amazon would be my favorite. 900 right into there. Yeah, I think you guys are right. I don't think there's any problems with buying this. The only thing is like, you know, when you're underneath all this stuff, like the 50 period, the 200 period, like there is more possible downside. And I just think that, and I saw someone in the chat, and I got to give credit wherever it was, someone in the chat there said, as long as you have a stop there. Yeah, and I think maybe breaking through 900, I mean, that could happen in the next couple of days. Like if this shutdown continues to loom over everybody in the States there, you know, the buying power of Costco's customers, although I know they're a little higher end, the customer like higher income level potentially than a Walmart, although I think they said the average customer now in Walmart is pushing, you know, 6 figures as an income. Right into here, 920, I like these levels, but I think it's a good opportunity to dump out of this if it breaks through 900. So yeah, I think this for a couple percentage points, it might be worth it. But I was just gonna say like, not 900 might be a little bit, so I would almost even go down to 870, 875 and change. Because if you bring the pain, you know, you just have to say like, will we actually get lower than this, right? This goes all the way back basically to August of last summer. So yeah, I would think that you're getting quite the nice deal if you're able to pick some Costco up in and around here.
It's only going down to that 860 if the pain's hardcore to the brain.
And that's what I was saying. Like you have to watch. Is that insane in the membrane?
No, I came to bring the pain hardcore to your brain.
Right,
Let's go inside my astral plane.
Is that Method? Who did I?
No, it is. Shoot, it's not meth. It's
Wu-Tang.
It's Wu.
Yeah, okay. I have to figure out who it is. But okay, we're close. We're in the same.
Man, you know, I'm not feeling well.
Same genre, right here.
It is meth, right?
I mean, that was my guess.
I must be sick.
You know, I saw Method Man live a couple times. All right, so anyways, 900. Hey, I like Costco. I know Costco's not on the board, but Neil covered Plug Power for like 5 minutes there and did all the work.
You said 900. I like 880 on Costco.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm just saying,
this looks like a great buy.
The thing is that what I've learned and what you've learned and what we always talk about is sometimes you miss the bid by like 5% or 2% or something, and then you look back and the stock's up 20%, and you're like, what have I done? You know, so that's what I'm saying. Like, if you take a shot at 9 bills, maybe reload it or get more, dollar cost average down at 880, 875, things like that. I think at the end of the day, don't do that, Neil. I don't know if you know what that means.
What did I do?
You don't know what this is?
Oh, okay.
6-7. It's that whole 6-7. Thank God my kids don't do that.
I'm sorry.
Honestly. Like when the baseball team was doing that, I was just like, and then the funny thing was our team wound up losing 6-7 that game. I was like, you guys are a bunch of idiots.
Too much of
like you see, it's like all comes back to you, and they're 12 and 14 years old, so it's not like they're idiots to that extent. But they were just doing it all game, and I was like, we had to make them stop. But
I'm old.
Anyways,
shout out to Ojan, everybody. Each year, how am I segueing that? 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NIZE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market Projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. And hopefully all will be good in the hood, which it was most of the day.
Oh, P. Diddy got 6 years, somebody said. His thing was today, the sentencing. I was hoping the maximum they were looking for was 11. I was hoping
6 years
that he wound up getting 11, but I guess he didn't. So, yeah, we'll find that out. Someone in the chat just said that. I have no idea. I was just
seems like
someone in the chat.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go to Instagram. Someone I'm following will probably have it up like TMZ or something.
Nobody. I guess I don't follow the right people on X.
No, I mean even on Instagram, I don't see it anywhere here.
I think that's maybe not true.
Maybe it's not.
Because it would be on my feed somewhere if that was true.
Yeah. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
All right, guys. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there at the big desk. They're talking a lot about 6-7, Diddy. A lot going on. But anyways, what's going up is, whoa. All right, what's going up today at some point was Robinhood, guys, touching into that $150 level. Yes, getting fuel to the fire. We have B of A, Securities, and Morgan Stanley maintaining an equal weight rating. So it's getting upgrades left, right, and center, guys. We like seeing that. Some lifting the price target up to $157 and some to $146. Some really good looks in Robinhood. Do you trim some or do you continue to hold? Let's see what the guys think.
I feel the same way I do about this. Is to me the same as trimming SoFi is what's coming to my brain. Trimming SoFi recently. It's the same thing. Like if you weren't trimming some in front of 150, like I don't know. Like that just means that you wouldn't be trimming. Like you're never trimming, in my opinion. It's holding up really, really well today. No questions asked. Like it's an absolute burner. They've got recently with going into event contracts have been blowing up, and this has been, that little death keel people have been talking about for DraftKings, and they've been getting the benefit from it. So they're kind of firing on all cylinders here, like nabbing you in every single way. But come on, like at some point, I think you would ring the register, or at least take some profit if you had to. But look at the strength. Like it dips right into prior support, like yesterday's close in the morning. It dips when the market tanks into yesterday's close to stay green. That's exactly where you'd want support. And only because I mentioned it, like look at the difference between it and SoFi. Like there was a minute when these were kind of running together. Ooh. Not anymore. Well, if you wanted SoFi at the 50-period moving average, you just got it today. And knock on wood, for now it's a wick at 25. And the 50-period moving average. That can be, a lot can change in 90 minutes. But for now, SoFi just wicked the 50-period moving average on the daily. It's Robinhood's world. Personally, I don't own any Robinhood, so it's easy for me to say that I would take profit on it. But I certainly did recently when SoFi made some fresh highs. I think it's crazy not to. I haven't decided whether I want to buy this at the 50-period moving average, or I think maybe it could be headed lower on SoFi's case. But Hood, yeah, ring the register. At least something.
Up in that hood. All right, so thanks for putting this up there about Oscar. What in the hell is going on? We're going to talk about UNH in a minute, but I have taken nothing out here. We took something out around $18, but nothing significant. There's Oscar. We bought it down here, everybody, and now it's up here. So I'm just checking the account. We are in the money now, 64%, and I'm thinking about I am going to trim. So that's why I got the phone out right now. I'm going to trim this Oscar position. Nice move to the upside. Let's go get that story about Robinhood.
What? Yeah, the Robinhood. We'll go on to the next one there, Katina, man. That is going to be on UNH, United Health. So we have shareholder wanting chairman and CEO roles separated, according to Bloomberg. But guys, take a look at this chart. You are now up 53% off of those August lows. Not too bad of a look. You're now filling some daily gaps as well, too. Where is that next level? Let's be patient, wait and see. What do you guys think of UNH?
Well, this is another one. Like if I hadn't already, I would be. I think I said this morning, or if I didn't say it this morning, I said it on would have been yesterday, so I guess Wednesday.
Yeah.
I would have set it on Wednesday. Like if you haven't taken any profit here, and I'm talking specifically myself from like the $300 level, because me, I don't have any of these bottoms. Like I tried the 300 level the first time and ended up with a flat trade, which if you swing trade a flat trade, like you hold it for a while. So you take the L because you could literally put it in anything else and make something. But the second time through's been good, and it's got step 1. Step 2 would be this move into the 400 level and the 200 period moving average. So there's nothing about UNH's move that screams, oh, it's slowing down or anything, but this is resistance. And technically, like it's underneath 360. Like this is looking like it could be a reversal candle to me. So if I hadn't taken some off the swing, I'd be doing so. And I would have done so somewhere in the 60s. So yeah, it could stand to maybe consolidate for a bit, but the trend is still pretty solid here. I think we are headed to that 400 level, favor the longs. It's not just UNH, like healthcare has stood out in terms of relative strength this week. Every time we've pulled back, so that falls into this category. Although you can maybe make the argument that it was some of the drug names that were a little bit stronger, specifically than say UNH. But yeah, like the stock, still think hold some of the long to get a push to the 400 level and the 200 period moving average here on UNH. But no
nice,
trade,
great trade on UNH.
No day trade though at all on this. Well, I think the bigger thing has been
Oscar.
No, well, I mean, just in theme-wise.
Oh, yeah.
Theme-wise, I'm saying, has been like what's going on with some of the drug names. Like Lilly and Pfizer have made like what I think is, well, Pfizer in particular has actually made like a pretty interesting jump and might be starting something. I don't want to say special, but Pfizer might be back in the decent graces here, because that's a pretty big jump. Now you're consolidating over some prior lows, and you might have a nice little move, 27 to 32. Someone asked me what I'm doing, like, let us know what you're doing with SoFi. I'm like, I haven't decided if I want to buy SoFi at the 50 period or wait for lower, but I'm starting to think about maybe I want to take a shot in Pfizer. I used to own this during COVID. This is one heck of a curl if this is the bottom on Pfizer. Like, I'm probably more inclined to take a shot at this at 27 and just say, if it loses the 200 period moving average, then I'm out for less than 10% risk. And maybe you get a nice little jaunt into the 30s, that gives you better than 1-to-1. So yeah, I'm leaning toward this over SoFi. I'll make a decision on SoFi probably next week, but I might buy this one at the close.
All right, we did something similar. So we sold some SoFi at $29, so we're already done that. And I mean, just as Neil was talking about it, I actually put my money into Oscar because I thought it was better than UNH, different name, just had more get up to it. So yeah, man, we'll take that 60%, and we just put it in our pocket right now at 21.30, 21.22. We just got out at 21.22 actually on that. Here, look at this. I want to send a question. There it is. So it's working now. So Abhishek, what's going on, man? Oscar is now holding the $21. What's our next level that it can zoom to? Well, I think you're looking up here, man. Honestly, all time. I don't even know if it's all-time highs, but these highs right into here of $23. We bought Oscar down here. I actually was checking. It's $13.64, not $12.64 that we are in at. So it's a nice bounce up to the upside right now for that stock, and I think Oscar. Abhishek, that there is a 23 level coming for it. I mean, if UNH is going to rip, Oscar's going to rip. So that was a great call, and I'm just getting some out right now. And SoFi, like I'd mentioned before, here I got to get rid of that. Clear. There it goes. Okay, so SoFi, of course, is on NASDAQ. So there it is right there. Yeah, just looking at this one. So like I said, we had gotten out already at 29. We did a live on the show similar to what we just did there with Oscar, but I think it's getting close now, down to the 50 period moving average. Remember, our first out was 24. Then our next out was 29. So you got to like try to average that out. I'm never going to pick the tops and bottoms or anything. Like I'm not that guy, but as far as an investor, I think we've been doing pretty good so far, which makes me think about Marvell maybe. I need to start trimming some of that out. Actually, maybe I'm going to do that right now on Marvell. Yeah, I don't do things, on the fly like this. Let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, sounds like these shutdown-related votes are, in fact, underway. Here's the market. A Fox reporter posted on X that the House has not formally decided to return next week. They're waiting for the Senate to pass this House passed bill. I will say right now that what I am seeing is this U.S. Senate has already rejected the Democratic government funding bill. So it looks like that's been rejected. If we get more updates, I will keep you all posted, but I am keeping an eye on this, guys. Back to you.
You got to clear it.
Thank you very much, Adair. We got a couple super chats in here. One from Tomas Kondo. What do we think BBAI is doing? Rally or back to 5? And then Hercules Jack. Hercules.
Yeah.
Rigetti is going. Yeah, it is. Rigetti is now $40 and absolutely booming. And the quantum names have been in play today, no questions asked. Let's get to BBAI because that already broke out.
Strongest of all armies.
Better than the open. Well,
yes.
Today the open army might win, but I think that's only because open army.
Yeah,
Open Door had an update today. At least last I checked, it had an update today. I'll double check in a second. Where do we think BBAI is heading? 5 or highs? Well, rally or back to 5? I mean, it's a pretty good high or low hold. Like the way I see, yeah, I mean, I would think the support right now is kind of at the 6 level until proven otherwise. Like, 5 has been good because that's a 200 period moving average. And why is this not showing the 200? There we go. I just wanted to zoom it out so you can see like how influential the 200 period moving average has been on the stock. Like, it's been great at the 200 period moving average. Really not many closes underneath. So yeah, that's the better overall level. But I also like the pivot off of this 6 level. Pivot, support to resistance, and now it's a 50 period. So I think that's your short-term support, and all systems go. Even on a down day, it holds a higher low, and you didn't put an upward target, but I think it has a better chance of seeing up here in the high 8s based on trend, at least, than testing that 5 from where we're at. And just because of my morbid curiosity, is Open Door still, yeah, it's still kind of up. Oh man, that actually Open Door gave a lot back.
Oh, did it?
Oh yeah. Open Door was up at that 880, right back into $8. So 810 here on Open Door. Still up 2% because of where it was yesterday, but yeah, the Open Army, okay, I guess, today. I mean, they're not red, so there's that at least. But there was a, oh shoot, where was it?
Sold Marvell.
Well, this is probably addressed to Sean, but I just wanted to make sure this works.
Yeah, go, try. There
so why buy Oscar when Humana, CNC, and MOH have actual value? Momentum. It's the same reason, like I'll say this right now. Like this, you can answer it yourself, but it's the same reason why I own some SMH, despite the fact that I think GEV is a better investment, long-term investment. Like I don't mind owning both. One of them is going to give me a chance to get fantastic. Well, I mean, not the best example because GEV kind of went parabolic more than I would have expected. But like sometimes you take the trade that is the momentum play, and other times you want the one that's a safer bet. You're not going to get the same percentage return, but you think you're not going to get rugged at some of the levels because it has a better chance to be supported. Like there's room for all different types of trades and investments. Like that's why you'd be in. You can like Google or IBM for quantum. But then you can also have some shots in like a Rigetti or a QBTS or a IonQ. Right? Like they're different. Sometimes you get a little more juice out of the smaller float one that's more of a growth play, which is fine.
So we just raised more capital with Marvell. We just double checked it, man. We're up 30% on our trade. So we're gonna get some out as it's broken back through some levels there on Marvell. I just, as this government shutdown looms, I'm just gonna start to get some out here. The market's at an all-time high valuation, like the market in general. To me, it's not time to buy, and if it's not time to buy, then maybe it's time to sell. It's probably time to sit on your hands. I'm literally getting out of like 10 or 15% when I talk about Oscar. Here, you gotta clear it.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, or I can clear it. Just the button beside it. There we go. Just to that point, the reason why I really bought Oscar was it was a name that I always wanted to get into, and I'd actually heard a lot of you traders talking about it. And then once it came back up to this level, like I was not in this name even in June. It fell down there. And it was just before earnings. And I was like, I'm going to try to take some spots here on Oscar. And we did it. And it started to just basically moon off of there. And it's the same thing of like, Charles Schwab versus Robinhood or any of these other things. This is a new business. You know, I don't have Oscar Health here or anything like that. All I did was look it up. It's an app. You can book your appointments and I guess check your coverage. Like, I don't even really, to be honest with you, I'm not a macro guy on this stock at all. I just was in this space and I am taking it for that swing trade. So what I could do is make 65% on this and then throw it into UNH. You know, or throw it into Bitcoin or throw it into whatever. Like, I just double checked the Bitcoin ETF that I hold is like up huge as well. Like, if I thought Bitcoin's going to stop right here, then you could get out and wait for it to reload or whatever. And I just think there's a spot to, you know, take shots in your portfolio. Like, if you don't take a shot in your portfolio, then maybe you don't have Palantir down, you know, in those lows. You don't have Rigetti. I just got a message today. I wish I could show it on air, but my friend told me, he goes, "Can you believe I had 30,000 shares of Rigetti at 71 cents?" You know, and I can believe it because he told me when he had that. I can show you the text from a year and a half ago when he was talking quantum with me, and he got out at $1.50 and he made bank. He made a huge amount of money. But if you have 30,000 shares of Rigetti and now you're up $40 times 30,000, so I mean, what is that? 1.2, 40,000, 30,000 shares times $40. Yeah, $1.2 million. And you know how long that took you to make that? And again, 30,000 shares at 70 cents, he put in 20 grand. You know, but 20 grand to make 1.2 million, that was less than a year it took to do that. So this dude just made he doesn't have it, he's out. Okay, most traders would be out of this. But this is why you take shots on different stock. You never know what's gonna pop and drop and all of that. So you wanna make sure that you get out on the pop before the drop. And you want to lock it and pop it and all that stuff too, right? So shout out to Sharif, our resident breakdancer.
I believe the correct response was then you shut them down, open up shop.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. You know, it's a rough rider's roll.
That's how Adara rolls.
You know, are we going to Adara?
Are we? I think so.
All right.
Yeah, we are.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends over at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. We have some exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they are offering a special rebate fee or special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, which provides performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
Yep, makes sense.
So this morning we were looking at the Kalshi has the odds on how long the government shutdown will last, and it was hovering at 15 for most of the morning, and then right at noon, you can see it spiked from the projection of 15 days to was just 18.8, now 18.4. That is exactly the same candle, like right at noon when the market reversed. So this is worth watching and having up. The only annoying thing is I don't think I can look at this on a lower time frame, and I wonder how responsive it might be. But it's good to look at. Because right now it seems like the market cares how long the shutdown is going to be. A few people were just mentioning. I saw a bunch of Archer in the chat, and so went over and like, oh, well, what's a small capper that might be actually going in the right direction, like the upside? Because when the market's weak, sometimes you can find that strength in the afternoon. And I looked over, see Archer in the chat, it's kind of doing not much off the highs, and volume is coming out of it a little bit here. And let's go back to Rigetti maybe. Maybe it's a Rigetti. Like Rigetti maybe pulling back in a prior high and bouncing because that's $40. That might be worth a shot. Oh, Showtime. Josh Brown was punching.
Oh, he must be long.
Was pumping Archer. But usually the Josh Brown pick stuff is in the middle of the day.
Yeah, 12 noon.
Yeah, like that wouldn't have been. You're not talking about just now because he doesn't. Like I don't. Like actually, I don't know. But I'm used to you get those at noon, right? So if he's talking about it right now, that would be good to know. But yeah, it's good to know sometimes because when you get that kind of a bump in the middle of the day, sometimes you don't want to be chasing it if that's the reason. But, you know, Archer can be a good stock. I just want to see if Rigetti can hold on to these prior highs at the 40 level. Get a couple of closes above and show some consolidation. That could be worth like a little bit of a scalp trade back into the high of the day. And it's this one. D-Wave also doing pretty good. QBTS. Yeah, QBTS. Oh, this was the worst trade for me because I had QBTS at the high. Like, I'll throw a stop in there. Yeah. And I wasn't sitting here when it just right back in. Like, it doesn't, like, you have to have a stop. Like, I would never not stop it at the high of the day. The difference is it's getting back in if you're sitting there ready for it. But I wasn't. I actually was away from my desk at that moment. But Archer is flying at the California Air Show this weekend, says Elaine Pratt.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much that could be a catalyst. The air show. I love the air show.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a really cool.
I still can't believe they do them, to be honest with you, with all the like environmental worries. But
well, if you think about it from a fuel standpoint, and
oh yeah, that is what
I see what you're getting at. But
well, I mean, whatever. It's a celebration of.
There's a really cool thing at Billy Bishop tomorrow, which we might not be able to go because we're going to the Jays game. It's called Girls Take Flight at Billy Bishop, where yeah, you get to go, you learn about flying. There's like simulator stuff and like Aaron's.
My eldest has flown planes. So.
Yeah, well,
Baxter,
well, that's why I was sort of saying, like, I don't know if you guys would be interested. We just found out about it. But Aaron's, like, loosely kind of starting to like the notion of flying. So we'll see. Like, I have a cousin who, I have multiple cousins that are actual pilots. And so, like, they're always talking about it. And she's like, whatever, if you're interested, then we'll sign you up for this. But unfortunately, we want to get to the game early because they have the gates open tomorrow, like, well before the game starting. So we'll probably have to pass it up.
There we go, David. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about right now, you know, what I would be doing myself. I mean, not what I would be doing. I'm not going this much down. Over the last month or so, I moved from 50% to 25% equities. Yeah, good job, man. I mean, I think that's, again, everybody, like, if you're getting nervous about where this market is, I mean, if you hold equities right now, then, yeah, I mean, your portfolio should be, like, pretty much near highs, I would think. I mean, obviously there's going to be individual stocks that continue to be a little different. I keep running into Mateo in the back. He's like, how's the port doing? How's the port doing? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like wine or whatever? Like what? The port? But no, I was like, yeah, the port's doing.
Still aging.
The port is doing great. And I keep telling him, I'm like, dude, if I had youth on my side like I do with you, man, like I would just be buying everything like we saw the monthly chart today from Michael Noss.
Oh,
it just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. Like, look at this healthcare spot, right? Like the population is getting older, guys. Like this is gonna work, right? I mean, you could just go back and forth and we could talk about any of these names and it's just kind of like, sure, there's gonna be names that are getting hit on valuation. There's names that are gonna be not as safe as other ones and like a Palantir there. But again, if you've bought Palantir any time in the last year and a half, you're up 100% pretty much, right? Not at any time, but you know, during some of those moves, and it's fading back into certain levels. Even Meta, there's a lot of opportunities. Energy, I mean, today, where I'm going to go through all of this. I think Tesla, you know, when you're looking at your portfolio and you think about it, and this is what I kind of told them, and I'm glad that Michael went over this, and we always talk about it. But it's like when you think about what's been happening, and you have the monthly chart up for the Qs right now. If you go over to Neil's screen right here, but it's just like we have so much noise that we put up with every single day in the market. But ultimately, obviously, we're going to get that dip down. I'm assuming that's going to be during COVID there. We have, you know, the global financial crisis that went through. And, but what was that?
This is the 2021 dip.
Yeah, that was a much bigger one than COVID. Yeah, so, but those are just buying opportunities, and it's like it's easy to say when you're in the market and your portfolio's doing well, and it's tough to put money in at highs. So that's why I think that if you sort of play the ebbs and flows of the market,
I'll give you the best
example basis,
I can think of
rather than daily.
Look at the 50 period on is what we have up on the monthly chart. Like, just if you're young, anytime the market gets down to that, how are you not buying? Like, what do we even think about? Like, I remember it very clearly. Why did that not zoom in? All right, what did I just do? And oh, there it goes. For some reason, that didn't zoom the way I wanted to, so I'm not going to try it again. No, like, I remember in March, because it was in the heaviest day in March, somewhere in here, that I was like, I'm buying some stuff. Because I was at spring training and the market was getting destroyed and I couldn't help myself. It's just like, whatever, it's in between innings. And I remember just pulling out my phone and being like, what the hell's going on here? And it was like, what the heck is going on here? And it was insane. So I was like, you knew, it's like, look how far we've dipped down. You don't have to catch the absolute bottom on the dips, but that's the one thing I'm leaning into. Like if you pull up a long-term chart and there's a moving average you like on it, like whether it's here, the 50 period on the monthly, I don't even know what I'm going to see here when I look at the weekly because I haven't in a while. Yeah, it doesn't get to the 200 period it never even gets to the 200 period on the weekly chart, that last little dip. But these major levels that once it shows that they respect them, buy, especially if you're young. More important if you're young. Like it's just way too gorgeous not to. And then you could be long here, even if you got the worst possible, even if you wait till it's a bottoming tail candle and buy the open of the next month, that's 485, and you're 20% from there. You don't even have to have the bottom. Just buy that. Let it make the bottom and then buy that. Buy that right there. I love the monthly chart on the overall.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I was getting at this whole story when we started. It was just like I told this guy, like, you know, you've got youth and you've got that on your side. So
he's young.
Get in there and I don't care how old you are, even 45. You know, you still got tons of time.
It's different
to buy this month.
It's different if you're like I'll relate to the conversation. My dad a few years ago. I mean, ultimately, he probably should have bought Bitcoin, but he was asking me like, yeah, should I be involved in crypto and this and that? And I said, well, I'm like I am. I don't know if this is like your thing. Like you need your money now. I go, this is, and I remember showing him like, well, how would you feel if you lost 40% in a couple of months? He'd be like, well, no, I don't want that. I'm like, well, then even though I think it's going up, then I don't think it's for you because you don't want to lose 40% of anything significant. So if you want to dabble a little bit, fine. But like he's older, like he's retired, so it's different for him. And I think it's unless you're at that point. You know, buy them dips. It's obviously a lot different if you're at retirement or, you know, a couple of years before retirement. It's the same thing we were talking the other day at lunch about, like when you have your kid's education account, right? Like there's a set point in which you're going to need that money. So yeah, you might have some risk on early on with it, like I know we do in Aaron's, but. Like at some point, you want it to be very conservative when you're going to have to pull that money out to pay for university. So that's how you have to think about things. And when you have plenty of time, that's when you take that risk. Adara?
Shutdown update. So apparently the Republican bill to end the U.S. government shutdown has failed to get enough votes to pass in the Senate, and the voting continues. If I have more updates, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Oh, I missed all that. Okay, thanks, Adara.
Not enough votes.
Oh, yeah.
And were you surprised? The market just went from 15 to 18 days on how long this is going to be.
Yeah,
so.
And I think because, again, with the weekend, if it's not going to get solved today, it's not going to get resolved over the weekend, that's for sure. I mean, I hope it does somehow, but I don't think so right now. The S&P here, I mean, check out this note right here. This is interesting. S&P marks 106 sessions trading above. This to our point here, 106 sessions trading above the 50-day moving average. It's longest in a year, fifth longest in 30 years. Right there. I'm actually going to post that. Thanks, Benzinga, for that one. That is amazing, and that just came across the desk right now. So I think that's pretty awesome. All right, we did get out of some more TQs. We're short the market here as we talk about buying the market in our long term, but nice move to the downside right there. So we'll take some more out as it's coming in. We do not have very many shares. We did a good job of getting out of AMD. It went up a little bit, but now it's kind of cruising around that same level. We can look to see if there's anything we want to get into right here. My scanner is showing ARM right now. Maybe Netflix. We can talk about that. I want to see what is JP Morgan doing on a day like today. The market's not even really down. It's the NASDAQ that's getting clubbed a little bit. The ES is still up. We saw the Dow was still up. Bank stocks are still up today. JP Morgan up 1%. So I guess that's probably telling me that there's a 200 period moving average happening. Disney welcomes back, of course, Mr. Jimmy Kimmel last week. So you have to see what's going on with Disney. Again, they're 113, 110. I mean, content is still king. We got that EA deal as well that came through there. So, Disney still holding out. Big parts of that content story
Netflix
there with
yesterday.
Sports and everything like that. And then, Netflix. I mean, Netflix was a good talk.
There was that Elon tweet thingy.
Did Elon tweet something about Netflix?
Didn't he yesterday?
Was
that yesterday?
About Netflix? Oh, yeah, there was a story about
he was, because Elon was...
there was something about that.
Yeah, he tweeted something about, or posted something... was it 2 days ago, maybe?
Yeah, that's what Andre's saying to us.
Yeah, it's telling people to cancel Netflix because of some of their programming.
Oh, well, I'll just buy more of it then. But right into there, 111
probably a good dip buy.
40s. Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is actually looking a lot like Costco, where you've fallen back in. The problem is with Costco, it's underneath its 200 period moving average. Like this stock, I talked about minting millionaires. Netflix could be another one of those stocks that has done exactly that. Like this stock was. Anyways, where this stock came from is pretty impressive. I mean, and then once this thing splits as well, you're going to get some more juice on the split going back upside. So watch out for a Netflix split.
They're due for one. They split. Yeah. I think they split like, well, it was like twice, and like once was like, it was over 10 years ago. They do it like 10 to 15 years apart or something along those lines.
I remember a monthly chart for Netflix.
I remember trying to check that, but I don't know if it's pulled back enough.
They split back in 2015.
Okay, so that's
so
like 10
look,
years.
This was, and again, just to talk about buying companies. Yeah, we'll go to Darren 1 second.
Look at
just look at this. $17 back in 2012. Okay, now today, that's 13 years ago. Now you're up $1,100 just in that stock alone. Okay, market's not doing anything, so let's go find out what this breaking news is all about.
GM is breaking, and Tesla also got some volume in here as well. Republican Senator Bernie Moreno has said that Donald Trump, U.S. president, is considering significant tariff relief for U.S. auto production. Tesla got a little bit of a pop here. GM, though, is really the one moving on this again. According to Republican U.S. Senator Bernie Moreno, Donald Trump is considering significant tariff relief for U.S. auto production. GM, Ford, Tesla, back to you.
Right, Bernie, not Sanders.
Not that Bernie.
Not Sanders. Bernie Sanders, man, that guy's too much. I see that guy still talking now. No way I'm voting for the Republican. No, I'm not. Anyways, what's up, Bernie Sanders?
He has a very distinct, his manner of speech is so distinct, but yet I've never seen but I've never seen like a comedian do him like really well.
Oh, really? Okay.
Which is bizarre, because you would
Colbert does him pretty good.
Oh, he does?
I think so.
I'd have to check it out.
Bernie's getting up there in age. I'll leave it at that. That's a guy that maybe should not be investing in Bitcoin, you know. Not financial.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, so no, but Bitcoin right now is more investable potentially than some of these stocks that we're talking about.
I agree. No, I'm just simply saying, like, for like anybody, like if you can't stomach.
Oh yeah,
the 20
well, that's what I was saying. The age
like
thing. I don't even know how old he is there. Okay. So
Ford's not really moving.
It was GM that I looked at there. We can have a quick look to see if Tesla's doing anything. Of course, Tesla with big manufacturing. Tesla's not doing anything on that news, but Tesla, of course, big manufacturing gigaplants there, also in Beijing, so as well as Austin, Texas. So you got to have to watch out to see if there's anything going on there with this. But yeah, nothing, no reaction to that. But thanks to Dara for it. And then obviously, we looked at GM already. Let me just have a quick look at Ford. Yeah, so nothing really going on right there, but there's the spike up and there's it coming back down. So 10 cents one way, 10 cents the other. I'm going to assume that GM coming back on that GM as well. Republican senator. So if you missed that story right here, I'm going to give it to you again. It's Republican Senator Moreno says President Trump considering significant tariff relief. This is the best part. Trump considering a lot of things, I feel like. Tariff relief for U.S. auto production, GM, Tesla, Ford, Toyota, could see significant tariff relief. So Toyota must have some good production there then in the United States. So yeah, there it goes. And yeah, it looks like GM, Ford does make that pullback, but it's looking like GM is the one right now. And Obi and I did something, we talked a little bit about this yesterday because we nailed that Intel trade on the Intel news where it kept going with a lot of volume. This is good volume right now. So good note there on GM, starting to finally pick it up a little bit. So yay, go GM, as that's been a great one. A PE of like 10. So it's all about that. But yeah, Trump could wake up tomorrow and stop considering this. It's just a matter of, I think a lot of the stuff that you're hearing right now in the media and reports like this, it's just a matter of when you catch these guys. Like President Trump could say something, it doesn't necessarily mean it's on the plate. It's just things that he's thinking about, right? And I mean, we don't even have a deal yet here in Canada. When was the the extension? The delay was, we were supposed to, it was July 1st, wasn't it? Wasn't it July 7th, I think, was the tariff date? Yeah. All right, well, that's nice. It's now October 3rd.
Serenity now.
So no deal here in Canada, but there's some soft lumber discussion and things like that, and energy back.
Well, Sean, it's all that leverage that we have with our booming economy and 7% unemployment rate.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that the U.S. economy is we're the largest trade partner.
I know.
So you would think that they got to get this thing figured out.
7% unemployment is really bad.
He's going Tuesday. Ooh, is that? Carney's going. Maybe they're meeting on Tuesday. So someone in the chat just said that'd be nice.
You know what? It's
Tuesday would be October the 7th.
I find that I'm really badly, what's what I'm looking for, versed sometimes on Canadian economic news. Because like you spend all day long looking at the U.S. markets and sort of following U.S. stories, that it'll be like it's usually like a day or two before, like something like that. Like, I probably would have found out about this meeting next week.
Maybe it's not even. I'm just saying what somebody in the chat.
Oh, someone said it in the chat.
I don't know.
No, I halfway kid about that. Our economy's not that bad, but compared to the U.S., it has been pretty rough going here. So I like what's going on. GM's the only thing moving off of that news. Well, I mean, Ford kind of moved and gave it back, but GM held held VWAP, not the 50-period moving average in there, and then busted back through 59.5. It's not a huge range, but it went 59, so it went 59 to 60, and then bounced essentially back through 59.5. So looking for the dip buy if this can hold on a trend. The other thing, I mean, Sean kind of mentioned it, but you said their PE was single digits.
I thought it was 10.
It's the PE's 9. The forward PE is 6.
Right.
6.
Ford is even lower.
The forward PE is $6 on GM, and it's been making good higher lows trending. So this could be this could be a nice little long back into the highs. But at least for today, I don't think this is not the news like Intel's news was 2 days ago, where it just kept on going. But if it can hold VWAP, let's see if we can't get some dip buys going on at General Motors. Yeah, like you said, Ford didn't do anything. Actually, that's not true. Ford moved, but then gave up the entirety of the move almost instantly, whereas GM was able to bounce off of like a prior high, not give up the entire move, and just looking a little bit better. Von Clark, forget the news, check that wick on a 15-minute forward swing. Well, it's probably just what we were just talking about, right? I'm still on GM here.
I think so, yeah. Well, I mean, there's a wick high. I mean, the thing is like it's 10 cents. So if you're trading thousands of shares, maybe you can grab that top. But I don't ever like shorting. I mean, and again, I assume this is what he's talking about. Like you could have got that.
Shorted that?
You could have shorted it, I guess. But when there's news, I don't like to go the other way. That's all. Like I would have thought of that as good news, right? So it's like I wouldn't find the top and short it. I could, okay, so if you're planning on trading that with
that's risk
2,000 shares, maybe you go 500 on that short, but I don't think that would be a max position. But thanks for pointing that out. I don't ever want to put in a lot of risk at levels that are at risk of breaking on a catalyst.
The other thing is look at Ford on the daily chart. Like that would kind of spook me trying to short this high. Like look at the daily. Like it's kind of breaking out on the daily. That would not be my cup of tea.
I think that would have been a scalp, that last trade.
Yeah, like maybe a scalp trade in there. Like Ford, you know what? Like Ford's chart looks pretty good. Certainly by Ford standards, it looks very good. I'm struggling to say better things about it because I know it's higher lows and all that good stuff.
Oh, here I can use it.
It actually looks really good. It's just GM's chart is, I guess they're about the same. Whatever. I shouldn't be crapping on Ford. They're both upward trending recently. So if this can't press through 60, you know how I roll, first available dip. If it can't make the press through the $60 level or even break back above the prior high, like if we reject this, then I'm jumping out of the trade for a scalp trade. Because post news, you buy the dip where you can get it. And I don't even think I got a great fill on the dip anyways. Pathic says I should crap away on Ford. I'll leave that to Randy.
Sergio.
I don't really have that strong opinions on it.
I like that, Sergio. Every question I see, I'm going to put in there. Yeah, you got your pay their haircuts with some dividends. I like that. And that's why everyone's got to have a little bit of this in their pocket. And I think dividend. We had Randy on before talking about XOM and Chevron, and we've talked about that, and we talked about Pfizer with a dividend as well. And I think that there is a.
Oh, they got the fire out.
Oh yeah. See what fire?
It was a fire at a Chevron. It was a huge fire.
Okay.
It's out now. I saw it.
Something about Randy. I thought it was like he's working in the back. There was like a fire back there. But yeah, see, look, I got out of Oscar live on the show at 21:22. Yeah, now 21:50 for OSCR. But again, just out of 10%.
So here's my question for you on Oscar. This is a great trade on Oscar, but pull the daily up for a second.
Yeah. Well, it's at that 23 level, right? This is what we were talking about. Here it is.
There it is. Right, like if you have shot plays, like you might not get out of like a stable stock, like I don't know, like
Well, this is in my TFSA.
Throw like Apple or just something like that. You might not get out of those. But when the stock like that does a move, like a 50% or whatever, 60%, whatever it is, into resistance, how do you not bank it there? Like, to me, that's what's crazy.
Okay, well, this is where, yeah, so again, you know, this is what it looks like on a monthly chart. So I don't really look at monthly charts, obviously, and to make any decisions. But yeah, this is a good spot, obviously, like, because you got to go all the way back here. This is September of 21. This is May of 24. 24. These are 24s, not 21s. But again, like, look at this play. There's going to be so many levels when you look back into that collapse there of 2022 and the end of 2021, that like stocks just became into such great prices. Like this was $3. Like, give me a break, up to $21.50. There's so many better ones than that, but yeah, you're looking and you still think there's room to go on Oscar. A lot of these names have already taken out. I mean, I think a good example of stuff like this, we've looked at SoFi on the monthly chart, and this is why, again, it got out at 29, because we had literally taken out the tops there, ran that top. But then what's different about it is like, I can't blame anybody for staying in these names, because you look at a name like Robinhood and their monthly chart, once we took that level out, it just said, that's a good story.
That's
and
my
just
favorite chart of the last.
Bammed it right there. Like cup and handle reverse the other way. Like, you know, there's your cup, boom, all the way to the upside right there. This looks like a ladle, you know, right there in a scoop. So yeah, what an amazing move there for Robinhood. And that's just an example of, I mean, even this is one of, I'm still got Roblox in the 30s, but again, just have like that 30% for a shot play. But see, this is another one right here where I've recently got some out of this, and it's all the way up here. And it's nothing to do with the monthly, actually. I thought I was actually higher than this. But Roblox had a day when it first IPO'd, when literally everybody stuck at home during COVID playing it. And then this one comes down, and I just feel lucky to be long down here. I should have, see, look at that monthly break. I feel like we got to do more work on monthly charts.
I love monthly charts, but the thing is,
I don't love them enough.
You know what my biggest problem is it's
someone in the chat, give us a good monthly chart.
I do this in fantasy as well, where you have a tendency to only look at your guys, how they're doing, instead of you should be looking at the other stuff. So like I'll look at all the monthly charts of all the crap that I own. But that you own. I know, stuff that I own. I shouldn't say crap, because you want to own good stuff, but like it's just not enough of the other things. And wow, okay, this one quick note here. For all the world, I was like, yeah, GM just made the top, because it bounces off VWAP, breaks back through 50, and I moved to a 1 minute chart just so you can see what I was looking at. And then this topping tail candle happened, so you know me. That's this topping tail. I'm out the second it breaks back underneath. Let's get out. And of course, now it goes to the high. So yeah, great. It went 590 and got 620, and now GM's going to continue to go higher. My guess is Ford must be still going as. Look at Ford. So Ford.
No. Who cares about Ford? We have an important question over here.
Love the show as always. Your sweet sweater drip caught my wife's eye, and she's wondering what the brand is. Mind sharing? I have no idea. I legitimately, I'd have to maybe I can find
no, man. The brand is probably on the back tag, my guy.
I'm hoping not have to take it off.
Oh, I can look for you.
Whatever. I'll just take it off. It's fine. I just don't. I don't know.
You don't even have to answer it. I was just putting it up there for jokes, but okay. There it is. We're doing it all. We're doing it live, as they say.
I'm not like a fashionista. Right, where the hell is
mine? Is just this, but I'm into aloe. Yeah, whatever.
It doesn't even have a tag here. Let's go. Where
I've got Lulu pants on.
Literally can't even find this thing.
See, I support the stock, and it's not helping.
Whatever it is made in China. It can't. It must be like real cheap.
Chinese.
China. No, seriously, look, am I lying?
You're right. There is
am I lying?
No tag on that.
You know what probably happened?
Made laundry.
Okay, so I love my wife, but
I hope so.
So I'm gonna bag on her for a second.
To say that?
Because you know how sometimes there's the bigger tags that'll be on the ones that are they're annoying.
No, I know.
She'll cut them off.
Yeah, the Lulu tags that come with it are this long.
So she'll cut them off, which is fine. But I tend to not do that. Because it doesn't really bother me, but she'll cut them off because it bugs me. So I actually
failed question.
That's my bad. I actually don't know.
It was fun though.
Sorry about that.
All right, yeah. All right, here we go. What's up to Jason right now? Jason Raybon. Let me see what you've got going on here right now. If I select this, can I select? Here is Fabian around still? It'd be cool if we could do something, because it doesn't show the super chats. If we could add the super chats to that board.
Oh, true. To this thing.
To this somehow.
Because super chats also show.
What?
They should take priority.
Just like a different, like
yeah,
like a
we
different
could
color.
show it in a different format, but I don't mind showing it like this. Anyways, okay, so just what's up, Fabian? That's this guy's always doing all the work. Anyways, I don't want to give him more to do over here. All right, so anyways, Jason, I didn't even read this question yet. We always get it's always tough when you don't read it first. Nike has been dropping for almost 4 years straight. Is the bottom near? Asking for a friend. Thank you for Archer today. So there you go. You're welcome. I think that was a story from Adara. So we want to thank Adara. Adara, like on the, I've already talked about this. Like such a great addition that we've had with Adara on the desk. I mean, giving us all the stories and really just creating the opportunity for Neil, myself, and Joe and
Adara.
Yes, even President Trump, like he loves Adara, and it's just about like getting you the information because Neil and I often get carried away with trading and all that. Now I didn't forget the question. Oh, Nike. Yeah, so Nike actually they didn't have a horrible quarter. It was Adara and I doing the recap show that day when Nike came out, and it was kind of like it was up and it was down. And the thing about Nike is it's just stuck right here. And as long as it's above the 200 period moving average, Jason, I don't mind this call on Nike if it's one that you're making now. You said that. Let me just read your question again exactly. Nike's been dropping for almost 4 years straight. Is the bottom near? So it's tough to predict that kind of stuff, but when I'm always looking at things, and I know it sometimes is a hindrance to look at PEs all the time, and we've talked about that, but with Nike, I think it's reasonable. You want retailers like maybe in the teens, because it's not a growth stock, Nike. I wouldn't classify it as that, not at this stage. And right now, you still have a pretty bad PE. I actually have to find the forward PE, still 38 and 44. I'm in Lulu. Lulu just had a bad earnings report, but we bought some of this dip as well. Look at Lulu's PE. Like sure I wear their clothing and talk about them all the time, but 12 to 13, there's going to be something about that at some point that's going to get some catch up to it, and whether or not there is a activist or whatever that gets involved. And here's another example. I'm wearing these shoes right now, the Ons. This is a forward P of just 17. So again, like Nike is having a little bit of a problem. UA right here, Under Armour. Let's check out what their forward is as well. They're not making any money whatsoever, but their current P is 22. Forget about the forward 140, current P 22. So yeah, Nike does have a little bit of a value problem, but is the bottom in for it? We've got so next summer we tried to play the whole Olympics thing, but the last Summer Olympics, of course, it's coming now in 26, so that would have been 22. So you could see right here, not a boon for them heading into the 2022 Olympics.
Last Summer Olympics or 24, so last year.
Oh, the one's coming up. I thought 26. Oh, it's the World Cup. That's 26. That's what it is. Because I was just thinking.
Our buddy got tickets.
I was like, oh yeah, good. No, well,
it was real hard to get
tickets. Part of the
tickets.
Visa raffle. I don't know when that starts.
You know what? But they
Maybe
did.
I already did, and I
his wife was like all over like the page, and then the second they came available, immediately went to like the lowest game. It's just like go right to the bottom. Don't even try to get.
I didn't even know they were available yet. So
you got like, I don't know, one of the guys in our pool got 4. I got nothing.
Oh, okay, I didn't even know they were available. But I was going to say, so 24th, so that makes sense. But at the end of the day, I guess it worked then. I mean, here's this is actually September of 23. So that ramp up into Olympics, that top right there is December of 23. But then there's all of 24. So yeah, if that's when the Olympics were, I would say it wasn't a huge get up for them. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, how many pairs of Jordans does everybody need? Like, I've got a bunch, and it's getting stale a little bit. So I don't know. Waiting for something to pop off there. So we'll get that going.
The only branded like player brand basketball shoes I ever wore was.
I also have the Tatums.
I had the Sean Kemp Kamikazes.
Ooh, nice.
Which none of y'all even know. Back Sean Kemp was like he was like it.
Yeah, of course, man.
Like if YouTube had existed, like
Rain Man.
Like if they had like social media when that dude was around, like he would have broken the internet. Like all he did is poster people, and he showboat on you too. Like he point at you. A kid. And he was just a freak, and everybody was afraid of that dude. You did not want to stand near the rim when that dude came around. It was just built totally different. Like, there's some dudes that are kind of like that.
Yeah.
Like Blake was kind of like that.
I think he had 9 kids, but he is a sick player. In NBA Jam, yeah.
Yo, he was
This guy was doing the right things.
I love Sean Kemp. I mean, obviously not that I was 6'10".
Gary Payton.
And jumping around, like, clearly not.
John Kemp cards, yeah.
Cards?
Oh, man.
I didn't have his cards.
Trading cards.
I had the very first pack of cards. This is a 100% true story. I was at a church event, and for whatever reason, they were handing out packs of cards to all the kids. I don't remember the year, but like based on the card that I open up this pack, I issue not David Robinson rookie card.
I have that card.
Free pack. And like just right there. And then I got
I know that card.
And here's the other crazy thing.
Oh, we're going to Wonderland.
I got a Derek Gervin rookie card as well.
Derek Gervin, George Gervin?
George Gervin's little brother.
Oh, okay.
And then when we went to Lionhead for that celebrity tournament, Michael Jordan celebrity tournament, we were just sort of sitting there, and George Gervin's cart broke down. And so George Gervin, NBA Hall of Famer. I didn't even
know he had his
cart broke down. So he's just sort of standing around and no one's talking to him. And then all of a sudden people realize that he's just sort of standing there. So instead of going, they're just trying to get some autographs. And so like he's a little bit of a mob around this NBA Hall of Famer. And I'm trying to get his attention. So I say, hey, George, how's your brother Derek doing?
Oh, okay. And he's like,
because then it's like, he's like, what? How do you know Derek? I'm like, yeah, I know, I have his rookie card. He's like, oh, he's playing in Europe and he signs an autograph while talking to me just because I knew what his brother's name was. All because of that. Thank you.
When you said that, I thought you had just missaid it, but yeah, it's his brother.
No, I actually knew him. We got a super chat from Patrick. Thank you guys for letting us know when you were down as well as up. It really helps us. At least I got to start breathing better. I'm still feeling under the weather and it's like kind of stuffed up. Or at least we know that when I have at least when we know we have terrible weeks, I can still end the right way and treat each day as its own. I wish I could show you, but was down 24K from Tuesday, Thursday. Check chat. Okay. Well, this is sort of the thing. Everybody's gonna have up, down, left, right, center. Like I was up in the morning, then lost in the middle of the day, and trying to get some back to get to flat. And the worst part about it was like the worst loss was actually I had the top on the stock, but it happens to you. You've just got to do more of what works and less of what doesn't. I know it's a simple thing to say, but it's so true. It's so very true. And we got another super chat here. By the way, David, you haven't had a silly trade of the day for a while. I don't know if you did one yesterday, but we missed them. So Jason here, Nike has been dropping almost. Did you do this one already? We were just talking about Nike. Okay.
Jason, I did.
Right, so you already did that. No, but Patrick, that's sort of the thing. Like you have to understand, and I always say this, but it's a good point. And I just want to go back to QBTS for a second. By the way, Ford did really, I shouldn't have crapped on Ford. Ford kept on going. Ford actually looks pretty good. No, it really does. Ford does look pretty good. I'm going to go back to my 3-minute chart. Like sometimes, like you wait. There we go. Sometimes you wait. You put on a trade, you have a stop, and you lose. But you have to look at it this way. Like if I'm looking to short this stock at that high and make that trade 10 times, okay, sometimes it's going to wick you up by 1 cent. That's blind luck. There'll be plenty of other times where it doesn't wick out and just works from there, the same setup. And then there's other times where you're able to catch the retrade on the low. It's the idea. Like that trade is a solid trade. Now, this one might not have worked, but that's irrelevant. The question is, if you make that action several times, like obviously, if I'm short at 32.85 and risking 20, in this particular case, 25 cents, pretty much exactly 25 cents, like VWAP sits there at $1 lower. First support is sitting there at almost like 1.5 to 1-ish, right? So like, I know that that's a trade that works risk to reward, which is fine. Chandler in the chat just asked if Palantir went SSR. That's good to know. If it did, I love it on Monday. It did not.
What would say it in your thing?
I'm eyeballing saying no.
It says no in your thing.
No, I know, but I can also eyeball.
Oh, yeah.
Like the lows, the thing is 187 is the close, right? So like you can eyeball that and know that it has to go under 170, right? Like I know if it needs to drop $18, it has to at least have been under 170, which it did not get to. And the reason why we like it, big stocks like Palantir, if they have the SSR on it, like 10%, and the uptick rule is going to be in effect, these are the types of stocks that people like to dip buy. Those are the ones that I really like when they go SSR the following day. So, Palantir is not one, but it's not a horrible thing to check on a Friday. Like, what's on your list that went 10% down? Literally nothing on my quote board. That's great. Like the quote board of stocks that I look at, like nothing came close to 10%. But yeah, maybe you track for some things that were down 10%, so that on Monday you have some potential, juice to some bounce plays. Why is GameStop even on my quote board still and down 5%?
GameStop?
I don't even know why it's on here. I just probably never got rid of it. GameStop does not belong on my quote board anymore. I'm going to get rid of it. I need to update that because I used to not have like Broadcom. Now I have Broadcom on here. There's probably symbols on here that I don't care about. Like I don't really follow DJT much anymore. Yeah, most of the rest of it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early days for those, but we'll see. Well, actually,
for a second there, I almost freaked out. I saw a 6, and I thought it was PanW down 6%.
Yeah. No. Well, it's not. It might not.
No, PanW's flat. That's pretty good.
Because PanW, actually, Palo Alto's another stock that's at levels that you should be considering selling. It's bounced off that 210 a couple times. If you're interested in that, PanW is a stock that core holding in the portfolio. So
yeah, this is a quadruple top on PanW.
Yeah, exactly.
Quad top.
Yeah, so I've noted that.
But I thought it would pull back 6% off that high, and I would have been kicking myself if it did.
Thankfully not, Neil. That would be bad. What's up, Patrick? Yeah, there it is. I mean, look, thank you for the super chat. I mean, this is what it's all about. So we say cheers on that one. And then, having bad days, thanks, guys. Me letting you know that we had bad days gave you confidence to come back today, too. Exactly. So, like, today we're having a huge day. And we came back from yesterday's downside, right? And so we actually didn't even make back as much as we lost yesterday, but we're having good feels today, and we'll get it all back. And it's funny because I saw Obi today, and he was noticing how much or whatever the P&L was today, and he just basically just dabbed me up immediately and was like, dude, I told you that you would make that back. And we had a huge trade yesterday too, right at the end of the day, that we actually made some nice money on that as well. But hey, man, we just came off of, honestly, 2 back-to-back, for me, I'll just talk about myself, a monster month. So I'm really happy with that. And I don't want to give anything back. Like what last month was, all it does is just help the confidence. I'm not really changing anything that I do trading-wise. I'm just going to still try to be the person that we want to be, and that is, an honest, good trader, hopefully, that makes sense of trades. And this move there, what we wrote down today was pretty simple. We only traded 2 names today, the TQQs and AMD, and those are the top 2 ideas. You can go find it right here. It's on Instagram as well. And then I've been putting up charts today of the trades that we had, but it was only these 2 names, and there it is right here. It's a sticky note. It's your absolute free. It's this and the watch list. Neil has some posts up as well, but there it is right there, man. It's AMD. So TQQ 107 short. That's what we have. The TQQs right now is at 104. AMD, we have the 170 break. It never got to 171, so I said watch and hold. I mean, that was easy there. So we have that 170 short. AMD now 164. All right, so we have all these trades. And then we don't have this one, Tesla, 445 short. We talked about why we like that short, but obviously, as you guys can see, we don't have that today. And the Tesla 445 short, that was the best idea of them all. And, well, I mean, maybe the AMD one was, but there's Tesla right there. It's funny because I could have taken Tesla at the same time as AMD. There's 445 short right here. That's 446. We went into. So when we made that call, Tesla was down here at 441. All we did was read charts, and that gave us the 445, and that went down to 416. So that was a $30 winner or so. Now bouncing back up. And look, yesterday we took the break of the 200 period, and it didn't work. Today the break of the 200 period does work. So again, just to put everything back in perspective, make sure that you take the trades that you think may work and have risk. Stops in place for them, and if you can find those trades, then you'll be well rewarded on that one. Rivian, if you want to talk about some downside opportunities, we actually saw that today when Randy was here, and we said that it's pulled right back into these levels again. So if you like Rivian, maybe there's an opportunity here for you at $13. And I actually have another one that just flew under the radar very, very quietly. Palantir's 50-period moving average really got moved up, and yeah. So before you were bouncing around, it was actually under 150 when this was happening. So now it actually held the 50 period better than this. Now you're coming back up to the 50 period again at 170. So for PLTR, like we had recently got out at 180 a little bit there. We got out some at 160 when we broke there. So I do think now we should be getting something out. And it's funny because I looked at my account this morning and was like, all right, we still got Palantir, and what are we thinking about it? Because we had that bad report there that the Navy or whatever, the Army was reporting that there was some flaws in some of the software there, and then all of a sudden this happened. You don't want flaws in software when you're talking about as important things as you're talking about lives.
I didn't see it
I don't know.
Someone in the chat said that they've patched this.
Oh, they probably did.
So like that was what gave me a bit positive. But like I'm not gonna trade off of that.
The story was an internal U.S. Army memo. So I don't even. So it's not even that their battlefield communication developed with Anduril, with Palantir, has fundamental security flaws, and should be considered very high risk.
So the question is, have they patched it or do they have a fix for it? Which I'm guessing more details Adara.
We've got Adara, yeah, if there's anything over there.
Yeah, I have a little bit more on this. So apparently Palantir responded. They said that this was more, I guess apparently Anduril's part of this because it's Palantir and Anduril together. There's this NGC2 system. They said that Anduril resolved the issues and that this is no longer a problem. So Palantir basically said this is not an issue anymore. It has been dealt with. That was their response anyway that I was seeing reported by Bloomberg. Back to you.
Is Bichette on the roster or no?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir Adara. Bichette's not going to make it.
Not on the roster. No, but is he on the roster for this? No. Okay, yeah, so.
Bichette's out, Scherzer's out.
Scherzer cares, but yeah.
No, Scherzer's a bum. David Tretsiak, thank you for the super chat. There is the silly trade. Consider puts on Hood.
Yes.
But think long positions, best move now. Let's see, 170 by Halloween. One of the first things we said, actually I think Hood was in the rundown, right?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I said if I'd be ringing the register on Hood for something. Obviously today it's held up really well, so it doesn't look like the best call in the world, but I feel like there's a pullback due for Robinhood. Just something reasonable. Like I don't know how deep it can go because the trend has been it's just been tremendous here. But Halloween, end of the month, you want 170?
For Robinhood? No.
That's asking a lot. To me, it's just, this is one of the frothiest names out there. So yeah, to me, that's asking a lot. I think it's due for what SoFi did. I think that was the example. Yeah, the example I was using was sort of SoFi, like this, maybe not the 50 period, but certainly, 20% is pulled back pretty decently and is trying to hold on. But that's kind of my thoughts on it. I also don't own Robinhood. I enjoy hockey night. I don't even know who's playing in the preseason tonight. I'm in baseball mode, man. I'm going to be at the J game tomorrow. I'm going to be at the J game on Sunday. And then I'll be watching it when they're in the Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping for the best, man.
Toronto is crazy with baseball. I love the city when the Blue Jays are hot. Yeah. It's crazy.
This is going to be a good. I think it'll be a good series.
Yeah. Is Vlad going to go on vacation again? Yeah, maybe, but we'll see, man. The guy's not a clutch player, and we'll wait to see if that's true. Hopefully, it is, Neil.
It's the pitching
this time.
Like we're literally starting a rookie in game 2, and the kid's
name. Yeah, but what's his name?
The kid's nails.
Who's the guy that went yesterday? Schlittler. Yeah, he's a rookie, no?
Yeah, he's a rookie.
Okay.
But the difference is like Schlittler actually pitched.
I know.
For like 2 months in the bigs. Yeah. Like our guy got to the big leagues and made like 3 starts and then he go to the playoffs.
I know.
I got to shout that. Remember I told you the guy in Cleveland?
Shane Bieber?
No, there was a dude on Cleveland made his major league debut
the center fielder
in game 1 in the playoffs. First major league game was in playoffs starting in center field. The first ball was hit to him and he dropped the routine fly ball. The guy came back, had a knock in game 2, knocked that dirt off show. So all I know is I'm doing whatever I can to get Chase DeLauder in my fantasy league next year. Because if you can come back from my very first chance as a professional is dropping a routine fly ball in the playoffs to just coming back and acting like it didn't happen, that guy's going to be a stud. He's got that right mentality. So I'm going to Chase DeLauder, fantasy league. Probably shouldn't have said that because
no one.
I guarantee you, no one's gonna care. But I think that guy's gonna be a stud. I love that man. Because that could break some people. You saw Rick Ankiel.
This is the mentality that we have in trading.
That dude, that is the worst possible scenario for anybody. What happens when the first time the ball hits you, and he literally dropped it?
Yeah, I just nervous.
And it's like it was an easy play. It's a kind of play you or I could make. That's how easy it was. Straight up. I'm not saying. trust me, it was a routine play.
Judge dropped last year in the playoffs that routine fly ball.
If you played outfield, every outfielder, at least once in your life, you've dropped a routine fly ball.
Of course.
It happens.
That's sports, man.
It's sports, man.
It's like in every, if you're on a breakaway, some people, Austin Matthews will fan every once in a while, and it's just that part sucks. But I think the hockey night enjoy it might have been for myself. Yeah, we do have hockey tonight.
Oh, you guys have hockey.
We have hockey tonight and tomorrow. We'll be up in Newmarket tomorrow. So a lot of traveling there. I'll do whatever for these kids, but it's a lot of fun. I love doing it. So being a hockey dad is awesome. That is for sure. We did have a super chat. Okay, let's go have a look. Thank you, Andre, for that. So I'm going to go into here, fan funding right now. Oh, this one? Okay, we talked about the silly trade. Can we please get one position section where Joe or Sean puts 5 names out there and tracks them? Well, we do have, we did post, we could do something like that. Can we please get one position swing trade section a day? Yeah, so we're going through, Howard, you might be more onto this than you even know. We're switching a little bit of the format of the show. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for those ideas. I think that, we talk about what the strengths of all of us are around here, and I do appreciate that, and I think that you might have just nailed something with that. We actually it was on Trader TV Research, but I tweeted it out a little while ago as well. We have to do more of this, and I want it, here it is, and I want to do more of this. This is from January, though. We put some picks in, and we talked about the plays that we would have made, so on and so forth. And this was sort of the return since whatever it was, January 24th or the 10th there. Thank you, Adara. Oh. So yeah, this is, and then our picks are on here as well. Thank you, Toby Baker. Awesome. Don't punish Adara. Yeah, we're not going to do that. But there it is right there. So a nice little return. It's actually much higher now. But anyways, we'll do something like that. So I want to say thank you for those suggestions. And I think that's something that we are trying to work on. So we'll do that, man. And Neil was only here for 2 days, but there it is, Lasmel here this week. Thank you for a great week. I was gonna try to. Oh, it wasn't a question. Yeah, the only way I can put these things up is if you do. Here you go, Neil. Here's one for you. All right. What do you think about holding Rich Tech Robotics over the weekend? This is from you guys in the chat.
That's a random one.
Yeah. That's why you're taking it.
Ooh. David, I usually, when somebody
Oscar, boom.
Somebody wants to hold it is why they're asking you the question for this. Here's the thing. If I have this long, the trend break, if I have a long here at 450, am I holding it through that top? Absolutely, right? Because to me, I've taken some profit here and I'm holding through 6. If the question is more along the lines of it's at 6 now and breaking out, are you holding that? No. Because to me, I go from where would my out be on the long, and on a swing basis, my only out is underneath 4. So I'm not much of a hold 6 for 4 if I'm not really into the play, or fundamentally, from a technical standpoint, holding up there. If I was long down here and risking the 4 and I've already taken some profit out, say you banked a quarter or banked a third, then absolutely you're holding through. But if you've bought the 6, up here, holding over the weekend, that's not my cup of tea at all. So it really depends on what your plan is with it, because it's very different buying off support, resistance, and trend breaks than buying the high, which is not really it's not my thing. Adara?
Intel dropping here. Why is Intel dropping? I will let you guys know. So Semi-Accurate, which is the name of a news agency, they basically look at insider data specifically on the chip space, though they don't really cite their sources. Anyway, Semi-Accurate, I guess, released this headline saying, Q, is AMD fabbing at Intel? A, too long didn't read as no. So long story short, with this cheeky headline, Semi-Accurate is implying that Advanced Micro Devices, contrary to previous reports, is not going to be doing any foundry, collaboration here with Intel. We know that there were previous reports suggesting that AMD was going to be a founder customer of Intel. That is right now being denied. For more details, Semi-Accurate said that they've talked to people on both sides for both companies. Everyone said it is not true. No one even hinted that there's something in the works. It's a hard no. Back to you.
All right, so
this is actually one of the reasons we were saying not taking profit on that headline would have been crazy. 2 days ago, that headline came out, and not grabbing some profit. It was just a rumor. This is not AMD has signed a contract with Intel, because I think that's very different. And even if one of the other things we said is, even if they had signed a deal, by the time you're actually realizing the gains from that, it could be a while. This is a long process. They're losing a lot of money in their foundry business. So that's not very good. Obviously not very good for Intel here. It's kind of a weird headline because it doesn't sound like it's anything official coming from AMD. But either way, like that was sort of the concern that you had with Intel. Why ringing the register matters. And what's interesting is we just had that question about like buying the top of a breakout. I just don't like those. When you're at a huge, sometimes you can call them bag holder level if a stock has been trending down or a resistance level like that. It's just, you know there's going to be selling up there. And then buying that top gets really, really tricky. It's easier to hold. I just find it's easier to hold through a high like that than buy through a high. And I know, like every time I say this to Michael Moss, he's like, you're better off buying the highs. And I get that. Like, I understand that in a strong stock. But on these, like, stocks with the downward slope, where they've just made that great run off of the low, I find that to be a bit of a different story because they've been downward sloping for a reason. You get to the bag hold level, I'd rather buy dips. So Intel, still looking really good on the daily chart, but unfortunately, that's not the best news ever.
I'm just trying to search on Twitter here to find out, like, the last time we talked about Oscar on here. So I'm gonna get it, because I was just saying the same thing, because we did get out of some of that position here today to the same kind of a thing that we were sort of just talking about here live. All right, Adara's got, whenever you're ready, there's more news right there. There it is. Plenty of space to cut rates. Okay, let's go find out this story.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, basically. Fed's Myron contrasting commentary that was coming from Fed's Logan today, saying that, yeah, the Fed actually has plenty of space to cut rates. Fed's Logan earlier today, she expressed that the Fed should be really careful about cutting rates from here on out. This is Fed's Myron's second set of comments today, and equally dovish this time around, guys. Back to you.
Hey. Is there some rebalancing happening?
Yeah, thank you very much there. So just, I'm sorry, it's 3:42, and I haven't looked at the early looking balances.
That was the time.
So I'm just looking at a note. Rocket is another net flow potential buy expected, although it's a 17 million sell. So yeah. So anyways, in the notes, like it's a Russell 100 upweight. Again, this is the second time. It was on Wednesday as well. There's a fly, which is just really messing with me.
Fly? Oh, God.
But 17 million to sell on Rocket, although expected to potentially be a buy, so keep an eye on that. It's not the same as when it was a big buy on Wednesday when you were expecting buy.
Yeah.
Now it's a big sell when you're expecting buy. So it's not quite as good. Then you've got nothing really else. CLVT, not a big deal. AES, small sell, 1.6 million to the sell side there. They're in some buy rumors. Archer is a buy of 800,000 on the early look. Toast sell 700,000. Nothing really big here. Lumen 500,000 sell. They got a Palantir hookup a couple of weeks ago actually. How's that doing since then? Lumen. These guys cut a deal with Palantir like 2 weeks ago, I believe. I keep forgetting to look how it's still holding trend. One looks pretty good. Lumen doesn't look. Lumen could break out next week. Like this is one to watch. Like it's been like ever since the deal was announced, just hold a higher low. Higher lows into a flat top smells like a breakout to me. Of course, this local high is 666 because why not, obviously. But Lumen could be worth a watch for sure next week. But Toast, nothing much on this imbalance locator. We'll keep eyes on Rockets. You never know. This could be
had that crazy opportunity.
Yeah, like this could be. It's the wrong direction. That's what gets me. But 17 million share imbalance when it's only done 66 million. That's 25% of the day's volume. The difference was 2 days ago, the imbalance was 100% of the daily volume at the time. So this is big, but it's not as big relatively as it was on Wednesday, I believe it was. Was it Wednesday or Tuesday? It had to be Wednesday. That wasn't in on Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay, time to start clearing some out here. I mean, this TQQ trade, we've just been sort of sitting here waiting for something to happen on it, and it's not, the futures really aren't doing anything. So, obviously the big trade of the day for me, both AMD and this play really came in. So, yeah, really quite happy, obviously, with what this has been doing, and just re-shorted that pop back into VWAP. It's kind of a good thing that we weren't here, because I would have tried it there. Again, we actually tried a little bit of a long first off of VWAP right there. That's the red. And then I was like, nah, this is not a long. And then whoosh, right there back in. So I was pretty happy with that play. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it gets down. Remember, there's only 15 minutes left. Neil just went over the imbalances. There's not much hitting right now, but at 340, at 350, they'll all become public. And then we'll be able to see exactly Wagwan. All right, so we did get out of Oscar. 30 cents ago. Again, a little piece in our portfolio. We did get over some Marvell today. Just talking about trimming some of these positions in the longer term account. And then I was thinking about Coinbase as well. It's not even at that $400 level yet, so maybe there's a lot more room to run on Coinbase, but we've had a good little move higher here. I'm going to do some work, maybe get out of some Coinbase here over the weekend as well, hitting up to these levels. You've had a huge run now in crypto over the last couple of days, and obviously coinciding with a monster move here in your friend and mine, Coinbase. So that was that's something to look at. I remember when I got out of Hut 8, like in the teens, and now that's $40. Like, this is the thing, like sometimes it's worth holding on to something for a ride. Like there's Hut 8 right here in the teens, like I said, probably around here, 18 or 19, and then boom, now $40.
Almost as good as WonderFi.
Yeah, WonderFi, yeah. WonderFi, what a joke that was. But okay, so that's WonderFi. WonderFi getting bought out.
No, I'm only joking around because if you guys know, like WonderFi got bought by Robinhood, and it's like the exact moment you can if you pull up a chart of WonderFi and then look at the moment that the deal got announced and look at what everything else in crypto did right after that.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, this has been bought out, but it was bought out for a nice premium, right? 25 up to 35.
It wasn't bad. It's more that like if it didn't get bought, everything's up like 3x. That's similar to it.
Okay, I just.
Oh, that was.
What was that?
Sorry, I just heard it in my ear.
Is that what you heard?
Yeah, but I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I thought it was that Hamas has agreed to release everybody. That's what I heard. I'm not going to. Oh, yeah, here it is, right here. Yep, yeah. That is the news. So we have that news right here. Yeah, I beat a dare. No,
wow.
Just joking. Hamas says it agrees to release all Israeli hostages, alive or bodies, under Trump's Gaza proposal. So I'll just hit bang. Like I don't know enough about it, other than the fact that hopefully this is an end to something.
Good news.
Hamas says that affirms guideline to readiness to immediately engage in negotiations through mediators. Discuss details of this matter. Okay, the administration of the Gaza Strip, Palestine, and independent. Anyways, I think that's the big thing here. As well as they appreciate the efforts of U.S. President Donald Trump.
You can't spin
Hamas
that as any way but
appreciates the efforts of Donald Trump.
You cannot. There's no spinning that as anything but positive. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, I don't know enough about what Joe Biden was doing, but I didn't hear any things like that. But there it is. So congratulations. I don't want to say. I don't know. Again, don't know enough about it, but that seems like a good story.
I mean, look, the headline is the headline. That's a good story.
Trump promised to get this settled. People thought that was not possible. Looks like maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Look, we get it. It's a sensitive topic, but like
sensitive topic.
Anybody getting reunited with families is good news. I don't know. Like that's the way I look at it. With 90 seconds until the imbalance is coming in, we were just talking about crypto a second ago, I think, and I meant to go over how the gorgeous looking support and resistance, which is still holding on Bitcoin. All it does is show you the range. Prior high, support, back to the high. This is the pattern on Bitcoin. Like the prior high, you just buy into the prior high. Can I zoom out for see this? I like the way that this zooms on TradingView, because there's the prior high, dip into the prior high. It's simple as that. And when it makes a consolidation off one, sometimes that works as well. But the prior high holds out. The prior high is now holding a support, which is like 109 to 110. So in the next available dip, buy that. And if it dips further, buy that, which is 90. It's the low 90s for anyone that maybe you're only listening and not actually watching the chart as I say it. So that's what I'm looking at for Bitcoin.
Nobody actually watches this show, do they?
No, if you're only listening,
I want everybody
should say the price as well.
Hit the like and subscribe right now. We don't have enough of those going
Still a big
through.
sell.
Well, we only have 15 seconds, so let's get ready to go right here with those imbalances. We are expecting some kind of imbalances today, so we'll get ready with the size, and right there, it should come out in just a matter of seconds here. So we'll wait for this in 3, and 2, and 1. So here we go. All right, yeah, so Rocket does still come out as sell. Let's have a quick look at that.
Insta pairing there.
Yeah, 10 million was, so yeah, a little bit of a downside push there for Rocket Labs. Not much going on there. I'm not really seeing anything else. I mean, I don't know if is that WU's Western Union? Is that? No, it can't be. Yeah, it is Western Union. Okay, it's been a long time since I heard anything from that company. Okay, that's why. Look, not a great daily chart for WU there. BMY, a buy. Anything we're interested in here? Intel on that story, of course, Adair brought us that. That had to move down. Now is kind of making that back a little bit. Yuck, Palantir, no love for them today. There's the sell-off in Palantir. Hopefully, it could still go SSR, by the way. I don't know.
No, 7%. It's not.
Yeah,
gonna fall
I mean, down 2.5%
10 minutes
from here. Yeah, probably not. Let's hope not. But they could. I don't know. Rigetti looks like that's going to be that buy. We had a good super chat from Archer, thanking Adair as well for breaking that. There goes Archer to the upside on a nice little buy. So I don't know what the total. Sometimes Adair will give us the total numbers.
1.4.
Yeah, 1.4 bill to sell. Right there. So it's not really doing anything to my TQQ position here. Oh, well, I mean, I guess it did. I don't have enough shares left to really worry about it, but again, another banger there just to cover some of this as we get ready to close out the weekend, or the week, and then we have the recap show. You're doing the recap.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Neil's doing the recap show today with Adara, so that's fun. No matter what you guys are doing, I'm going, I don't know what, you're doing Blue Jays. We got invited to Wonderland this weekend, so my wife got these passes and parking and all that stuff, so that should be a lot of fun, and it's like that spooky thing that now I think
it's Halloween.
I don't think it's Halloween haunt. I don't, maybe it is.
It's not Halloween. It's
I think
October. Why wouldn't it be Halloween?
Yeah, maybe it is
Halloween. It's got to be Halloween.
Yeah, okay. So we're doing that on Sunday afternoon.
It's a lot of fun, man.
So, and then my cousin, Tim, is opening up, I think it's Ontario's largest baseball indoor facility.
Nice.
Yeah, he has $50,000 pitching machines.
Where is this?
In Guelph.
Good for him, man.
Yeah,
Tim's good people.
Opening tomorrow.
We should have that guy in our
pool. I'll say shout out to him. We're going to go check that out, and maybe I'll post that. That's pretty cool. So, and then we got baseball. We're back into baseball, man. We have baseball training on Sunday. We're excited for that. Winter workouts begin. So my daughter goes hockey, baseball, and that's that. So yeah, we're really excited. It's going to be a good weekend, man. And the weather here is 30 degrees. Can we get some awesomeness for that?
30 degrees.
It's going to be.
Thank God.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here in a sweater and I got a coat.
Yeah, so right now it's 25 Celsius. So that is 21 is 72 or so. So we're going to say it's about 80 degrees right now Fahrenheit in Toronto, and it's going to stay that or more all weekend long. But there's no global warming or anything. It's already October 5th. So
I'll take it, man.
Yeah, well, I will take that.
Very quickly, guys, that rocket, this is why we were telling you that rocket's an expected buy. It almost pared the entire thing down. It was at 2 million just now, and now at 3. So this is very different. It's not that you couldn't have made money going short. It's just that it's a lot different, and it's an expected upweight, and it comes out to the sell side. So Rocket Labs, here, I'll show you the black chart right here. Like there was a spike, but it immediately caught a bid when that started pairing off. So I'm glad we didn't trade that one short. You might have got a small win, but ultimately if that had flipped to a bid, you would have got smoked. It's weird. This VGSH, I was just looking at it. I'm like, what the heck is this, and why is it not moving? It's like a Vanguard short-term treasury ETF with a 2 million imbalance on the buy side, which is the entirety of the day's volume. I always like to watch things that are weird to me to see what happens on it, but I'm going to keep that one up because a stock like that with its liquidity, it could literally print 2 cents, and that's the entire day's range. And if you can leverage that, your risk is essentially nothing. So I'm going to have that one up. Trade the Pool, got to shout them out because they have a new competition. The best part about it, the culmination of this thing is going to be live right here, Trader TV Live.
Yeah,
because they got the beak, it's 2 weeks, I think. Is it
no, a week Monday, right?
Oh my goodness, that's right. The Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. It is, look, October 8th to the 10th. So that's next week. Every day Ackman's going to make his move. And all you're trying to do here is beat him. That's it. Beat his return. Prove he got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, live here in Trader TV. The Trade the Pool team will be live in studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25K, $50K, even $100,000 evaluation accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman and win big. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Start trading today. So that should hopefully be a lot of fun. On the 13th, they'll be live. Mitch will be here coming on through.
So I may not be here because I'm getting corrective eye surgery next Thursday. Obi's filling in. Yeah, Thursday, Friday. Well, it's just an update. I've already had. Yeah, I've already
got
had
that like years ago.
Yeah. So I have a very, very small nearsightedness. Very I can still see things perfectly, but it just bugs me a little bit that it's not where it needs to be.
Because now you can do like multiple times and you just get to retouch.
Yeah,
the technology is amazing.
Yeah, it's just quickly. So I don't know. Hopefully it's okay. But hopefully I'll be able to be here. They're saying no.
Well, you're not supposed to.
I know, but whatever. Last time I didn't even take they gave drugs and all. But anyways, just a quick little touch up.
I got on my dad's case.
I'm gonna have my right eye's gonna get it, but my left eye isn't.
So I'm a stickler for that stuff. You should follow the rules. Because my dad tried the same thing. He's like, "Oh, I'm not supposed to." I'm like, "Well, come on, man. It's just a day or two."
Okay, thanks, Ravi. I will reach out to you for that. It's just PRK. My stigmatism is like, I don't even know what it is. It's very, very small. I should show you the prescription. It's like, it doesn't even exist. But,
I've never even seen you. You don't own glasses.
Yeah, I wear glasses. These are prescription glasses. Here, put these on and see if there's any difference.
Oh, you.
It's just for distance.
But I've never seen you in glasses. I've seen you in. I just assumed these are like blue light. I didn't know they were.
Shit, those look really good on you, Neil.
I kind of like this, man. I can tell there's something here. I like these. I actually like these glasses, bro. Yo, I'm.
Yeah, give me those glasses back, my guy. This is what I'm saying. This is what I do. This is what I do. This is what I'm saying. I
can't have these.
See what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about.
Your eyes will get really dry.
You better believe it's sunny on Planet Cool there, Fabian.
Here, we have this thing.
These are legit. If they weren't, they're obviously prescription, so I can't actually steal them. I'm not above stealing things. I've stolen. Oh.
There we go.
I've never stolen from a friend.
But shut up, Joe.
No, I do like those.
But yeah,
no,
there it
it's
is.
the style.
Of course, it's a style. Come on. I'm right here.
Yo, you want jokes?
No, these are cheap. They just went not Parker Warby.
You can't even make up. It's Oscar. You were just talking about
Wiley.
Oscar Wiley.
Yeah, not Oscar Health. Yeah.
No, but we were just talking about Oscar. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, recent IPO. Here, Oscar Wiley.
Yeah. Should have bought the IPO.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
All right, now Neil's writing it down so he can go buy the exact same glasses.
No, I like the style.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll look up the brand and see if I find something.
No. Yeah, they're in malls. I don't know if there's Sherway Mall has an Oscar Wiley there, and I think you can get them with no prescription.
Oh, of course you can.
Yeah.
I just wanted to look at the style. So.
All right. Yeah.
Shoot.
Go have a look at that. I think you should pick it up. All right. So I'm just going to exit out of all of these right now to cap off. Again, just a big battle back day for your boys. So right there, we'll get. Oh, did we not get filled there? We're bidding 62s. There it is. So there we go. We now get out of that one. We are now done. And profitable day over here. So we're happy with all of that, and we get excited because we do have the Blue Jays playing this weekend. So shout out to all of our friends that will be. Neil will be there at the game. I will not be. And
You get to go to Wonderland.
We're going to Wonderland. Yeah, I'm in Newmarket. I've got a couple things going on tomorrow, but hopefully be able to. What time is the game tomorrow? 4?
They're both at 4
o'clock. Okay, that's what I thought.
Well, somehow we were supposed to play at 1.
Surprised they didn't put a game at 7 because for the New York. Like, that's a pretty big prime time.
Yeah, but I think it would be...
4 is like the worst time.
Yeah, but if we played 7 and then you got to come back and play at 4, to me, you shouldn't...
They're doing the back-to-back thing.
Yeah, if you play in the evening on the Saturday, you shouldn't be forced to play an earlier game on Sunday.
Right.
Forget about TVs. You're supposed to make it competitive, man. Like, it's not fair.
They could have gone 1 on Saturday, 7 on Sunday.
They could have done that.
You don't want that. You got to miss a Sunday Night Football.
That's your Halloween costume, Men in Black. William Knight. We could do Men in Black.
We have to figure out what our Halloween.
That's not
Halloween's
bad.
not even that far away.
Actually, that's a good point. Because Sean and I, I'm not going to speak for everybody else.
We need to figure it out.
And I say this every time, but Sean and I dress up for Halloween.
Yeah,
straight up.
Brendan does not.
Straight up.
Joe is going to.
Joe will. I know Adara will dress up for sure. She's a
Sharif
trooper.
probably
She
will.
Sharif probably will.
Yeah.
Obi
will.
He dressed up. He was a vampire.
Obi's a good.
He was a vampire.
Obi's a good spirit.
That's right. Yes. All right, I got
Rick and Morty. Yeah, I'm gonna be Pickle Rick. All right.
Yo, don't say all of them out loud because we gotta.
I said in the chat.
I love Rick and Morty.
Yeah. I'm just giving people what they want. All right. Thanks for joining, guys. I mean, been obviously a bang-up show. I mean, we're here, right? So here we go with only 20 seconds left. I hope everyone had a great time. I mean, I know that not everybody was positive today, but it doesn't matter. It was a good day trade, good talk today, and we battled back. So for me, it was like a big opportunity to do that. The countdown is now on. So we do want to thank, who's the sponsor for today? There it is. It's VinFast, ticker VFS. We want to thank them for helping sponsor our show and this portion, which is the closing bell. And there it is. We are now closed. And what a violent day, really. I mean, the NASDAQ did start its day with a nice little move to the high side, but then ended up down now 0.46 on the NASDAQ. And there we go. The ES just made a little bit of a red spot there during the midday, and then gets red there into the close as well. So ES going red, NASDAQ going red. But you know what? It's been a pretty decent week on the market. So here's just the NASDAQ this week, up. So it's going to be a green week there for the NASDAQ, just barely though after this closing print right there. But we started the week down here, so a nice little week. We do go out off the past all-time highs for the NASDAQ, but close enough. The Dow, as long as the Dow was up today, then that will be all-time highs. It was up all day, and it still is. So yeah, the Dow as well, man, there it is, going out at all-time highs as well. So a lot of these markets, a lot to be happy with heading into the weekend, but the most important thing is that you spend it with friends and family and you spend it safely. So enjoy the baseball this weekend, enjoy whatever sports you guys are down with or not, enjoy whatever, video gaming, spending time with friends, getting to the gym, working out. If you're around here in southern Ontario, make sure you enjoy this weather. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's probably all across the East Coast. Stay safe, people in North Carolina. I know there's a sort of a situation happening over there. I don't know if it's, I don't want to call it a hurricane if it's not one, but I know there's some damage being done there in the Carolinas, so stay safe on that coast. And we'll see everybody again from my side back on Monday. So Sharif on the day off. Thanks, Obi, for filling in all week for us. Thank you, Joe, for such great shows always. Thanks, Adara, for never being sick, it seems like. So that's great. Thanks, Adara, on the desk and with lots of news stories this week. Thank you to Fabian and Ramin and Andre. And, most important, well, thanks, Brendo. And most importantly, thanks to everybody that's watching. I mean, we don't have this show without you guys. So I'd still be here trading, but we wouldn't be able to have this much fun. So thank you to everybody for that. And thank you to everybody that super chatted and everything today. And I'm not going to go through names because there was so many and I don't want to miss anybody, but maybe they'll do that on the recap show. All right, that's enough for me. Again, thank you so much. Go follow @TraderTV, Sean. And thanks, Fabian, for all the work on those questions and everything. It's been a great week. Go give us some follows all over our socials. That's enough for me. It's ciao for now. Back over to the desk. See ya.
Thank you very much. We got the market recap starting right about now, brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. And hey, it was day 3 of the shutdown, and the market, it was green and red. Unfortunately, the first down day since the shutdown. Unfortunately, we had missing economic data this morning. You had a fire at a Chevron refinery. Actually, the good news is they got that fire out, so possibly good.
I was seeing that as of a couple minutes ago they had it.
Oh no! Okay, I saw one headline.
I need to look into that.
I hope they do. But the wealth of stories throughout the day, and a lot of Fed speak as well, some pensive news mentions from the Fed. And then the odds of this shutdown went from 15 days at Kalshi, the betting markets saying 18. And no word of a lie, the markets, the moment that shifted, we went from trending higher to whoopsie-doo, that's the candle. This is exactly when at Kalshi it went 15 days to 18 days in the betting markets. So the shutdown is moving the markets right now, despite the fact that for a couple of days there, we were doing just fine despite it.
Yeah, it was not a great day here for the market, that's for sure. Yeah, I need to see if anything has ended with this fire yet. Apparently it was contained as of 3 hours ago, though I did see as of a couple, now it's been extinguished 3 minutes ago, it was officially extinguished. So yes. I just checked into that. The last thing I saw is that it wasn't, but yeah, it has been extinguished. I'm also seeing some news here on Tether. Tether seeking capital for tokenized gold hoard. So interesting look there. Tether looking for some capital. You can always keep an eye on Rumble with regards to Tether-related catalysts because Tether invests pretty heavily in them. But, Neil, we got lots of headlines to discuss this afternoon. It was quite the week. I wore red. The market was red. Sorry, guys. But you know what? This shutdown showdown is still happening. Looks like that will not end. The shutdown is not likely to end yet. We had these votes. The votes did not really go quite well.
No, they did not, unfortunately. And, well, what's interesting is we didn't start Redditera. I'm gonna get that fly. It's like it followed me from my desk. No, but we didn't start red. It's just where we happened to be ending up, and unfortunately, that's just par for the course. But let's be real. It wasn't across the board because you see the Qs are going to be the Qs are going to be down 0.5%. If you look at the SPY fared a little bit better, almost flat, 0.06% to the downside. The Dow, the diamonds, actually doing pretty well, relatively speaking, on the day and able to close able to close here still in the green, a half a point despite pulling back. So if you look at it, it wasn't across the board. It was mostly tech that got wrecked, and you had the diamonds, still the Dow pushing into some fresh highs because healthcare absolutely banging. Strong day for healthcare stocks, and that certainly held things up pretty big. But it all starts and ends with this government shutdown. It's certainly moving the markets, and if we can bring, I mean, I know this, and we talked about this actually pretty heavily with Michael Nas, that overall it's a buy. Like if you look at the last few shutdowns, it's been a buy event. However, that doesn't mean every single day is going to be an up day. So the showdown is on. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's any end in sight. I think when I look at that story from, or not story, but that update from Kalshi, where you have it go 15 days to 18 days, you start to see like some movement in the extreme end of that start to move down, like the odds get longer for like a 30-day. That could be a bit of a sign, and maybe we start looking for some buys off that. But it wasn't just about that, because this morning, Adara, economic data, it was tentative. Are we going to get it? Are we not going to? Half the numbers we didn't get this morning.
We did not get non-farm payroll or unemployment, unfortunately, numbers coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We were not expecting to get the data from the BLS, though we know Senator Elizabeth Warren was trying to push the BLS to release it anyway because there were reports that they actually had it ready. Either way, it doesn't matter. They did not release said economic data, unfortunately. The Fed is liking to have data. They would love to have that employment data, especially because, a lot of the commentary we had from Fed speakers today, minus Fed's Myron, who is doing his own thing always, Fed's Jefferson and especially Fed's Logan were really cautious about employment. They both emphasized that both sides of the Fed's dual mandate, so employment and the inflation are things they're still watching out for. And if they can't get employment data at this pivotal time, what does that mean for October rate cuts? We're going to have to wait and see, but I do think it's something to keep in mind as well. And I also really quickly want to use this economic data blackout headline to remind everybody there is a clear divide in the Fed right now, too, with Fed's Logan saying that the Fed should be really cautious about cutting rate, and then Fed's Myron saying there's no reason they shouldn't be cutting rates right now.
Well, there is definitely a divide, but they need to get that. They need to get that data. I think this gives them all the reason in the world to pause if this ends up continual pause if this ends up going longer. But let's be real. Jump on over to this fire, which is now out. That Chevron. What? So here's the thing. The fire is now out and controlled at Chevron. But either way, I think this presents an opportunity because it was a little bit weak. So you had a fire breakout overnight. And there was some pressure on it. But if you look at what's been going on with energy, this is a stock which has been gliding higher and now holding some higher lows. So it's good news that the fire is out. And to the extent that there was some selling earlier, it seemed to be able to battle back just a little bit. But the other side of this coin, there is sort of where you could find kernels of strength in the market. And we have seen, as when the market's weak, we've seen strength in healthcare, we've seen some strength in energy. Hopefully this could give us a buying opportunity in CVX. I'm glad it didn't last very long, but there wasn't that much of a dip to be bought.
No, I didn't even put it in the watch list because the stock just did not react and didn't have volume, truthfully. It was not like the volume that we saw yesterday in Occidental and other team in the same space that had that move after Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway did their largest deal in 3 years since the Allegheny deal in 2022, and they acquired Occidental's petrochemical unit. Now let's talk here about BLK or BlackRock and this $40 billion data center deal reportedly happening here for GIP, which is a unit of BlackRock, or at least they're supported by BlackRock, trying to get $40 billion here for Aligned. So let's see if everyone is aligned there with the buyers and the sellers and that ends up happening. Just to report, either way, nothing really market moving there either. We know people are trying to get involved in the data center space, and that continues.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, I want to get to the chat for a second. What can you guys, you didn't put a question mark, that's why I couldn't find it. Can you guys wish Joseph a happy birthday from all of us? He went missing this afternoon. Happy birthday, Joseph. Was it his birthday today?
No, I think he said it was the 5th.
Okay.
I think.
Well, happy birthday anyway.
Birthday.
Sometimes we have a running joke around here just wishing people a happy birthday when it's not their birthday, which is perfectly fine by me. But either way, happy birthday, Joe, whether it is or not. But unfortunately, well, maybe it's fortunate, unfortunate. This Apple story. Okay, so fine. Like the Apple pulls those ice trackers from the App Store, sort of, which the headline speaks for itself. I never thought that was going to be moving the stock very much. But the other thing is Apple did not care whatsoever early on what the market was doing. It just didn't. Like early on, Apple was just an absolute, I want to call it a rocket off of the open. And it was super strong there on Apple for a hot minute, and then everything else sort of faded out. Oh, that's going to be a pain in the butt, those wicks. Oh, you stink. But there's Apple, and if you look at what happened, like right away, this was gapped down. The weakest of all the Mag 7 names was Apple. And I had no idea whether it had anything to do with that headline and maybe people were selling off that. No, it got bought up right off of the open as well. Oh, my mic apparently sucks.
Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the other Apple story, which is kind of weird. Jefferies downgrading Apple, $205.82 price target to $205.16. That's right, they dropped the price target by a modicum of cents. It was really weird. So that happened there with AAPL. The other thing with Apple and that Jefferies note is it has to do, oddly enough, with the iPhone 18, which we don't even get announced or have an event related to for another 11 months. But they said just the way that the iPhone 17 demand is and the context of that demand could lead to some issues with iPhone 18. They might not be able to keep up. They provided some sound reasoning. The less than $1 price target drop is laughable, but it is what it is, and I do not think the market cared.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't look like the market cared. And here's the other thing too. Like when you consider, look, the ball doesn't lie. That's the other thing to consider. The ball doesn't lie, price doesn't lie. So you can have bad news all you want, but it's the market's reaction to news that matters. Stocks that buy up on bad news, you like. You know, I really don't care. If you have bad news or perceived bad news and the market reacts to it by buying the dip or just buying it in a general sense, then to me, that's the most bullish action that you can have. But the Nikkei hitting all-time highs. We got a question this afternoon. Someone asked us in the chat what our thoughts were. Well, for myself and Sean, like what's our favorite international ETF? And I have to admit, I don't have a favorite. And I've never owned an international ETF. Like I'll cop to it. I've owned individual names like ASML internationally. It's probably the biggest non-North American stock that I've ever held is ASML. So I don't. And I wish I did have an answer for you, and it's probably something I should look into, but I'm not that diversified worldwide. But yeah, Nikkei hitting some all-time highs as well. But I wanted to get to this because someone asked in the chat, I mentioned I was gonna buy Pfizer, and I wanna answer this, because they're asking why I said I was buying Pfizer for myself in my personal account. So I'm just going to quickly answer that question we've got before we move on, because we'll talk about things we're doing in our personal accounts all the time. And it had something to do with when we were just talking about relative strength in the market, how there was some in energy, and there has been some in the biotechs. Really strong, pharma's been strong, healthcare has been strong. And if you look at what's going on specifically with Pfizer, and this daily, has made a distinct bottom. Like I can even pull up a monthly chart on Pfizer to give you a better example. On the monthly chart here, whoa, what just happened on the monthly? Maybe I should, there we go. On a monthly, look at the bottoming tail, and it's breaking out a consolidation here, right off of those lows. And if I go back to that daily, just to give you an idea of what I saw, there's your higher lows, there's your breakaway, and now we're closing above this 27 level. That's what I like about it. Hold here, take the long, give it down underneath like the 50-period moving average, and then Bob's your uncle. So that's what I'm seeing. It's relative strength in the space, a bottoming tail, a bottoming setup here on Pfizer, and just for a little bit of a swing trade. And the thing about it is it's not like a high-risk swing, because while I hold it, they actually have a dividend. So if you hold it for too long, you get the divvy. Nice. Which is not too bad on that stock. So yeah, that's the reason why I like some Pfizer. But everything goes right back, and let's sort of jump right back into things, because you were talking, Adara, specifically not just about the shutdown itself, but the developments we had today.
Yeah, there were some developments. So I do want to mention as well, with regards to another set of developments, senior Hamas official making some comments here to Al Jazeera, saying that handing over the hostages held in Gaza within 72 hours is, quote, theoretical and unrealistic. So it sounds like this whole idea of a peace right now is not as rose-colored as we might have hoped. We also have other comments here, senior Hamas officials saying that issues related to Gaza's future to be discussed within a comprehensive Palestinian national framework in which Hamas will be a part of. So it sounds like we had these comments about the deal. There might be some complications here to work out. I don't think things are as clean as these initial headlines made it seem. So be aware of that, guys. there still seems like there's some things they're trying to iron out here. But with regards to the shutdown, yeah, we had more votes here. So Republicans not willing to back down and vote for the Democrat vote. Then we had, Republicans are not going to, Democrats are not going to be voting for the Republican bill. They already rejected the Republican bill. Caroline Leavitt doing another White House press conference where she's urging the Democrats to end the shutdown and stop holding people hostage, as she put it. And either way, things continue. Honestly, it's hard to know what kind of difference is going to be made here because, as Chuck Schumer put it, to paraphrase him greatly, things didn't change. We had the same result in the votes. We should not be surprised by that. I don't know what it's going to take, and it is unfortunate that this is still happening, but there needs to be some kind of resolution here, and hopefully people can work that out. That would be great.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, just to keep in mind, I'm still looking, it's pulled back. Yeah, it's pulled back a little bit, but we're now looking at 17.7 days here up on Kalshi for how long will the government shutdown last, and that is not trending in the right direction. It was sitting at 15 for most of the day, and then it spiked up on some of the comments you were mentioning there, Dara, and certainly seeming like this is going to be protracted. Now, it's worth mentioning when we did have a protracted shutdown 5 years ago, it did represent a buying opportunity. That's something Michael Noss talked about.
Like 12%.
Yeah, we're 12% to the upside, but it still has looked relatively weak. It is not my birthday, everybody.
Yeah, people keep saying.
I just let me chat. There's a bunch of happy birthday Neils. My birthday's on Boxing Day. But thank you. That's very nice of everybody to mention that. But it is absolutely not my birthday. The other thing we got this morning was ultimately we got the payroll numbers not coming through.
Yeah.
And I think that didn't seem to have too much of effect one way or another. We might be, and I think when we don't get economic data, right? We shouldn't expect it to be that big of a deal, because right now, when have we cared terribly about inflation or jobs reports when they give us a shock? So the absence of anything cannot shock us. And so it puts us in this wait and hold mode, and then we should just be looking to any comments from the Fed, and then that's going to move the market. So I'm not terribly worried about data that we're not getting. I just want to hear what the Fed is talking about. And unfortunately today, most of the reaction to the market has been to the sell side, unfortunately for it. But overall, it's hard not to talk about, it feels like this happened 2 days ago as well, Adara, where there was late news on Intel, and then it kind of trumped a lot of things. And so what happened with Intel, 2 days ago, we were talking about AMD foundry deal.
Yes.
And now 2 days later, we're talking about maybe not having AMD as a foundry partner, or client, I should say, customer. And so Intel, unfortunately, and this is why we caution people that if it's a rumor of a deal happening, and no one's actually put pen to paper, there's nothing wrong with taking some profit, because this did a heavy, heavy right turn late in the day on that headline. Everything was cruising, and then we dropped down pretty heavily. And if you look at where Intel's sitting at on the daily chart, it was at a great profit-taking point as well. So I think congratulations if you did ring the register on it. So not official, and potentially maybe not happening, this AMD Intel foundry deal.
Yeah, it sounds like it's not happening at all. So this came from Semi-Accurate, a news source. I don't know why they're named that. It seems very misleading, but either way, Semi-Accurate said they talked to their people, and they're they basically only report on reported deals in the tech space, specifically with semiconductors. Their track record is a little mixed. I looked into it previously when they made other reports about Intel with regards to somebody buying them, and that did not happen. That was in September, and December of last year. That never happened. So I do want to mention that. I think the person they were kind of hinting could be a buyer was either Broadcom or TSM. Mm-hmm. And we know TSM wants something to do with Intel. Broadcom doesn't seem to either. Now, that's all to contextualize what the source is, because I think it's really important to understand where stories are coming from. Is Semi-Accurate accurate? I don't know. But I will say that they do have connections in that space. Apparently, after talking to parties on both sides of the issue, so Intel and AMD, they said no one even had heard anything of this before. There was no indication, even at all, that even talks were happening. So even the idea that they're in early talks seems to have been completely disputed, at least by this one in person.
Which is so crazy. And just to digress for a second, we all saw the trading action on Intel. We've seen a swath of stories in the last couple of years where you get these headlines and they're big time market movers, and then we find out a day later or 2 days later that there's nothing to it. And somebody, investigation should happen for things like that. But you know what? What we also have is we got our good friend Steve Tomlin. Let's bring him on in here. We always love to talk on a Friday with our good friend Steve. Hey, there he is, Steve Tomlin from Trade the Pool. And we were just talking about the competition that Trade the Pool is having as well. But welcome. I hope you had a fantastic week. It's certainly been a busy one. So first of all, how are things? How are you doing?
Oh, doing real well. Thank you. Yeah, busy week. Crazy things afoot. We've been all over the place here, but for us, USAR was a huge winner. So a lot to talk about for sure.
Well, I was gonna. Okay, well we can leave with that. We didn't have to start with USAR. I know you got to do a victory lap for that one. It's been absolutely fantastic. At some point, I want to get your thoughts on the quantum play as well. Maybe we'll circle back to that. But the theme has been, if the U.S. government wants to invest, then you win and just buy those stocks. Now, this was one before we got any specific headlines that you were already looking at. So walk us through what you were doing with it. Are you still holding, or what's your plan here? Because great look here on USAR, another 13% today.
Absolutely. So yeah, USAR. This was the one that I wanted to work since the start of the whole rare earth minerals kind of craze, when we saw MP just start to break out and run. But this is definitely considered the speculative name in the sector, and MP, that was the real leader. So this one took its time, but we're finally getting the breakout, and now we're just into blue skies here. So it should consolidate a little bit, but I think it's blue skies ahead. So my plan was I sold a good amount too early. I sold when we broke the previous highs around 2050. About a quarter there, and then a quarter at close here. So I missed a lot of this gap up. I still have shares. I sold my options way too early, but I'm planning on holding. And if we fill the gap, I'm looking to buy more in this 2350 to 24 area here. Because like you said, if the government's getting involved, these things will keep running. And when you have a chart that's all base, you've got a lot of room to the upside here.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you're buying the dip back in, because we saw that with Lithium Americas. Right, like LAC, initial move, and then LAC pulled a bit of a dip as well, and then, oops, let me go over to, LAC's on the New York, isn't it? And then LAC was able to catch another breakaway just recently, like it boom, dip, buy the dip, and then you get you got one dip, you actually got a second dip, and then it just made more fresh highs. So this has not been the kind of play that's like, yeah, just take your profit and run. It's like, make sure you're participating in the longer rally. And it's a theme which in theory shouldn't be going away here, Steve. So here's a question I would have to you though. Is there anything macro related that would cause you to maybe get off of this bandwagon? Like we were discussing that the market getting at some highs and the shutdown, maybe cooling the market off in general. Would that scare you that some of these runners might also pull back if we were to have some kind of a market dip?
I'm on the fence here. So I'm keeping an eye on these momentum names, but as long as names like OKLO, for example, or these quantum baskets, we can pull up what's been going recently. Yeah, IonQ is still trading at highs. So I was joking with my friends, like I don't even use VIX anymore. I just take an inverse chart of IonQ, and that's how I monitor volatility. So risk on is still in effect here. I think that any government stuff in terms of shutdown, I think they're buying opportunities. In terms of actual tail risks, policy-wise, I'm not seeing anything on the immediate horizon, and as for charts, everything's looking bullish to me. So I'm continuing to look for new opportunities to put cash to work.
Yeah, I actually really like that notion. Just look, don't even look at the VIX, just look at IonQ, and if that trend reverses, that is certainly truth. I got to ask you, RFID Trader just asked us what strikes and month you bought from USAR. You said you got out of your options. Which, whatever, win's a win. A win's a win.
So I'm prefacing this just because it sounds insane. You're going to think I'm completely insane for buying 21 strike weeklies, But I saw somebody else buying them, and I said, hey, that looks like a fun way to spend $10. So I bought a few of those. I sold for 600%. They went 2,000%. My main position was 20 strike October 17th calls. And the reason why I went with that is because it was trading at about 18 then. I bought it off the 8 EMA. And I figured this is reasonable enough to, if it chops around a little bit before it goes, I won't get chopped out of this option contract. And if it does do what I expect, it'll be so deep in the money that I can keep holding on to this and capture the full move. Now, of course, I woke up to big number on my screen, so I sold, and I wish I didn't. But that was the theory behind the contract I selected there.
Well, thank you for answering that question. Appreciate it. Our viewers are always going to be curious of little things like that. And no one ever went broke taking a profit. I've been instructed by the chat to say, I don't think it's your birthday, but there's a thing going on today that it's happy birthday, everybody. So happy birthday, Steve, because the chat wants me to say that. Well, they've been saying happy birthday, Adara. They said happy birthday to me as well. Sometimes we just have fun with it. And maybe we got lucky and it is your birthday. I have no idea. Is it? No.
I'll take it. Not today, but happy birthday to you as well.
I'll take it. It's also not my birthday. But Steve, look, going into next week, right? Like, okay, so we've got the government shutdown. The odds of it are going higher. I'm now starting to actually look at Kalshi intraday to see when the odds are going up, because we actually had a market curl to the downside when the odds jumped, that it would go from like 15 days to 19 days. So I'm curious, from a broad markets perspective, what are you looking at for next week? Because someone was asking, do you want to buy Robinhood? And like everything I was saying, outside of like smaller cap and maybe healthcare names being, I think, be some buys, I'm feeling a little bit bearish. What about you for next week?
You know, it's valid to be bearish up here, at least in terms of needing the bulls to prove themselves. You know, we poked our heads into new all-time highs. We're treading water at previous all-time highs on the Qs, at least. So, you know, I understand your hesitance, and I think healthcare is amazing right here. So I like just about anything in the sector. I got involved with OSCR on today on the breakout right at open. So this is my choice, but I really like CNC as well. I like CI. Those are charts that have a lot of room to go up after these big gap downs. I bet UNH is still looking strong. I haven't checked it. Okay, yeah, it's having a little bit of trouble. But all these names are super strong and a great place to hide if you're a little bit scared of tech coming back down a little bit.
Yeah, I like that CNC call out. I actually, disclosure, right? This is a level that I trimmed some UNH at, just because this has been where it's having some trouble. I still think it can push through to that 400 level, but a very similar looking chart for that CNC, and a great call and a great look there for sure. So before we get you out of, there's one thing I want to ask you, and this is self-serving because I'm a gigantic baseball fan, and I'm going to be at both Jays games, and I'm just curious, do you have a care or a dog in the fight in the MLB playoffs? And if you don't, then I invite you to join the Toronto Blue Jays bandwagon.
You know, I don't have a strong dog in this race, so I'd be happy to join the family. Let's do this.
See, now, this is a leading thing. And so I will now say this to you, Steve. If you ever find yourself in Toronto during baseball season, just to know, you know, I'm a gigantic fan of the season ticket holder. If you would ever like to see a game and you're in town, then I'll take you to a Blue Jays game and we'll have a good time and we crack a beer. But as always, it's always a blast having you. Great call out on that USAR. That's a big one, and it seems like we might not be, I don't want to say the first inning of it for a baseball analogy. Well, I don't think we're in the 7th or 8th inning of that kind of a play. It does feel like we're somewhere in the 3rd or 4th inning of what could be a fantastic breakout. If the U.S. government wants to buy, then you might as well give it a try, right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on, and have a great weekend. If anybody would like to come out and hang out, I'm doing a webinar over at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel there. And we're going to do some market profile concepts and then look at some charts together. So feel free to come on by.
There he is. And thank you again for sharing. And thank you, Steve. Always a blast having you. Have a fantastic weekend. We'll talk to you next week, brother.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Take care, brother. USAR. That has been an absolute barn burner and a great call out there by Steve. See, that's something that you wearing red couldn't hurt at all there, Adara. And what's interesting is, why don't you tell us that you're wearing? No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's not a plan and it's not intentional, and I really don't. Like, sometimes it doesn't even work. There have been times, oddly enough, since the inauguration, I've noticed it, where, because before that it would work every time. Since the inauguration, the red indicator is not perfect, and it used to be. Green was never perfect. Red was perfect until the inauguration. So I don't know about that. But yeah, today it ended up working. So.
You want to hear something weird?
What?
And this is, I've never had a negative day wearing this purple shirt.
Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of. Anyways, it's not like, I don't wear it that often, but it's in the rotation.
Yeah, it's part.
And I'm not one of those that's it doesn't really matter to me, but it's just a weird thing that actually happens to be true. But let's be real here for a second. There's something we do at the end of the show.
Yes.
More importantly, something Adara does at the end of the show, and it's a lot of fun. And it's fast and it's furious and it's called Roll Call. And to be part of Roll Call, jump in the chat right now. It's a subscribers only chat. So jump in there, hit the subscribe button. And because we're wishing happy birthdays, not that it's anybody's birthday around here,
No.
This time we're gonna switch it up. And everybody in the chat is gonna say happy birthday, as I'm literally typing it myself. Happy birthday, Fabian. Why not?
Joe's birthday, actually, on Sunday. I think that's why this all started. But.
Okay, fine. Happy birthday, Joe or Fabian. Because I'm saying happy birthday, Fabian, because no one said happy birthday, Fabian yet. Or happy birthday to Joe, and let's get some roll call action.
Yeah, let's get started. Thank you to Neil, Sean. We had Joe and Obi today in the midday. Brendan, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, and everybody in the chat. Everybody you see, everybody don't see. Ishiro, Volky, Dream Angels Garden, TJ Morty, Viral 86, After Star Thomas, Tim Danny Dollars, Garov, Lamont Hutchinson, Do the Wave, Tim Jordy. We've got DJ 2AM, Julia's Journal Diaries, Steve Guilford, RFID Trader. We've got RIN, Tyrone Hamilton, Big 40 Nephew, Alan Newton Jr., Byron Hart, Mike Lurd, Southern Shores, Carol Walther, High Vibrations, Marie. We've got Bright Awakening, Sir Poopy Paper Hands, Carl Gruen, GFN, David Treziak, Joseph Brown, Pelican, Y Brothers United, Northwest Sasquatch, Donkey Trader, Henrik, and we'll end here with Harry Lou. Thank you guys so much for being here every single day. Happy birthday, Joe. And we'll see you all on Monday, where the government will still probably be shut down because they can't vote again until 5:30 p.m. on Monday.
Putting you on the spot. Favorite kind of cake?
Oh, I like red velvet.
Oh, great call.
Or
great
like
call.
sprinkle. I can't really do chocolate, so anything that's not chocolate.
Red velvet is
fantastic.
You, red
velvet?
Yeah. I'm a pie guy, not a cake guy. Ice cream cake is the best, but that doesn't count.
Like,
when you said red velvet, I'm like, that's the one.
Reese's Pieces ice cream cake or something. That's like, I had that once and that was.
Yes.
But I like ice cream sandwiches too.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Let's not talk too much about ice cream. Now I want to have an ice cream bar. But you know what, everybody? Make sure you enjoy what's been a fantastic week during government shutdown. Rest up, have some ice cream cake, red velvet, whatever it might be. Celebrate Joel's birthday on Sunday. And let's meet back here at 8:30, bright and early. This has been the Market Recap Show brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.